Runner on second, 2 down, 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Scherzer bounces back off the leadoff double and caps off the inning with a curve to punch out Smith. And the 3-1 offering. High ball 4. No late strike call there by home plate ump Mark Wegner. And confusion, Bichette is going to get picked off. That's a mistake on the Blue Jays' part, no doubt. But also, why do we have to wait 3 seconds for a strike call there? Varsho was headed down to first. That pitch was clearly above the zone, looking at a replay. And that's going to cost the Blue Jays an out. John Schneider's going to go talk to Mark Wegner, who just impacted this game in a big way.
I'm going to be honest. I have never seen that before. Very clearly, that was out of the strike zone. You see the flinch from home plate umpire Mark Wagner. He didn't make the call. Dalton Varsho throws his bat, and then he makes the call. I would be irate if I was John Schneider. Obviously, we're in the second inning, so you don't want to get too angry with the umpire. But, man, oh, man, I have never seen that before.
Should be first and second, nobody out. Instead, Glasnow in a full count, 1 out, bases empty. Big home runs early in the postseason for Teoscar Hernandez at a multi-homer game in the wild card. 2-2. And he smokes it. Left field in deep. That ball is way gone. Hanging slider, and he crushed it. Teoscar Hernandez with his 5th home run of the postseason. It's 1-0 Dodgers, bottom of the second. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Elevates with a cutter and strikes out Edman. Scherzer's second K to start. And a good bounce back from the homer. 2 down. 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He does it anyway, punching out Hernandez twice to end the bottom of the second. 1-2 again. And the fastball smoked out to right field in deep, and Ohtani has left the yard. Second home run of the game for the Dodgers. Ohtani's 7th of the playoff run, and the fastball was where they wanted it, up and in off the plate, but he jumped on it, getting out in front to make it 2-0 LA. I mean, you have to respect it from Freeman. That's a mid to late 30s first baseman taking a bag here in Game 3 of the World Series. Got a good jump off Scherzer. Now he's leading off second, and the payoff pitch to Smith is lined toward right field, a base hit. Barger gets it on a bounce. Here comes Freeman. The throw from Barger on the money, and they got him by a mile. Addison Barger with a rope to the plate, and that is how the 3rd inning ends. Vladdy on third, Bichette on first, and Glasnow offers home. Kirk hits it high, deep center field. Pages going back at the track, at the wall, it's gone! 3-run missile, Alejandro Kirk, and the Blue Jays lead in the top of the 4th, 3-2. 0-1. And Jimenez hits it high, center field in deep. Pages back to the warning track. He makes the catch. Barger tagging. He'll come home. Throw into second. Clement is safe tagging from first. Running to score to make it 4-2. And Ernie Clement gambles to get into scoring position. I'll admit a gamble that got the heart pumping a bit. If he's tagged out, that could have been trouble. But it's not. And it's 4-2 Blue Jays on a Jimenez sac fly. 0-1. And he lifts the ball high in the air, right field. A lot of room for Barger in front of the track. He stops, makes the catch with one hand, and throws it back into Bo Bichette. Kike Hernandez returns to first. And as Shohei Ohtani walks to the plate, John Schneider walks out of the Blue Jays dugout. Ohtani will represent the tying run, but first a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware. Max Scherzer talking right now, but he willingly hands the ball off to John Schneider. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. An admirable effort from Max Scherzer, who goes 4 1/3, leaves with 1 out and a runner on. First top of the order for the Dodgers. We will see Mason Fluharty take on Shohei Ohtani. Full count, 1 out. Fluharty kicks and fires. And it's hit high in the air, left center field. Lucas on the run. It's down on the warning track, bouncing into the wall. Coming around third, Hernandez. He gets the wave. He will score without it. Throws. It's cut off by Andres Jimenez. And an RBI double from Shohei Ohtani makes it 4-3 for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs. Ohtani on second. 1-2. And it's on the ground toward first. Fair ball down the right field line. Coming around third, Ohtani, and he will come in to score with an RBI single. We're tied at 4 in the bottom of the 5th. Another nice day for Will Smith in this series. He's 1 for 2 with a single. Robbed of an RBI because of a great outfield assist from Addison Barger, getting Freeman at home back in the 3rd. Now in the 5th, the 2-2. Called strike 3, 99 on the outside edge to free Smith and end the inning. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He got him. Threw a much better knuckle curve that time. Muncy went around, and there are 1 out in this inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Louis Varland. 1-2 pitch. Off goes Hernandez. Ball on the ground left side. Backhanded Jimenez. Jump throw across to first offline. Taken off for third. Teoscar. Vladdy's throw to third. They got him! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a heck of a play. Andres Jimenez skipped it offline. Vladdy said, don't worry about first. Jumping off the bag to get the one-hopper and toss out an over-aggressive Teoscar Hernandez, who makes the dreaded 3rd out of the inning at third base. Dodgers are challenging. Take a look to your left, Chris. I think they got him.
Oh, yeah, they got him. And the thing that tells me that they got him, Teoscar Hernandez immediately walked off the field. He thought he was out. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he got him. Again, the call in the field is out, so it's pretty hard to change the call.
To me, this feels like a quick review. I mean, the Blue Jays defenders are staying on the field. But again, Teoscar, he's still in the Dodgers dugout. He doesn't believe it. If it stands or is confirmed, Blue Jays are leaving the field now.
All the field is confirmed. The runner is out.
Not just stands, confirmed, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a signature defensive play to end that rally and keep this game at 4-4. Still 2 outs, still a 1-2 count. And the pitch. Bichette sprays it down the right field line, fair ball. Ricochets off the sidewall into shallow right. Vladdy around second and third. He gets the wave. Teoscar Hernandez with the throw home. He's safe! Offline, and he reached the hand in. Smith had to field on the edge of the dirt circle, work back to home plate, but for now, they say he didn't beat Vladdy to home. Will Dave Roberts challenges the question? Ohtani is 3 for 3, 2 doubles and a homer, 2 RBIs. The pitch. And it's hit well. Left center and deep. Luke is back. It is gone. First pitch demolished. 98 down the middle. And Ohtani is just the 2nd player in the history of the World Series to come up with 4 extra base hits in one game. He ties it at 5. The wind. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a sweeper. 1-2-3 inning in the 8th for Chris Bassett. On to the 9th we go, and we still can't pick a winner right now. It's 5-5. Blue Jays and Dodgers, Game 3 of the World Series. Hoffman to home. There goes Ohtani from first. Pitches a ball, throw to second. Off the bag, he's out! Ohtani got there in time, but fell off the bag. IKF kept the tag, and the gamble by the Dodgers burns them.
I think the Dodgers are thinking about taking a look at this.
They're going to ask for it. You got one challenge left, bottom of the 9th. You may as well use it. We're getting a second look. It's tight. I want to see another look. We just got one where it did look like he might have been safe. It's hard to tell how long the tag is on from IKF. Oh, I think he might be out.
He's out. I agree. We just got a better angle from center field. It's very clear that IKF kept the tag on that inner thigh area as Shohei Ohtani was off the bag. He's out. If they overturn this, I would be absolutely floored. What a job from IKF at second base, keeping that tag on.
Can I say something before the results so it's not Monday morning quarterbacking?
Okay, right.
Why do you run that? It bets at the play.
I agree.
Shohei Ohtani caught stealing. The 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3. 89, bottom middle of the zone. Muncy knew it, and he strides back to the third base dugout, 2 down. 3-2 again. He got him. Struck him out on a curve, 1 down. 5-5, bottom 11. The 0-1. Hit high in the air, left field. Straw circling under it. He makes the catch. Braden Fisher with a big bottom of the 11th, and we're staying here all night. On to the 12th we go. Schneider hasn't swung yet. 3-2. And he hits a swinging bunt to third. Waiting on it, Muncy. And an out is called at third. No way. Heineman looked like he was clearly in. He's almost chuckling at the call at third. Max Muncy was waiting on the grounder, stretching from the bag. And the Blue Jays are going to challenge. I'll have to take a look. That looked to me clearly
he's safe. He's
clearly.
safe.
Third base.
That's an easy call. They will overturn this. Tyler Heineman didn't slide because he was trying to avoid Max Muncy. He didn't want to run into Max Muncy trying to field that ground ball. It was actually a pretty smart play from him, but we're getting the replay. He's very obviously safe at third base. This will be overturned quickly, I'm assuming.
Anything short of that would be baffling.
Yeah, he's safe by half a step, a quarter of a step. That's an easy call. The umpire at third base just couldn't see when Max Muncy actually fielded that ground ball. That's why he called him out.
The field is overturned. The runner is safe.
So the call is overturned and the bases are loaded. Not the prettiest hit for Davis Schneider, but you take it nonetheless. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Slider got him. One out.
Beautiful slider off the plate outside. I mean, so many guys have come through for this Toronto Blue Jays team, but how about this outing from Braden Fisher?
Left on left pitch. And it's hit high, right field, shallow. Racing back IKF, makes the grab on the run. Over the shoulder, circuitous route, sneaking onto the side warning track. What a play, 2 down.
Yeah, I think he had a beat on it the entire way. He was actually calling off Nathan Lucas in right field, but I think he overran it and had to reach back at the last second. What an incredible play from him. I'm pretty sure Max Muncy ends up at second base if he doesn't come down with that ball.
The 2-2. Popped up. Back a second. IKF on the grass, calling for it. Makes the grab. Inning 13. Here we come. The winning run is on third in Edmund, who doubled to start the inning. Sack bunt pop-up and a pair of intentional walks. The 1-0. Hit high, center field. Varsho backpedaling onto the track. He makes the catch. 14th inning coming up. The great escape by Eric Lauer. 5-5. Game 3 of the World Series. Kick in the 1-0. On the ground at third. Clement ranges left. Gloves. Throws across to first. On a bounce in time. How about 15 innings? We'll be back in a moment. 5-5 Blue Jays and Dodgers. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him on a four-seamer, one out. Game 3 of the World Series, 1-1 series tie. 5-5 tie in the game, and the 2-2 is cut on and missed. Strike three as Lauer gets him on a cutter. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Little punches out Edmund, one down.
And we've seen this side of Brendan Little. Every once in a while, he'll go out there and he'll be the best pitcher you've ever seen in your entire life. But it's those outings in between where he can't find the zone. He can't get the good extension. He looks pretty good so far.
The 3-2. Popped up. First base foul. Vladdy over the chalk. Makes the grab. How about we tie the Major League record in a World Series and go to the 18th. 27 pitches now for Brendan Little. His payoff pitch. Hit high, center and deep. Varsho back, warning track. Wall, it is gone. The Dodgers go nuts on the field as Freeman wins the 18-inning marathon with a solo homer in one of the craziest games you will ever see.
The game starts now. How do you dive into the heart of sports action? With Betano. With Betano, you can bet on all your favorite sports: football, hockey, soccer, basketball, and more. Follow the action live and bet in real time, whether it's a big game or the match of the season. Stay connected to the excitement and make every game count. Looking for a thrilling sports experience? Sign up at betano.ca. Ontario residents only. Must be 19 or older. Please play responsibly.
Was a combination of liars who lie, like Dave Roberts saying that he was going to put a position player in a World
He's
Series.
still doing
game.
that today, by the way.
Yeah, whatever. Dave Roberts, it's fine, man. You want to keep, you want to basically lie about Canadian customs playing a part in your travel problems when it was American customs that would have delayed you, and obviously has to do with their government shutdown. Anyway, who cares? Or you want to lie about putting in Miguel Rojas as though you would have punted on a World Series game. Sure, whatever. I think that the Schneider talking about hour to hour is a combination of gamesmanship with Shohei Ohtani to make sure that they don't know who exactly to prepare for, but also a little respect towards George Springer. This is a guy who gutted it out through a knee injury in order to play in Game 6 and Game 7 in Toronto after he took a fastball to his kneecap and clearly was compromised. This is someone who has said publicly multiple times now since that injury that if he is able to go, I don't know exactly what the quotes are, so I don't want to misquote him, but he's essentially said, if I have even a shot at playing, like I'm in the lineup, I got to be dead not to play in the lineup. If he's not playing in this game, I think that's a pretty strong indicator to everyone, given the heart of this player, that the oblique injury, and let's be clear, it's obviously an oblique injury that he suffered. Yeah, that he suffered in that game is quite severe and very, very likely to take him out of this series. The thing is you're not going to take him off of the playoff roster because, okay, maybe he can come in for an inspirational pinch hit at bat and draw a walk. And the upside of putting Joey Loperfido on this lineup when who cares is negligible. So you keep playing the same card throughout the rest of the series of, hey, maybe Springer's coming back. Maybe he's not too hurt. But my guess is that this is what you're going to see. I think the more interesting decision that we can talk about is what you think about the decision to play Bo Bichette at DH, because I'll tell you, I love it.
I think Bo Bichette by the game is looking more hitterish, and God, so many things from yesterday are forgotten, but not the least of which was his insanely clutch RBI single, scoring Vladimir Guerrero Jr. from first base. It's only a single because he can't move, right? And immediately is pinch run for by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Also, insanity. Like, we're forgetting about that moment. The clangs off the audio guy, who we now know is in play. You're allowed to clang it off that guy. Maybe you should be trying to, because that worked out to his advantage, and then the Vladdy incredible slide home. But
it's like when you go to the driving range and you see the cart pick up the balls. You're like, yeah, get it.
So he looks pretty close to the normal Bo Bichette, his normal self at the plate. Yeah. I mean, everything's been to right field, but that's quite often the Bo Bichette MO, letting the ball get deep. He hasn't turned on anything yet, but that's okay. Like he's fouling off fastballs. Like he's hanging in. He's also, like, at times looked overmatched against breaking balls, and I wonder if Shohei has taken that information in. But no, Bo Bichette looks like the full version of himself, and I know he had those strong defensive plays in Game 1 in his major league debut at second base, but clearly when you have the possibility to throw him at DH, that's a good thing. The problem is, okay, we saw what that offense looked like without the premier bats that exist in this lineup in the million extra innings, right? And it wasn't just Bo Bichette that was out of the game, obviously. It was Alejandro Kirk. It was George Springer. It was Addison Barger, which I actually think was the most egregious move that John Schneider made.
If you have a brain, then you realize that Addison Barger was the most egregious of them all.
Yeah, the other ones, no problem with any of them. Even they didn't work out, but process was sound. I didn't understand the upgrade. I understand Miles Straw is faster than Addison Barger. Addison Barger is not Anthony Santander out there. And Addison Barger is also not some Gold Glover. He's a Gold Armor, though. So if you need somebody to throw a baseball from the outfield, feel pretty good about that. And the idea that in a tie game, his bat was certainly not going to come back around again was crazy. Anyways, besides the point, in a series where I think you got to score that the Blue Jays might opt for the offensive upgrade of Ty France from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. They must not believe that even the best version of Ty France, and that they might not be getting the best version of Ty France, is worth it. The juice is not worth the squeeze to put Bo Bichette back on the field. And as a result, he's in the DH slot. And then, everybody just gets slid up a spot.
Okay. So first of all, let me just say that I agree with you. I think that the path to victory in this series is your offense. And that you have your best chance if you continue to replicate the strategy that has worked for this team in games 1 and games 3, where they had their best chances to win. And that is put pressure on the opposing starting pitcher, get into the bullpens, and try to put together some big innings where you can string some hits together. And that's why I actually like this strategy. I like keeping Bo Bichette in the lineup. And part of the reasoning that that John Schneider was so aggressive pinch running for Bo Bichette is that you were also going to get a defensive upgrade in the game, and you wanted to be able to take him off the field. And one of the things that I have noticed with Bo is he is not just looking like himself at the plate, becoming more Bo Bichette hitterish, as you just said, at the dish. But I think his natural gait when he's running is starting to actually improve. And you can nitpick with that all you want. He's not a speed demon. He's not ever going. But here's the thing.
There was no chance he was going to second on a ball that was rattling around all over the place in right field, right? That Vladdy scores on yesterday. Like, he was never taking second on that.
Benny, Bo Bichette all season long was not a fast base runner, period. In fact, the
only
reason
Ty
that
France, Anthony Santander, and Alejandro Kirk are slower than him.
Yes, exactly. And so when I look at this lineup tonight, I think that Bo Bichette playing DH, unless you are in a situation where it is very much like, hey, this is the ball game right now. We need the pinch runner. Fire up Miles Straw, who's probably going to be that guy in that situation. Bo Bichette's going to play the entirety of the game. This actually diminishes the chances of you pulling him from the baseball game. It also diminishes the chances that you compromise that knee any further, which now is of added import, given the fact that you're not going to have George Springer tonight and likely for the rest of the series. And here's what we can say with certainty. Even if you do get George Springer, he's going to be a shell of who George Springer was, and he's going to be playing through a tremendous amount of pain. So this not only has the upside of your offense by maintaining one of your best bats in the lineup, somebody that can hit A-plus pitching, this also has the added benefit of making sure that this guy doesn't end up getting hurt. And as to the Ty France versus the IKF of it all, I would hear that argument if Ty France OPS, say, 700 this season.
Hey, he had a big base hit yesterday.
Ty France OPS this year was 780. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was, 680. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was 631 with a career of 660. So when I'm doing the parsing between these two players and what they provide throughout the lineup, I just don't think that the upside of Ty France as a regular hitter in this lineup is worth the defense and the base running of IKF, especially given that IKF is the player that's actually been in the lineup throughout the postseason and is probably feeling a little closer to himself at the dish, even though himself at the dish is like a very non-threatening player. I just don't think that the Jays have another bat on the bench right now that really matters. You're playing your best 9 guys essentially right now with the opportunity for a big spot where IKF is going to get pulled from this game, and you're going to go with a Davis Schneider, who, by the way, has looked pretty helpless or hapless, whatever you want to say, when he's taken some approaches. I think he's praying for walks. Or Ty France, who, might get you a poke. But how many home runs did Ty France have with the Blue Jays this season? I think it was 1. So I don't think that he is your vintage classic DH bat that would justify pulling IKF out. I think this is their best lineup. I credit John Schneider with going with what I think is the right decision.
Yeah, I think the best point you made was that it keeps Bo Bichette in the game longer, right? If you're in a situation where he's the go-ahead or tying run and he's not going to score from first on a double, or he somehow ends up on second base and he's not going to score on a single, then you pinch run and Miles Straw is not going to be used for defense. But again, there's nobody that's an obvious needs a defensive replacement in the outfield, right? Addison Barger, although I guess the Blue Jays think he does, because that's what they did yesterday. But Nathan Lucas, Addison Barger don't require Miles Straw to come off the bench and play defense for them. So the burying of his glove at the DH spot, if he has to run for Bo Bichette, I don't think is a nightmare scenario. All right, let's talk about the Shohei thing. Let me just give the Dodgers lineup.
Before we move to the Shohei thing, can I just say one more thing about the offense?
Mm-hmm.
So we just saw, and this will kind of tie into Shohei. Shohei Ohtani just made World Series history by getting on base 9 straight times.
Yeah, it helps the on-base percentage.
He had more extra base hits than any baseball player since 1906. Mm-hmm. No one would question that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has proven himself in the postseason now, that he has completely changed the narrative about who he is as a player and ingratiated himself in a completely different way in the city. Again, the OPS still sits at 1270. So pretty unbelievable postseason run. But I think if we're doing keys for the Toronto Blue Jays to win this series now, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to have to give them more. He's going to have to provide home run power. He's going to have to provide extra base power. He's going to have to be a credible threat in the middle of their lineup beyond just hitting the odd single, which is what he was kind of good for last night. I think that if you're looking around your roster and saying, who do you need more from? It's crazy to say this because, again, 1270 OPS in the postseason. But I think that Vladdy has to be a little inspired by the Shohei performance and go, I need to be that for my team in order for us to win a World Series.
Yeah, and that's the job. And like you said, nobody doesn't think he's capable of it because he's been that guy through a couple of rounds already this postseason. So here's how I have an interesting stat to back that up coming up in just a second. But let's talk about the Dodgers lineup. Do I even need to say it? It's exactly the same. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Will Smith, Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy, Tommy Edman, Kike Hernandez, Andy Pages, who remains in there batting ninth for the Dodgers, and Shohei Ohtani on the mound. We can talk a little bit about the pitching matchup here. So there are some Blue Jays that have faced Ohtani on the mound, not as a Dodger, okay? Obviously, because missed all of last season pitching, and he was not in the 3 games that the Blue Jays faced the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium during the regular season this year. But a couple of them actually have extended stat lines against him. George Springer actually has 15 career at-bats against Shohei Ohtani. Unfortunately,
that's relevant tonight.
Yeah, he's 7 for 15. He's had with a couple of home runs off Shohei Ohtani in his career. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in 8 at-bats against Shohei Ohtani is 3 for 8 with a double and a home run and a walk, and only 2 strikeouts in those 8 at-bats. Bo Bichette is 2 for 5. You've got some guys who, again, it's a while ago. He was in a different uniform. And honestly, just wearing that Angels uniform makes you feel beatable. But there are some fellas who this is not going to be foreign, seeing him on the mound. And to your point that you started the show with, this is, yeah, sure. He was intentionally walked 4 times, walked 5 times after going 4 for 4 with 4 extra base hits. In the game yesterday, it looked like he was injured and going to have to depart. Like they had him running sprints out in the outfield. Yeah. And it turns out that was cramping. He was having some cramping in that game. All these baseball players are such creatures of habit, right? They sleep at a certain time. They eat certain foods at a certain time. They do certain things at a certain time. And to have that thrown into complete flux when you have a game that's ending at midnight Pacific time, and you have to start as the pitcher the next day, and you're Shohei Ohtani, and you're used to sleeping like literally 12 hours a night, I can't help but think that is going to be impactful. He's obviously an alien. And I guess he'll just surprise us again by shoving. But my goodness, if he is human at all, that has to have an impact.
So I have 2 reasons to believe in the Blue Jays tonight. Or 2 things that I would say, more confident in with this group than the LA Dodgers. One is that yes, as alienish as Shohei is, as incredible a player as he is, and I'm not doubting him, okay? This isn't me casting doubt on Shohei Ohtani and saying, like, I don't think he can do it. It's just that for a guy that likes to sleep 12 hours a night, for a guy that's been playing deep into the postseason, who's just had to travel from Toronto to Los Angeles, and had delays and then played in an 18-inning baseball game in which he was central to a lot of it, played a lot, was on the base paths a lot. I have to think that if there is an edge in terms of which pitcher is going to be fatigued, Shane Bieber would have that edge, given that he has now gone more than a full rest week without having thrown a baseball. Well, an inning of baseball, not his side sessions or whatever. So I think that the Jays, this is kind of the first time in this series where, as crazy as it sounds, listen, man, Shane Bieber won a Cy Young and he pitched. He has thrown some phenomenal games for the Blue Jays. There's been 3 bad starts, 1 good start so far for him in the postseason. What do I have 2 bad starts and 1 good? I mean,
it depends on how you parse them exactly, because he gave up 2 earned runs in 3 2/3 in his most recent start against the Mariners.
Yes, that one stunk.
In the game 3 where he gave up 2 runs in the first inning, he was spectacular. The rest of the way, went 6 innings, struck out 8 in just those 2 runs on 4 hits.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is he's had 1 really good start and the other ones have been pretty meh to underwhelming, I would say, for Shane Bieber. This is sort of Shane Bieber Blue Jays legacy moment tonight. We're going to remember this trade based on the way that he performs in this ball game. Like, no one's going to care about the first games that he pitched for the Toronto Blue Jays, the first game at the Rogers Center when he went toe-to-toe with Freddie Peralta. Nobody gives a crap. Nobody gives a crap now about the Seattle Mariners game. Like, sure, that's 1, but the other 2 were, like I said, mad to disappointing. If Shane Bieber goes out tonight and shoves and the Toronto Blue Jays win this game, then they won the Shane Bieber trade and they got everything that they would have asked for from this player. And if you're the Jays, I've said to you over and over again, to me, it's if you get into a pitching duel, the Dodgers have the edge. And if you get into a slugging duel ahead of the George Springer injury, I think the Blue Jays actually have the edge, given that they're the hotter team and they were hitting 300. In this game, I actually feel a little different, that if it gets into a slugfest, the Dodgers probably have the edge given where the Blue Jays lineup is at now with George Springer. And if you get into a pitching duel, my hope is that it's actually Shane Bieber that has the edge.
So it's not game 7, but for Shane Bieber, it is, because this is his last scheduled start. This is it. And sure, all hands on deck if this series gets to a game 7, obviously. And
he would pitch in a game 7.
Sure. But this is, I think Shane Bieber should be looking at this as his final start of the season, because it very well may be. And you can talk about the middling numbers and the ERA of 4.38. Opponents are OPSing 8.75 in the postseason against Shane Bieber. That's like outright bad. Like, there's just no debate about that. That is bad. But weirdly, and again, this is not recent history, but Shane Bieber has actually had some success against Shohei Ohtani, like lots of it. Ohtani is only 2 for 13 against Bieber, hitting 154 with 1 double and 6 strikeouts in 13 at-bats against Bieber. So, I mean, that's the other major question mark going into this game is, do you just give him the 4 wide ones that you don't actually have to throw anymore, but do you intentionally walk Shohei Ohtani? Arden Zwelling with a really interesting slash line. Mookie Betts immediately following a Shohei Ohtani intentional walk since 2024, hitting 409 with a 519 on base and a 681 slugging percentage. Obviously, the Blue Jays did it a bunch in extra innings, and it paid off. And Freddie Freeman had a deep fly ball that almost ended the game before he did eventually end the game. But I think if you're John Schneider, it's hard not to look at what happened when they pitched to him, even when they told Sir Anthony Dominguez, don't. And then he threw a fastball right down the heart of the plate. And then when he stopped pitching to him, you lost the game eventually, but it wasn't Shohei Ohtani that killed you. And man, that's got to live large in his brain.
Listen, man, I've seen a lot of people go Shohei Ohtani 4-pitch walk or just, intentional walk, put up the 4 fingers for the rest of the series. You can't do that. The guy is also extremely fast, can steal bases, and he hits in front of Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, who walked off that baseball game yesterday. You're going to have to pitch to the guy. Are there situations where you walk him, including maybe when you are protecting 1-run leads late in ball games? Yeah, sure. Fine. I'm open to that. But yeah, Shane Bieber is going to have to set the table and get this guy out. Last thing that I think is important for the Blue Jays and where I think they have the edge tonight, they're a resilient-ass baseball team. And it seems like every single time that something happens to them that makes them feel like they are disqualified from accomplishing their goal, they have come through. And I do think that there is something to that. When you suffer an excruciating loss the way that they did last night, I think a lot of baseball teams and a lot of teams across all sports would suffer that in a more heartbreaking way, a difficult way to bounce back. My anticipation is that the Toronto Blue Jays are built different and that this is not going to impact them the way that it would a lot of other teams.
I agree. We'll see. Game 4 of the World Series coming up. Shane Bieber, Shohei Ohtani, Ben Schulman, Chris LaRue with the call coming up from Chavez Ravine on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Enjoy the game, everybody.
At Desjardins, we speak business. We speak equipment modernization. We're fluent in data digitization and expansion into foreign markets. And we can talk all day about streamlining manufacturing processes. Because at Desjardins Business, we speak the same language you do. Business. So join the more than 400,000 Canadian entrepreneurs who already count on us and contact Desjardins today. We'd love to talk business.
Welcome aboard Air Canada.
Rocky's Vacation, here we come. Whoa, is this economy? Free beer, wine, and snacks. Sweet. Fast free Wi-Fi means I can make dinner reservations before we land. And with live TV, I'm not missing the game. It's kind of like I'm already on vacation. Nice.
Air Canada. Nice travels. Wi-Fi available to Aeroplan members on equipped flights. Sponsored by Bell. Conditions apply. See aircanada.com.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So, let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think she just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner. On pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does, and shops the bonus redemption event at Shoppers Drug Mart to get more free stuff for her points.
If I redeem 100,000 points, I'll get $140 off. That's an extra $40 in value. I see a treat in my future.
Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs October 24th to 29th, in-store and online. Don't miss this chance to get more free stuff for your points. Only at Shoppers Drug Mart. Proudly Canadian-owned and operated. Restrictions apply.
Did you hear that Tuesday's Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $40 million?
If I won, I'd start my own film festival.
Shh, no dreaming during the movie. Sorry, I'd produce, direct, and star in my own summer blockbusters.
And watch them in my 200-seat home theater.
I'd buy my own roller coaster.
Sorry.
Tuesday's Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $40 million. Why dream to the min when you can dream to the max?
Running out of hot water? Go Lime. No hot water? Go Lime. Paying too much for your water heater? Go Lime. Need a new tankless water heater? Go Lime. Go Lime. Go Lime offers new water heaters starting at $19.96 a month. Free install, new system, full warranty, and they even return your old tank. One price, no surprises. Go Lime. If you can shop online, you can shop Go Lime. Visit GoLine.com/radio to get your 25% discount today.
Toronto, get ready. On Wednesday, November 13th, the Canadian men's national soccer team battles Ecuador at BMO Field. This is international soccer at its best. Fast, fiery, and unforgettable. This match marks only the second time Canada and Ecuador have met on the pitch. Don't miss out. Tickets start at just $45, but they won't last long. The stage is set. Are you ready? Rally behind the Canadian men's national soccer team. Get your seats today at BMOfield.com.
In Canada, opening a business bank account can take weeks. The fees on your account are endless, and your money earns nothing. Honestly, what the We hear you, but your WTF is also why there's Float. Float is a complete finance platform with business accounts that open in minutes, charge 0 fees, and earn up to 4% interest. It's a business account that makes sense and money. So let's take back our WTFs and celebrate why there's Float. Open your account today at floatfinancial.com.
Inviting Toyo drivers to test their winter-rated tires was a great idea.
Thanks.
In the changing conditions,
Drivers on Toyo's all-weather tires look really confident.
and during those tough, slippery conditions,
Toyo microbit technology is keeping them safe.
'Cause?
They've got nuts that really grip.
how about another test?
Test successful.
You just can't phase a Toyo driver.
The Toyo rebate event is on now. Save even more on select sets of 4. Details at toyotires.ca. Toyo Tires, making tires for your road.
Val here, short for value. Sunwing's financial advisor. Let's talk smart booking. With Sunwing Vacations, you get insider tools like our lowest price calendar. It hunts down the cheapest day to travel so you don't have to. That's your hack for stretching dollars into daiquiris. Now that's how you outsmart the system and win at vacationing. Book with your local travel advisor or at...
How do you measure those intangibles in sport? The whole no I in team philosophy.
It doesn't matter who it is. Everyone's going to go out there and put their best foot forward.
What is the value proposition on good vibes?
I love this team, man. I love my teammates.
This year, the Blue Jays have unlocked something extra special.
We are a tight-knit group. Our clubhouse is very intertwined. We do everything together.
The perfect example of it takes an entire team.
Ernie Clement, Heider for left. Dodgers him in, and Nathan Lucas delivers again.
Keep it going. Just keep
Swinging a fly ball.
on.
Left field and deep.
Going. Staying true to what brought us all here.
A Springer! Dinger!
'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins.
And hey, it kind of worked out the last time.
Here's the pitch on the way. A swing and a belt. Left field. Way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions.
Get ready, Canada. The battle begins now. The Toronto Blue Jays are back in the World Series. Game 4 starts now. On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From 1000 Vin Scully Avenue in Los Angeles, California, we get set for Game 4 of the 2025 World Series. The Dodgers winning a marathon 18-inning game in walk-off fashion, 6-5 yesterday, and it feels like a mere hours later, we are back for Game 4. LA leads the series 2-1. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today or tonight, depending on where you are. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer tonight. Tom Young and Michael Noto are our technical directors. Canada's team is making history, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Mount Pearl, Corner Brook, and all across Newfoundland are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. In the ALCS in Seattle, the Blue Jays desperately needed a win, and they handed the ball to Shane Bieber. He delivered. They look for the same in Game 4 of the World Series. He'll get the ball for Toronto. On the other side, you thought Shohei Ohtani impacted the game yesterday, reaching base 9 times. Well, he's going to pitch and hit today, as he is the Game 4 starter for the Dodgers. The Blue Jays looking to even up this series and guarantee a trip back to Toronto. We'll find out if they can coming up in just over half an hour. But in between, we will set up this game, get you some of the pregame ceremonies, bring in our host, Show Ali, and do a whole lot more. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca, the Sportsnet app, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Okay, category is ways Desjardins Insurance goes the extra mile to make insurance easy. First question, what are some of the things you can easily do online or in the app?
Oh, view your policy.
Add a new driver.
Oh, update your address when you move.
Easy. You guys are good.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
The
Fall get-together is here at Canadian Blood Services, which means it's the perfect time to grab your crew, hit up a donor center, and experience what you get when you give together. It's not just about donating blood and plasma. It's about showing up and feeling like we actually did something.
Jesse, you're up.
Awesome. Be right there. Book an appointment today at blood.ca and experience what you get when you give. Canadian Blood Services. Who's saving who?
When it comes to the best tool for the job, you know it's black and yellow. DeWalt is here to set the standard, put in the work, and get the job done without compromise. Just like you. If you're proud to work in the trades, Team Black and Yellow is for you. Follow at DeWalt_CA on social to join up.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models and get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How big is the challenge to make sure that this game, you don't lose this game twice?
Not at all. Not at all. This group is going to be ready to play tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's longest game in World Series history, whatever it is, tied for it. I mean, these guys are enjoying it. You know, they were in the right mindset and the right headspace the entire time. You know what I mean? It sucks that it's late right now. We got to come back and do it again tomorrow, but these guys are going to be more than ready. You know what I mean? The Dodgers didn't win the World Series today. They won a game. You know what I mean? And these guys are going to be ready to go tomorrow.
That was Blue Jays manager John Schneider after the Blue Jays lost yesterday in 18 innings. 6-5 was the final score on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run in, yes, the 18th inning. So a 2-1 series lead for the Dodgers as we welcome you back to Los Angeles. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, before we turn our attention to the game coming up or the pregame ceremonies, it did not go the Blue Jays' way, but just a ridiculous game that we got a front row seat to yesterday. One of the craziest games in the history of the World Series, and obviously a heartbreaking loss for the Blue Jays as well.
Yeah, obviously we talked about this at length yesterday, that it was as close to a must-win for the Toronto Blue Jays as you can possibly get with the way the rotation is set up for the Los Angeles Dodgers going forward, and starting with Shohei Ohtani tonight, who's been fantastic over the last couple of playoff games. But what a ball game. I mean, there were so many good things. There was defense, there was hitting, clutch, everything. The biggest thing that I look back to from last night is we saw one of the premier pitchers of our generation possibly throw his final out in a major league uniform. And I don't know if we're going to see Clayton Kershaw again in this series. I would imagine we won't unless something happens like it happened last night. But what a treat for me. And I don't want to put your words in your mouth, Ben, but probably a treat for you as well to see Clayton Kershaw come out there and actually still have something left in the tank after so many years of just dicing up major league hitters.
And we saw Max Scherzer too, and we just don't know what the future is coming up for him as well. So it was a really entertaining game. The Blue Jays, of course, do end up on the wrong end of it. And Chris, that makes the game coming up tonight even that much more important. We will say it again. It's not a must-win. Teams have come back from down 3-1, but you certainly don't want to put yourself in that spot, especially with the talent of this Dodgers team on the other side.
Yeah, man, it just makes things a lot more difficult if you're behind 2-1 as opposed to being ahead 2-1. With that being said, I have all the faith in the world that this Toronto Blue Jays roster, this lineup, this pitching staff, the offensive side can come through and find a way to beat these tough pitchers, this very, very elite pitching rotation. It'll be tough, but you have to go out there, take it pitch by pitch, try to put together good at-bats. A lot like you saw against Yamamoto, against Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow last night. That's what you have to do against Shohei Ohtani tonight. You have to force him to be in the strike zone. Not as erratic as Tyler Glasnow, obviously, but you have to be patient. You have to wait for your pitch, and you have to do damage on mistakes. Shohei Ohtani does throw mistakes. He's not perfect, but the stuff is elite. That's what makes him so good. But when he throws that pitch over the heart of the plate, you better hammer it.
We're at Dodger Stadium. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue talking before Game 4 of the World Series. And Chris, you'd mentioned the Blue Jay lineup. George Springer had to exit the game mid-game yesterday. He was reaching for his right side. The Blue Jays got an MRI on it. They were not super specific with the results, but earlier today, John Schneider said he was somewhere between hour to hour and day. Today, when the lineup did come out, George Springer was not in that starting lineup for the first time in this postseason run. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa will start at second base and hit ninth. Bo Bichette is going to DH, and kind of everyone has been pushed up a spot. Nathan Lucas leads off. They've thrown Barger back up in front of Varsho in terms of where the lefty hitters are. It's a bit of a new look, and obviously the Blue Jays are going to be missing George Springer not being in the game with them today.
Well, obviously it's a big loss, but I'm going to try to be positive here. The Blue Jays have been on this run without Bo Bichette in the playoffs. For the majority of the playoffs, they've had George Springer. Now you subtract George Springer and you add Bo Bichette. It's not entirely a wash, but I think that a good Bo Bichette can make up for the loss of a good George Springer. He's starting to look better. He's starting to have better at-bats, going the other way. He looked a little bit tentative early on in his first couple of at-bats, his first game or so, but I liked what I saw from him last night. I expect him to look, maybe not 100%, but somewhere in the 85 to 90% range. And look, a 90% Bo Bichette is better than a lot of 100% guys in this league. And I'm looking forward to seeing him kind of feel more comfortable as this series goes on, and hopefully it starts today.
He did go 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored yesterday. And I should clarify, I said George Springer not being in there today. He could be available off the bench. We don't know that, but he's not in the starting lineup. We're going to get to the starting lineups for this game coming up in a bit. And, of course, first pitch after that. But let's take it back now to baseball control in Toronto to help set you up for this Game 4. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you, guys. Show Ali here with you in our downtown Toronto studios as we await first pitch, as Ben said, between Shane Bieber and Shohei Ohtani, who will take the mound in the top of the first inning. 8:09 Eastern, 5:09 Pacific is the time of first pitch. We do have a little break before Ohtani gets on the field, and before we get to those lineups, let's take a listen to some of the best Blue Jays guests and conversations of the last 12 hours or so, which usually means taking a visit with our pals Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. Earlier today, they were joined by MLB Network's Jake Peavy, of course, former MLB pitcher. He joined Blair and Barker to discuss how you bounce back after a walk-off loss in an 18-inning marathon.
If you were in the Blue Jays clubhouse today, what would the messaging be?
The message would be, it ain't no secret, boys. We need this one, right? This is as much of a must-win as there is. You can't fall down 3-1 facing Blake Snell in this environment tomorrow, if you ask me. So we're going to have a gutsy effort, which we've had all throughout the postseason in how you're here. So these boys can do it. They have the leadership in the clubhouse to do it. Last night, a gut-wrenching loss. They had this game multiple times in their hands, let it slip away. Tonight's a must-win. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it, if you ask me.
Okay, Shane Bieber in the first inning against Ohtani. How do you get him out if you're him?
Well, you better be careful. And last night, when he shows you that he can cover right-handed and left-handed pitching, when he can cover the fastball in and away, cover breaking balls from both sides of the plate, you just better execute and try to get him in swing mode and get him to chase some balls out of the zone, which we've seen him do this postseason. Right now, he's by far the hottest guy in the lineup. You can't let him beat you. As we saw last night, the last swing he took with Cerantini gave up the lead. We never could get it back.
Okay, with Shane, he's had a couple of rough ones. but he's a really good pitcher, obviously, right? I mean, it's when he's really good, it's glove side. He's commanding that with the fastball and the slider, and then he can do whatever he wants to do with the changeup and the elevated cutter. How do you get in a good flow of doing that when you sort of all that goes into Game 4 and you're behind, and the way it finished last night can't be the easiest thing to control heart rate and also control sort of how you've been lately? It's not the easiest thing to do, I would expect.
No, especially not in this environment when so much is on the line. And look, he went down and warmed up last night. Just hopefully the guys got proper rest and the experience. We all saw what Max has been able to do. Shane has that same makeup, just a little bit different way, but the same experience. There's no settling in against this Dodger team. They're too deep, but they're not firing on all cylinders right now. There's some outs in this lineup that you can go to, especially down in the bottom of it. So you guys just got to get the guys out that you are supposed to get out. Be careful when you're dealing with the top. You keep this ball club in the ballpark, you have a chance. So I think Shane Bieber can find his way through 4, 5, 6 innings. We saw him in the Seattle series make an adjustment after the first inning, first few batters. I expect him to be just fine. And he's going to have to be, because on the flip side of that, if it's a short start or things go early, get ugly early, the game plan gets squirrely. I think you could even see Kevin Gausman in this game, if things go too crazy.
That's MLB Network's Jake Peavy joining Jeff and Kevin earlier today. Before we get you back to Dodger Stadium for the national anthems with Ben and Chris and some player introductions as well, let's hear one more chat from B&B. They spoke to former Ray, Blue Jay, and Dodger Kevin Kiermaier on his thoughts on that 18-inning game last night.
You're watching that game last night. When the game is finally over, what went through your mind when you saw Freddie hit the home run?
And I made it to the 16th inning, and I was going in and out because I had to drop my kids off at school today. So I had a 6:20 alarm set. And I woke up and I saw Ohtani doing an interview, and I figured it was him. And then I searched the highlights, and I saw Freddie hit that. But that, those games, they're hard to be a part of in the regular season, but especially the postseason and then the World Series, just because you're excreting so much energy, effort, love, and you need this game. You want this game so bad, and it was just going to come down to who's going to be ready for that pitch to hit at the right time, and of course, a Hall of Fame incredible player like Freddie. Seen him do a walk-off grand slam last year against the Yankees, Game 1. Some guys are made for the big moment, and those guys, they're just kind of waiting for their opportunity for, once again, that pitch where they can handle. And right there, I'm sure, Brendan didn't want to walk him, and Freddie is probably sitting dead red right there and put a great swing on it like he's done thousands of times in his career.
Kevin, how do you sort of wad that up in the garbage and move on to tomorrow if you're the Jays? How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done, but it's, what it's done and over with. It stinks, but you have to turn the page. I mean, you hear people say that all the time, but it's so true. And it's just, hey, we got a game on Tuesday night. We have to get ready for that game. Let's go even the series back out. But you can't sit here and dwell on this or say coulda, woulda, shoulda. It happened, and that's the beauty and the unfortunate part of sports. You wish you had that rewind button so many times, but again, you love to see how a team responds with not so much their back against the wall, but when you have a crushing loss like that, if any team can bounce back, it's the Blue Jays. They've done this time and time again throughout the whole year, and these guys know how important this game is tonight. So I know they're going to step up, and hopefully they got their rest and hydrate well and come out ready to go. Okay,
how about the guys? I played in some sort of long games in the minor leagues and went 0 for 8. 0 for 10. I think I went 0 for 10 once. Awful. It takes you a whole week to make up for that. Yeah. There's a couple guys yesterday went 1 for 6, 1 for 8. Guys that play every single day, and now they're coming today and they got to face Ohtani. Is it just easy to go, okay, that was yesterday, I was 1 for 8. Today I'm 0 for 0, and, I'm just going to run out there and trying to have the best approach I can possibly have against that unicorn?
We're all so competitive in the World Series. Like, you want to play good. You want to play good for yourself, your team, your family, everyone, the whole world who's watching. So you want to sit here and get to a great start. But the crazy part about those 18-inning games, there's going to be way more 1-for-8s, 0-for-6s with a walk, and 3-4 strikeouts rather than guys going 4-for-8, 3-for-7, stuff like that. I mean, they're going to be sprinkled in, but baseball is a momentum game, and those games that go deep into extras, that's why it goes to 18 innings, because everyone is putting so much pressure on themselves in that moment to be the guy and to get something going, and it's hard to hit like that. It is, and once again, that's why they didn't score from the 7th inning all the way to the 18th. This is a crazy game that we choose to play, and who knows, the teams can come out tonight and score a bunch of runs. But at the same time, I could see a pitcher's duel happening as well. But not trying to get off track. You sit here and it's just like, look, once again, yesterday, it is what it is. If I'm going to go 1-for-8 in a World Series game, so be it. Like, we had plenty of opportunities. I want to be locked in as possible. So for today, I'm 0-for-0. I got all of us have a clean slate, new opportunity. And you want to keep that confidence right. Even once again, like last night, crushing in so many ways to those guys, because you want to be the better team and be like, hey, we're going to sit here and play 18 innings. We might as well win the dang thing. You know, we're going to be out here for hours and hours, and recovery tomorrow is not going to be the easiest, but World Series provides an adrenaline and certain things that's unimaginable. So once again, I know these guys will come out. They'll be ready to go, feeling as good as they're able, because they know the team on the opposition, Dodgers, feel just the same. They probably feel a little bit better after a win, but once again, this is crucial, and these guys need to come out and just ready to execute and do the little things right and try to get back 2-2.
2-2 is the goal tonight. That's Kevin Kiermaier chatting with Blair and Barker. B&B will be along for Jay's talk after the final out. I know I speak for Jeff, and I think Ben and Chris as well, when I say we're crossing our fingers that we get a 9-inning game tonight, or at least, 10 innings, less than 18. I'm Show Alley here at Baseball Control in Toronto. Almost time to hear from public address at Dodger Stadium. Let's get back to California with Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. They are wrapping up the Blue Jays starting lineup here, but we throw it over to public address for the Dodgers starting lineup and national anthems at Dodger Stadium.
Blue Jays is John Schneider.
Man, it's crazy to believe that it was just 6 months ago when I rolled into Dodger Stadium with the World Series trophy by my side. It was a good day. And since we're in L.A., why not make a sequel? That's right, L.A. Let's run it back. Let's remind everyone why L.A. is the city of champions. Let them know what time it is, because we ain't backing down. No, I'm ready. Are you? It's time for Dodger baseball, baby. Yay, yay, yay.
And now, the starting lineup for your World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers. As chosen by Dodgers manager, Dave Roberts. Leading off. Pitcher and designated hitter, number 17, Shohei Ohtani. Batting second, the shortstop, number 50, Mookie Betts. Batting third, first baseman, number 5, Freeman. Batting fourth, behind the plate, number 16, Will Smith. Batting fifth, right fielder, number 37, Teoscar Hernandez. Batting sixth, at third base, number 13, Max Muncy. Batting seventh, second baseman, number 25, Tommy Edman. Batting eighth, in left field, number 8, Kike Hernandez. Batting ninth, center fielder, number 44, Andy Pages. On the mound for the Dodgers, number 17, Shohei Ohtani. Fans, let's hear for your Los Angeles Dodgers. This time we ask that you please rise if you're able and Kindly remove your caps for our nation's colors. Presented today by the Los Angeles Fire Department Honor Guard. Now, fans, please remain standing for the singing of the national anthems. To sing the Canadian national anthem, please welcome Grammy-nominated Broadway star and Canadian Music Hall of Fame inductee, Deborah Cox.
From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Now to sing the national anthem of the United States of America, please welcome multi-platinum certified award-winning singer-songwriter, Tinashe.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Anthems wrapped up at Dodgers Stadium, and we are just about 10 minutes away from first pitch of Game 4 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We'll be back with you in a little bit, but to continue to set this game up, we send it back to baseball control with our host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Welcome back, everyone. Show Ali inside our downtown Toronto studios. Again, awaiting first pitch with Shane Bieber and Shohei Ohtani, as Ben mentioned, just a little over 10 minutes before we get to first pitch at Dodger Stadium in California. Let's continue hearing from some of the best Jays guests and conversations of the last, a couple hours or so, 12 hours in the day in the aftermath of Game 3. Of course, we heard from Kevin Kiermaier earlier, former Blue Jays outfielder. Let's hear from another Blue Jays outfielder. Here's Kevin Pillar, now Sportsnet analyst, joining Blair and Barker.
Are there some losses where it's more difficult to turn the page than others? You know, the Jays have been resilient. They've been very good at that. John's talked about it. I'm sure he'll talk about it again today. That's an 18-inning World Series loss.
You probably should have won.
You probably should have won. And it was, delivered by a Freddie Freeman walk-off. Like, there are gut punches, and then there are, gut punches that cave in your ribs and everything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably one of the toughest losses you'll ever go through as a player. 18 innings, emotionally, physically, even spiritually exhausting. But if you go back to the 7th inning, they were up in that game. They had their opportunities early in that game. Those ones are tough. As a player, if you're a guy on the Dodgers team and you go into Game 1 and you just get your butt kicked, those ones are a little bit easier to, turn the page. You could say, hey, we didn't play our best.
The game starts now. How do you dive into the heart of sports action? With Betano. With Betano, you can bet on all your favorite sports: football, hockey, soccer, basketball, and more. Follow the action live and bet in real time, whether it's a big game or the match of the season. Stay connected to the excitement and make every game count. Looking for a thrilling sports experience? Sign up at betano.ca. Ontario residents only. Must be 19 or older. Please play responsibly.
Kiermaier on earlier, and I asked him what the approach should be against Ohtani, and he was like, got to be aggressive early, right? He's obviously a left-handed hitter. It's a little different that way. You being a right-handed hitter, approach-wise against Ohtani, what do you think it would be? And, early on, at least in that at-bat, what are you looking for?
Hey, I'll be real honest with you. I haven't faced him. I haven't stood in the box with him. I've never actually seen him pitch in person. So as a fan of the game, I am excited to see him pitch. I mean, it looks like video game stuff, on TV. It looks much like what we saw with Sasaki, with this explosive fastball and this unbelievable split finger. But I'm an old school thinker, much like you. If you want to beat guys like this, you got to beat their fastball. I think you stay on the fastball. As you face guys that have pure stuff, the Yamamotos, the Snells, the Glasnows, which the Dodgers have an abundance of, you got to throw out the chase a little bit more. You got to be willing to get fooled. You don't chase because you're just swinging everything. But if you're hunting your zone, if you want the fastball up in the zone, and the fastball is up a little bit above the zone, you swing, you got to be okay with it. If you're like a guy who likes the fastball close to you and it ends up being a splitter that dives down and in and you swing and miss, good. This is so much about staying with your areas where you want to hit the ball, stay with your strengths, hunt your lane, but you got to beat the fastball if you want to be successful off any elite pitcher.
That is Superman Kevin Pillar on with B&B. You can catch the entire conversation and really all of those chats as well. We heard from Kevin Kiermaier earlier, as well as MLB Network's Jake Peavy. You can hear all those chats on the Blair and Barker podcast feed, and the guys will be along for Jays Talk postgame tonight as well. One last person who, win or lose, always promises to be an important figure in pretty much all Jays games is the manager. John Schneider, of course, as always, speaking to the media today. This was before the lineup was out. So a lot here on his thinking, maybe some gamesmanship on George Springer, and whether or not intentional walks will play a role in this game tonight. Here's the skipper with the media earlier this afternoon.
Hey, John, as George is trying to determine his readiness for today, what sort of stuff is he doing behind the scenes to get a sense of whether he's going to be good to go?
Just kind of getting himself moving and swinging. I think swinging will be the key to see kind of determine if he's in there or not. But he was first one here, a lot of treatment, a lot of work, and Georgie's going to do everything he can to be ready.
Sticking with George, you said after the ALCS, you'll take him on one leg over a lot of people. Does the same apply to whatever it is that's bothering him? If George Springer is capable, you want him in the lineup?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he plays for moments like this, you know, and I think I told you guys yesterday, whenever this season's over, you guys would be surprised to see kind of how much he is grinding physically. So, yeah, if he's good to go in any way, shape, or form, I want George in there.
And I know you said you have two lineups. In the one where George is not playing, is Bo Bichette your DH, or is he still playing second?
Yeah, Bo will DH if George does not.
A couple of things. What did the scan show on George?
That he's hour to hour and day to day.
But what is the exact strain? Is it oblique or something else? Or?
No, it just said hour to hour.
Is Savage your Game 5 starter?
Yeah, Trey's tomorrow.
With obviously the ramifications of today, win or lose, how do you sort of balance the urgency of going to get Shane when maybe you think you might need to versus what all your guys are coming off from last night?
I mean, everyone is available tonight except for Lauer. Again, some in longer spurts than others. And you kind of just read the situation. You're never expecting an 18-inning game, right? Postseason, you can kind of, you can look at it historically. There's a higher chance for some extra innings, but not 18 because of the no-ghost runner and things like that. But it's, I'm going to trust Shane as much as we can and give him every chance to really go out and execute.
John, was there any possibility that Trey could have come into the game last night?
After Shane, yeah.
You mentioned that the use of the intentional walk could be in play with Shohei moving forward. You wouldn't do that in the first inning, would you?
Haven't decided yet.
Of course, we now know that Springer is not in the starting lineup, but based on how Schneider described his work to get ready for this game today, I do wonder if the former World Series MVP might be available to pinch hit later, though, based on how Schneider talked about how much Springer has grinded physically, based on how the Jays have, generally speaking, been cautious with injuries over the course of the year, it perhaps might make sense for Springer to take a rest tonight for Game 4, though we'll see. Of course, again, George Springer not in the starting lineup. If you are just joining us now, first of all, welcome. As always, Show Alley with you at Baseball Control as we're getting set for first pitch of Game 4, which goes in a couple of minutes out west with Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue. Before we get back to Ben and Chris, let's get to the starting lineups for those who have not yet heard it. Lineup cards being exchanged at home plate in L.A. For the Toronto Blue Jays, Nathan Lucas in George Springer's absence. Lucas is batting leadoff. He is in left field. Everyone kind of moves up a spot. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting second. He is at first base. Bo Bichette batting third. He is DHing, as you heard Schneider talk about. Addison Barger is batting cleanup. He is in right field. Alejandro Kirk is batting fifth. He is catching. Dalton Varsho is batting sixth. He's in center field. Ernie Clement is batting seventh. He's at third base. Andres Jimenez is batting eighth. He is at shortstop. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is batting ninth. He is at second base. Shane Bieber, as you heard Schneider talk about as well, starts today, a 4.38 ERA in the postseason, 15 strikeouts, and a 1-0 record. For the Los Angeles Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani is batting leadoff. Of course, he is pitching and he is the designated hitter. Mookie Betts is batting second. He is at shortstop. Freddie Freeman is batting third. He is at first base. Will Smith is batting cleanup. He is catching. Teoscar Hernandez is batting fifth in right field. Max Muncy is batting sixth at third base. Tommy Edman batting seventh at second base. Kike Hernandez batting eighth in left field. And batting ninth in center field, Andy Pajes. And, of course, as we said, Ohtani will be on the bump as well. 2-0 record in the postseason, a 2.25 ERA alongside 19 strikeouts. All right, we're just about a couple minutes away from first pitch of Game 4 of the World Series. The Blue Jays looking to tie this series at 2 games apiece in the Fall Classic on the road. Let's get you over to the guys calling all the action on the Sportsnet Radio Network on the West Coast in Los Angeles with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe, with the flags waving in center field, the mountains in the background, and from the Vin Scully press box, it's time for Game 4 of the World Series between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. You just heard from our great host and producer, Show Ali, our technical directors, Tom Young and Michael Noto, and the Blue Jays trying to even the series, bounce back, and in some ways, most importantly, avoid falling behind 3 games games-1, and they are going to see one of the marvels of the sport. Shohei Ohtani will pitch. He will hit today for the LA Dodgers as they try to take a stranglehold on the series, Chris.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, there's no denying the fact that Shohei Ohtani is a very, very good pitcher, but he's a guy that you can have some success against. He's not a Yoshinobu Yamamoto where he's just this elite strike thrower. He can locate all over the zone. I talked about this a little bit before, but every once in a while, Shohei Ohtani leaves you a fat one over the middle. And to have success against him, you have to be able to barrel those up. You cannot miss those pitches. You have to hunt the fastball, get the fastball, and when you do, you have to hammer it.
Ohtani and the Dodgers scheduled to throw first pitch at 5:09, but sort of dance routine in the dugout has delayed that, and now the Dodgers come out onto the field from the third base dugout in their white jersey and pants, royal blue caps, led by their pitcher and leadoff hitter, Shohei Ohtani. This year, he returned to pitching after missing the mound in 2024. Ohtani had a UCL tear in his right elbow in September of 2023 when he was still a Los Angeles Angel, and this season he slowly built back up. So the 14 starts slightly overrepresent how much he pitched in the regular season. A lot of them were short starts, but he went 1-1 with a 2.87 ERA. He's thrown quality starts in each of his 2 outings so far in the postseason, and his last one was really good. Game 4 of the NLCS. In addition to hitting 3 homers in that game, 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs. He walked 3 and he punched out 10 in 100 pitches.
I mean, Nathan Lucas leading off this ball game. You can see him staring out at the mound. I'm sure they've done all kinds of work on Shohei Ohtani, but a lot like Trey Savage, you don't really know what you're getting until you stand in that batter's box. At the same time, Shohei Ohtani throws a lot of four-seam fastballs. Almost 40% of the time, the four-seam generally sits about 98, 99 miles an hour. That's a lot of velocity, but it's also a four-seam fastball. It doesn't move that much, so if you zone up, if you look for that heater on the inner third, on the outer third, belt high, wherever your zone is, and you get that pitch, you can do damage. I mean, this is going to be a tough one. Shohei Ohtani starting on the mound and also leading off this ball game. Pretty cool to be up in the booth calling this game.
Shohei Ohtani last faced the Blue Jays as a pitcher in 2022 in August of that year. And you mentioned they don't really know what they're seeing. Not a ton of Blue Jays with a lot of experience against Ohtani. Sure, Ty France has 20 plate appearances. He's not in the lineup. George Springer has 16. He's not in the lineup. You do have the 13 plate appearances of IKF, 9 of Vladdy, and 6 of Bo Bichette. But then Miles Straw with 6, not in the lineup. Anthony Santander not on the roster, who does happen to be 3 for 5 with 2 homers career against Shohei Ohtani. So Ohtani does get that edge, not to mention he might be looking a little bit different than he did pre-TJ, and the stuff has been overwhelming so far. He sits 99 with a four-seam fastball, throws a sweeper, slider, curve, cutter, sinker, and splitter as well. Mention the Dodgers in their all-whites, royal blue font across the chest. Red numbers in the royal blue cap for the Blue Jays. Powder blue jersey and pants. They wear royal blue helmets right now, and they will be wearing their royal blue caps with a powder blue brim. Ohtani looking into Lucas. The right-hander winds, kicks, and deals. And the first pitch high and outside. Ball 1. Time of the first pitch, 5:11 Pacific, 8:11 Eastern. 85 Fahrenheit, 29 Celsius in Los Angeles. 1-0. Swing and a fly ball, deep left field. Moving toward foul territory, Kike Hernandez reaches over the sidewall. Did he get it? He did. Wow, what a play from Kike Hernandez. Rested his stomach on the sidewall and tipped his body into the seats to make a backhanded count, getting Ohtani a big first out of the game.
I did not think he was going to make that catch. What a first out for him on the second pitch of the ball game. And that goes against what the Blue Jays are trying to do. They're trying to work deep counts and get Shohei Ohtani out of this ball game. 2 pitches in, they already have 1 out.
Well, I don't really know if you can fault Lucas there. He hit a ball pretty hard.
No, it's not his fault.
Got a pitch to hit, put a good swing on it, but it's an out. Pitch down to Vlad Guerrero Jr. Hit back foul 0-1. Mentioned the Blue Jays saw Ohtani in 2022. They saw him twice, and in Anaheim, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. homered off of Ohtani that year. Blue Jays put a 5 on him in a 6-inning start. 0-1. Breaking ball, called strike. First sweeper of the game for Ohtani, and it's 0-2.
I wonder how Shohei's body feels after playing 18 innings yesterday, and now he's starting.
Big right-handers. Swings back and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 by Vladdy. He goes down on a sweeper. 2 outs. Ohtani set a postseason record yesterday. He reached 9 times, although after 4 hits, he was intentionally walked 4 times and walked on 4 pitches. Now he's in there for the start today. He's got 2 outs in his first inning. That's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Object on the field being taken off right now. We can let you know that Alan Porter calls balls and strikes tonight. Adam Hamry at first. Jordan Bakerman second. Will Little at third. Adrian Johnson in left. Mark Wegner, the crew chief, in right. No score and the base is empty. Bo Bichette up to the plate. Number 3 hitter in DH. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 98 bottom middle of the zone. Big hack by Bo. 0-1.
That fastball, the four-seam fastball, actually had a little bit of cut to it.
Step back. Kick and pitch. Bichette taken all the way, and he takes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bo with 2 hits yesterday. Faces a 1-1. Swing and a miss. Sweeper gets the whiff there from Bo Bichette. Ohtani getting a lot of swing and miss on that from Bo and Vlad early on as they try to catch up with high 90s. It's 1-2.
That's a really tough sweeper. It looks exactly like the fastball. So tough to pick up out of the hand.
Into the wind. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2. Bo flinched a little, but that was a ball out of the hand, missed by a couple of feet. And Ohtani reloads his 10th pitch of the inning. Check swing, outside again, full count.
Pretty good at-bat from Bo Bichette. He's taking some tough pitches, tough sweepers just off the plate. That last one was a hair off.
Full count, 2 outs, Ohtani's pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. Ball goes to the backstop. Bichette not in a hurry, flips the bat away, and walks down to first with a 2-out walk.
Shohei Ohtani doesn't walk a ton of guys, but he did walk 3 in his last start against the Milwaukee Brewers. Actually, a pretty good start, but he did walk 3 batters. Struck out 10. That's a rare occurrence over there for Bo Bichette.
Bo settles up at first base with 2 outs, and Addison Barger bumped up in the lineup. He started at 7th yesterday. It's cleanup today. Ohtani from the stretch. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Big curveball at 76 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Dodger Stadium, 330 to the pulls. 395 to straightaway center field. It's 375 in the gaps. Next pitch in the dirt. Backhanded pick by Will Smith. 1-1.
It's good patience right there from Addison Barger. That curveball stayed in the strike zone for a long time. You could see Barger following it all the way, and then it dove out of the strike zone and bounced just before the glove of Will Smith.
Ohtani asks for a new baseball. And steps onto the first base side of the rubber. 6'3" right-hander from Japan offers home. Down and in, 2-1. Ohtani looking into his glove, rubs the ball on his right hip. Bichette leads off first. Freeman not really holding him on. Bichette not a threat to steal in his current condition. 2-1. Called strike, snuck a fastball in there at 98. Over the heart of the plate, it's 2-2.
Yeah, it's almost like Addison Barger wasn't expecting that fastball in that location. Might have been fooled just a little bit.
1 strikeout so far for Shohei Ohtani. No score, top of the first, with Bo Bichette on first base. His 2-2. Barger takes in the dirt, patient there on the curve. That ball bounced after the plate, and after seeing 98, probably took a lot to hold up on that slow curve. Makes it a full count and gives Bichette a running start off of first base. Ohtani deals. And Barger hits a soft liner to third. Muncy gets it stumbling onto the grass. He's got no play. They were shifting Barger toward first. Muncy had to track back, took it in the shallow outfield, and Addison Barger bloops his way to a hit. Up to second goes Bichette with 2 outs.
Barger got eaten up pretty badly by that fastball. It was actually a really nice pitch from Shohei Ohtani, right in on the hands. But Addison Barger, I don't know if he meant to go the other way there. He might have was just trying to stay alive right there on that good pitch, but perfectly placed down that left field line. First and second now with 2 outs in the inning.
And Alejandro Kirk is up, coming off a big day yesterday. Hit a 3-run homer and a single and 2 walks. The pitch. Hit back foul, 0-1. All of that production came for Kirk in 6 plate appearances. He did ground out twice as well. And he is 5 for 10 so far in this World Series. A couple of homers. A 1 pitch. Popped up. Over first. Freeman moving in, walking toward the infield grass, stays on the dirt, backpedals and makes a one-handed catch to end the inning. A little 2-out trouble for Ohtani, a hit and a walk, but the Blue Jays strand a pair, no score, middle of the first in Los Angeles. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Small businesses often start with a passion to make a difference for their community, and they rely on us to help them succeed. Scotiabank supports business owners with personalized advice, tools, and rewards to help your business thrive. Find out how you could earn up to $880 in bonuses and savings for your business. Get started today at scotiabank.com/business offers. Conditions apply. Offer expires November 30th, 2025. Full details are available at scotiabank.com/business offers. Offer subject to change.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves. Low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions. Delivered in a space built for men. Modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
Did you hear Sunwing Sun Week is coming back next week?
Sunwings Sun Week?
Yeah, Sunwing Sun Week.
What's Sunwings Sun Week?
Oh, Sunwing Sun Week. 7 days of door crashing deals, excursion discounts, and your chance for plenty of prizes, even free freaking vacations.
Wait, so you're saying if we book during Sunwings Sun Week, we could be sun winning?
Yeah! While you workshop that, Sunwing Sun Week starts November 3rd. Get the dates from your local travel advisor or at...
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium and welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young and Michael Noto, our technical directors. And with no score, we begin the bottom of the first inning of Game 4 of the World Series. 2020's American League Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber takes the hill. 30-year-old making his 4th postseason start. Looking to bounce back after an abbreviated 3 2/3, 7-hit, 2-run start on the 20th against Seattle. He will take on Shohei Ohtani to begin this inning. Right on left, Bieber's pitch. High ball 1. The 20th, of course, was Game 7 of the CS when Bieber last started. 1-0 pitch. High 2-0. So I say bounce back. I mean, there was a lot of traffic, but it wasn't a day where they were going to let him work deep into the game. 2-0. Down and in 3-0. Now, Chris, we enter almost the exact opposite situation. Not in terms of importance of the game, but every reliever the Blue Jays have was used yesterday. They would love for Shane Bieber to work deep in this game. Mustached righties 3-0. right over the plate. Strike one.
It looked to me like they were actually pitching him around him a little bit, even though it's the first batter of the game. 2 cutters out of the zone and then a changeup out of the zone. Pounded it right there, though.
3-1. Ohtani takes his strike. Looked a little bit low. Should clarify, too, made a mistake last inning. Pardon me. John Tempane is our home plate ump. And that knuckle curve did not appear to have the zone. But Bieber gets the benefit of the call, and it's 3-2. His kick and pitch. Well, that one appeared to have all sorts of the zone, but it's called ball 4. So a walk to Ohtani to begin the bottom of the first.
I mean, not sure about that call there. Shane Bieber is actually looking in at home plate umpire John Tempane, shaking his head, probably yelling a few things at him. That's a great pitch to a great hitter. You can't miss that call this early. And now with Mookie Betts coming up, you have a runner at first base and still nobody out in this inning.
So Ohtani has been on all 10 times in LA so far in the World Series. He leads off first, and the pitch to Betts. Called strike. Fastball right on the corner, 0-1.
Decent velo, too. 93 miles an hour, perfectly located. That's a good sign.
For Shane Bieber, 7 days rest. This is the 8th day since his last start. From the stretch is 0-1. Betts takes low. 1 ball, 1 strike. It is worth noting his best start of the postseason came after the exact same amount of rest. Had 7 days rest going into Game 3 of the championship series when he went 6 innings, 2 earned runs against the Mariners. Right-hander looks over his left shoulder at first and sets. His 1-1 to Mookie Betts. Down and away, ball 2. Couldn't get him to chase a tight slider.
There's a big hole on the right side. Mookie Betts loves to go the other way.
Second baseman IKF up the middle. Jimenez shaded into the hole. Kick in the 2-1. Fastball at 94 right on the corner. Second really well-located fastball of this at-bat. It's called strike to make it 2-2.
94 miles an hour, too. That extra rest is helping him out a little bit here.
Everything has been away so far to Betts. Now Kirk moves in. Ohtani takes a lead 2-2. Bounced in front of home, and Kirk took it off the chest to keep it in front of him and, more importantly, keep Ohtani at first base. Full count. Ohtani on first, no outs, no score, bottom of the first inning. Shane Bieber, who works with a four-seamer, curve, slider change, and cutter, sets and gets ready for a full count pitch. Here it is to Betts. And it's lifted high, shallow right center. Varsho moving forward. He points over to Barger, who moves in, and Barger makes the grab. 1 out.
That's a gutsy pitch. Going with a cutter there in a 3-2 count. You have nobody out. You want to throw a strike. You almost have to throw a strike in that situation. It was actually off the plate a little bit, cut away from the strike zone. Good news for Shane Bieber, though. Mookie Betts popped up to right field for a big first out in this inning.
Big ovation for Freddie Freeman, the guy they're calling Mr. World Series, MVP of the World Series. Last year, hit the walk-off homer last night in the pitch. His hit on the ground, foul, almost took out the ankles of Chris Woodward, first base coach of the Dodgers. It's 0-1.
Still got some good footwork over there at first base.
That was at 90 miles an hour, and he's about 90 feet away. Ohtani on first, 1 out, no score. Right on left, the 0-1 pitch to Freeman. Down and in. Freddie Freeman, in many ways, deserving of the moniker they're given for him in LA. He's the only guy ever with multiple walk-off home runs in the World Series. 1-1 pitch. On the ground towards second. IKF has to back up on the high hopper. Throws to second for the lead runner. And that's all they'll get. Ohtani is out. Andres Jimenez secured it and had no chance to get Freeman at first. So 2 down. And at least you get not as quick of a runner at first base now.
I love the fact that Shohei Ohtani slid in the first inning. For the next 5 or 6 innings or so, Shohei Ohtani will be pitching with dirt all over his pants. You never see that unless it's Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, it's the reason part of the reason he captures everyone's imagination, it's like when you were a kid. You might go out there and you're going to pitch in your little league game, and then you're going to hit wherever you hit in your lineup. And it's normal when you're 11, less so when you're 31. Will Smith is up, 2 outs and a runner on first. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. 15 pitches so far in this first inning, or rather 16 for Shane Bieber. Trying to get through this gauntlet part of the Dodger order. With Freeman leading off first, the 1-0 to Smith. Fouled off of Kirk. Took it right in the foot, 1-1.
There's not a lot of good cutters so far in this outing. That one right there just missed the barrel of Will Smith. Hopefully Alejandro Kirk is okay. Home plate umpire Johnson Payne is slowly walking out to give Shane Bieber a new ball.
So, Chris, you woke up and I woke up this morning a little bit tired, a little bit spent from that game. Will Smith and Alejandro Kirk, I can't even imagine what their bodies feel like. And Smith especially caught all 18 innings last night. / today. 1-1. Hit well right center. Barger curling back toward the track, slows up, makes the catch on a well-struck flyout to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left, and no score in this game after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball. It's Game 4, and it's brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken polini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hey, this is David Schneider. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
He hit the biggest walk-off home run in World Series history, and now he could be calling you. Joe Carter will be calling the winner of Jays Cares World Series 50-50 jackpot. The take-home prize is climbing. Check it out at bluejays.com/5050 Ontario or Nova Scotia. Scoreless ball game, Blue Jays and Dodgers. We welcome you back to Game 4 of the World Series. The Dodgers with a 2-1 series lead, so it's a huge one for the Blue Jays. And they'll bring Dalton Varsho up to the plate against Shohei Ohtani to start this second. Just a little bit of wind. The American flag out in center field is blowing a bit toward right, but oddly the Canadian flag beside it is hanging down like there's no wind. Pitch to Ernie Clement. Called strike. Four-seamer at 97 on the inner half, 0-1. Shade covering the diamond. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and Clement takes down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ernie Clement, one of those guys that was in the whole game yesterday. 1-1. Called strike again, 96 at the knees. Good location there, 1-2.
Ernie didn't like that call, kind of turned away in disgust. It's a great pitch. Clipped the bottom of that strike zone at 96 miles an hour.
Long look in, Ohtani. Steps back, kicks, and fires. Skipped it to the backstop, 2-2.
Yanked that one. Tried to get a little extra juice. 99 with that fastball. You can see Shohei out on the mound motioning to finish his pitch. That was about 2 feet outside.
Hit 101 in his last start. 2-2. Off the end of the bat, spinner to first base. Freeman picks it up, underhand flip to Ohtani. More than athletic enough to get over and cover first, 2 down. Ernie Clement told me today he's tired. This was multiple hours before the game, so he was not exactly getting right into the routine yet to get ready for the game, but no doubt the Blue Jays and the Dodgers will have a lot of tired players in this game because they played nearly 7 hours last night. Winding the pitch to Andres Hernandez. Tapper back toward the mound. Ohtani off the hill. Picks it up. Runs it underhand. Flips to first in time to end the inning. Quick 1-2-3 for Shohei Ohtani. No score, middle of 2, game 4 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Springer coming home, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and we thank you for tuning in tonight as the Blue Jays and Dodgers meet for the 4th time in this series. 2-1 Dodgers lead in the series. This game is scoreless, and the bottom of the second begins with Shane Bieber dueling against Teoscar Hernandez.
Shane Bieber looked pretty good in that first inning. He was locating his pitches through a lot of cutters. I would imagine that we'll see some more cutters here to Teoscar Hernandez.
Hernandez got on the board in terms of hits yesterday in the series. Launched a homer. The pitch called strike. Also had a trio of singles in that 18-inning affair. Wind in the 0-1. Right-handed hitter takes a pitch low with a little check swing, 1-1. It's crazy to think how time has passed. Blue Jays traded for him. He was just up and coming, Teoscar Hernandez, now 33 in his 10th season. 1-1 pitch is hit well on the ground is short. Waiting on it, Jimenez. He pumps and throws over to first, and there's one out.
That's a good pitch, especially to a big home run hitter like Teoscar Hernandez. You want to bust him in and not allow him to get those arms extended. That's a big first out in this inning. Like I said earlier, he's looked very good in this start. Little bit erratic in his last start, but he has not looked like that so far here.
And obviously people know, but he is still coming off injury. It's not like he's 3 years removed from Tommy John. Here's his first pitch to Max Muncy, and it's taken high and inside, ball 1.
And I think that's the biggest thing that people forget. Coming back from Tommy John, there will be some inconsistencies, and we've seen that from Shane Bieber.
1-0 pitch. Down and in, 2-0.
One day you'll feel great. One day you'll feel terrible. One day you'll be dotting your fastball, and the next day you have no idea where it's going. And looks like he's found it here today, though.
2-0 pitch. High ball 3. And I mean, you have two guys in this game, in Ohtani and Bieber, who have had major elbow surgery over the last 2 years. 3-0 count against Muncy. Dangerous hitter, the pitch. Way high, ball 4, and honestly a 3-0. Not that he meant to throw that high cutter, but you might just want to send Muncy down to first.
Yeah, I think once you fall behind 2-0 to Max Muncy, then you start to be careful. You already have one out in the inning. I think you, like you said, you're more than happy if Max Muncy is standing at first base and moving on to Tommy Edman. You don't want to throw a groove one right down the middle and have him barrel one up.
Shane Bieber back on the rubber. 1 out, Muncy on first, and Tommy Edman, the switch hitter, at the plate hitting left. The pitch. Roped on a line foul, right side, 0-1. This is one of those cool moments where two guys who are friends end up playing against each other in the World Series. You go back to 2015 if you were taking a vacation in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and you went by a Yarmouth-Dennis Red Sox game. These two were teammates with the YD Red Sox, have stayed in touch. Shane told me their wives are friends, and now they get to play each other on the biggest stage. Here's the 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Were they good when you were in Cape Cod?
YD?
Yarmouth Dennis?
Oh, yeah.
They weren't good when I was there.
1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. They must have not had Shane Bieber and Tommy Edman.
Well, I was there about 11 years before they were, so much different roster then.
Bieber mentioned that was a huge summer for him, too. Matt Blake was their pitching coach. He then went to Cleveland, now the coach of the Yankees. And Bieber says he thinks Cleveland, in part, drafted him because of his relationship with Blake. 2-1 pitch. Hit well up the middle of base hit into center field, bouncing onto the grass. Muncy makes the turnaround second. He'll test the arm of Varsho. It's cut off by Jimenez, the throw. Sliding into third goes Muncy. Runners on the corners, 1 out after a Tommy Edman single.
That's a good piece of hitting. IKF was shaded in the hole on the right side of that infield. So center field, the middle part of the infield was wide open, and he just hit that ball in the perfect location. Now the Dodgers have something going. First and third with 1 out here in this inning. A big pitch coming up for Shane Bieber to Hernandez.
Four-seamer caught a lot of the plate on that base hit. Interesting to see how the Blue Jays play this early on in the game. It looks like the infield will stay halfway back at double play depth. First and third, 1 out. And Kike Hernandez is the hitter for LA. Set by Bieber. And his pitch. Bounce to the plate, run-saving block off of the mitt from Kirk. Backhanded swat to keep it in front of him, 1-0.
It's an important run standing at third base, especially with Shohei Ohtani on the mound. You don't want to fall behind.
No score in the game. 1 out, first and third, bottom of the second. Hernandez is going to ask for time. Set now is Bieber. Hernandez back in the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Got the slider by him. It broke outside, 1-1.
Kike's trying to do damage. That was a big swing on a pitch on the outside part.
He's done a lot of damage in his postseason career. He's been about a league average producer in the regular season, but that jumps up a ton in the playoffs. 1-1. On the ground, third base side, foul. Kike Hernandez, 236 career hitter, 707 OPS in nearly 1,300 regular season games. In now his 100th postseason game, he's hitting 280, 845 OPS. And those are similar numbers to Vlad in the regular season this year. Despite the fact that he's really not an everyday player at this point. He played 92 games for the Dodgers in the regular season, but as soon as the postseason started, they said, hey, Kike, let's get you in there every day, and it's worked out for them again. He's hitting 286 in the playoffs. 1-2. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Shane Bieber hunting the strikeout there. Obviously, best case scenario in this situation is you turn 2, but I'm sure Shane Bieber will gladly take a strikeout here in this situation.
Max Muncy on third. Tommy Edman on first and 1 out. Bieber rocks the 2-2. Line, left field, hooking, foul. Close, but not the big hit for Kike Hernandez. He missed the chalk by about 5 feet.
It's almost like you expect him to come up with the big hit in October. He's just been such a good performer like you were talking about earlier.
NLCS in 2016, World Series in 17, World Series in 18, World Series in 20, CS in 21 with the Red Sox. 2-2 to Kike. And he hits this one high. Deep right field. Barger stopping on the track. Tagging at third, Muncy. Barger makes the catch. He'll throw into second as Muncy comes in to score on a sac fly. 1-0 Dodgers. Kike Hernandez does deliver to give LA the first punch of Game 4.
That was actually a really nice job from Kike lifting that ball. Actually missed a home run maybe by about 10 feet out there in right center. Addison Barger catching it just in front of the warning track. Another big swing for him. We're seeing the replay now. He's actually trying to lift that ball to the outfield. A really smart approach from him.
So 1-0 LA, 2 outs, and still Edman on first in the bottom of the second. And here's Andy Pages. First pitch, called strike as Bieber gets ahead of the Cuban outfielder, 0-1. It's been a struggle for Pages in the postseason, 4 for 48. That's an 0.83 average. 1 hit in the World Series, 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike.
He's got some juice, though. Can't groove one to him.
He's a good hitter. He had a really good offensive season, especially when you consider the fact he's 24 years old. 27 doubles, 27 homers. But for one reason or another, that has not translated into the playoffs. 1-1. He hits it high and deep left center, but Varsho ranging back has a beat on it. On the track, he'll make the catch and end the second inning. Dodgers get a run-on-1 hit. Kike Hernandez lifts a sac fly and 1 left on base. 1-0 LA headed to the third Game 4 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
The new Kodiak Narragon work boot clocks in and never clocks out. There's no quit in them. Get them at Mr. Safety Shoes. Kodiak. Work on.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA at Mervish Theatre. Get tickets at mervish.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's off the fence, and the Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium. It's the top of the third inning, and the third inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is making history in your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Mount Pearl, Corner Brook, and all across Newfoundland are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road. Just like a great playoff baseball team, Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. Blue Jays on the road in Los Angeles, and after a Kike Hernandez sac fly, they trail 1-0 to the Dodgers going to the top of the third.
Even though Shane Bieber gave up that run, he's still looking like he's kind of settling in a little bit here in this ball game. Made some good pitches. Kike Hernandez did a good job lifting that baseball out to the outfield. I think that Shane Bieber is going to have a good outing here. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. Even the velocity has been up to 94 miles an hour. That's a good sign.
But the Blue Jays in a hole now. They got to get going here against Shohei Ohtani. 8 batters faced for Ohtani. He's given up a walk and an infield hit so far. That's all. He'll take on Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, the number 9 hitter today for the Blue Jays. The pitch. Ball strike, landed the sweeper on the outside edge, 0-1. Kick in the 0-1. Called strike. He blitzes IKF with 2 pitches on the outer third, although that four-seamer did catch a lot of the plate. It's 0-2. IKF, the most plate appearances against Ohtani coming into today. 0-2. Down and away. And that's among Blue Jays starters. 13 plate appearances for IKF. 3 for 12 with a double and a walk. And now he'll ask for time. Bearded infielder taps the plate twice. Ohtani winds. The 1-2. Bounce towards second base, charging Edman. Forehands it with a glove and throws it over to first. 1 out in this top of the third inning.
That was just a protect swing there from IKF. It was a good heater, 99 miles an hour, nearing the top of that strike zone. IKF was a little bit late, just trying to chop down and stay alive. Hit a weak ground ball to second base.
So back to the top of the order we go with the Dodgers up 1-0. Ohtani asks for a second to redo his shoelaces. Sun is beginning to set here in LA. And the wind's just a little bit blowing out to right field as per the flags of the United States and Canada in center field. Here's the pitch to Lucas. Inside ball 1. Lucas up to lead off with no George Springer. 1-0. And he rips a liner foul over the head of the first base umpire, Adam Hammery. Quick reflexes from him. It's 1-1.
It's still incredible to think that Shohei Ohtani, the guy standing out on the mound right now, hit 2 home runs last night and just threw a fastball at 99 miles an hour.
Here's his 1-1. And Lucas smashes a liner to right field, down on the grass. He's taking the turn as Hernandez picks it up. Teoscar whips it back into Tommy Edman to limit Nathan Lucas to a single. That was 98 up and in. And Lucas got the hands inside for the Blue Jays' first hit to the outfield and second knock of the game.
Nathan Lucas was obviously geared up for the fastball. That should be the approach going forward. Be ready for that hard heater. I mentioned this earlier. There's not much movement with that four-seam fastball. Throws it about 40% of the time. You have to be ready for it, a lot like Nathan Lucas was right there.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up and from the stretch, the pitch. Down and away with a slider, ball one. Ohtani would not show Guerrero that fastball much the first time he faced him today. Used a couple of sweepers to strike him out. Now another object on the field. Second time in the inning.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was actually pointing out to the outfield, letting everybody know that there was something on the field. Loves getting involved.
I think he's just being sportsmanlike. I don't know what you're talking about. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside 2-0. Guerrero 24 for 59 in the postseason, a .407 average. 3 doubles, 6 home runs, and 12 RBIs. Lucas leads off first. 2-0 to Vlad. Fouled away. Finally gave him the four-seamer. 97 bottom of the zone, and Guerrero just missed it.
That was the pitch right there. A 2-0 heater, almost middle, about knee-high. A pitch that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. can hammer. He just missed it.
Ohtani will ask for a new baseball. Well, he just got a new baseball, so he'll ask for a second new baseball. And inspect it as Lucas starts to take his lead. Edman, the second baseman, shaded up the middle. A lot of room right side. 2-1. Vladdy hits it high. Left field. Hernandez back on the track. Looks up. It is gone. Placata. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. a game-tying, or pardon me, puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third.
And I can almost guarantee after Dave Roberts sees that home run, he's going to pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. differently. They'll probably start to treat him a lot like Shohei Ohtani, a lot like Aaron Judge. He's the one guy in that lineup that can change a ball game. What a swing from him.
And you definitely don't want to throw him that pitch in that spot. That was a high middle hung sweeper. Vladdy crushed it, and even with his helmet about diagonal on his head because he swung so hard, flipped the bat with force as the Blue Jays jump in front 2-1, and Bichette hits the first pitch he sees on the ground to second. Edman shuffles, throws to first, and there are 2 outs, but again it's 2-1 for the Blue Jays now in the top of the third with the bases empty. First career World Series home run for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Addison Barger up, the wind and pitch, and he'll foul it right back 0-1. It's got to be a team effort, but with no George Springer, surely some more of the production has to come from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., more than it already has, and he delivers here in the third. Now the 0-1. Barger takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And you have to keep adding on. Like we saw in yesterday's ball game, really no lead is safe. The Blue Jays were up 4-2 in that ball game, 5-4 in that ball game. Such a powerful lineup in that Dodgers dugout.
1-1. Barger just missed a hanging breaking ball, hits it back foul. That was a dangerous curve from Ohtani. And fan was not paying attention. That foul ball hit them in the back, but they appear to be okay. It's 1-2. Barger with an infield single in the first is 1 for 1. And the 1-2 pitch. And he skies it out to left field, not super deep. Jogging toward the line, Kike Hernandez makes a one-handed catch to wrap up the top of the third. Blue Jays jump in front, 2 runs on 2 hits after the Lucas single. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. launches a 2-run missile. It's 2-1 Blue Jays, middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Win a $7 million grand prize Jays with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour North America 2026. Due to demand, third show at it. Live at Rogers Centre, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken pellini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium. Blue Jays lead 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the third. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just launched a 2-run homer. That's his first to the World Series and the 7th of his postseason career. Now more home runs in the playoffs career than any Blue Jay in franchise history, passing Joe Carter. Shohei Ohtani knows a lot about postseason homers, and he'll lead off this bottom of the third with the Blue Jays up by 1 and Shane Bieber back on the hill.
It'll be interesting to see how they attack him now that the Blue Jays are ahead 2-1 in this ball game.
Kind of pitched around him in the first. Here's the pitch. It's down and in ball one. Ended up walking him in a full count, but they were essentially just kind of dancing around the edges in that first at bat against Ohtani. 1-0. Fouled off. That's a changeup bottom middle of the zone. That is not a pitch that you might throw if you're trying to nibble. It's 1-1.
I mean, it's a good pitch. Maybe not to Shohei Ohtani, but it's a good pitch. Wouldn't throw that pitch there again, though.
Wind to the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Snuck the cutter just inside the barrel. It's foul tipped by Ohtani, actually, and it's 1-2.
I think the backswing actually hit Alejandro Kirk. Shohei Ohtani immediately looked back and apologized to Kirk for something. I think it was the backswing.
One-two pitch. Check swing pitch was in the dirt. Appeal to third. No swing, says Will Little. You count Shohei Ohtani's 3-homer game against the Brewers in Game 4 of the CS, and then yesterday. It's been a while since he's been retired at his home ballpark. 2-2. Until now, swing and a miss, strike three. Bieber gets him on a change, 1 out.
That was a great changeup. It was fading away from Shohei Ohtani. We talked about this changeup at length. It's not a slow changeup. That changeup was 89. The fastball is about 92, 93. So not much of a difference. It's the changeup that relies on the movement. That one there missing the barrel and the bat of Shohei Ohtani. A big pitch there.
Here is Mookie Betts now with 1 out. He'll take a strike 0-1. Two-one Blue Jays. Infield shift toward third, and Clemento play no doubles at third. Hug in the line. 0-1 to Betts. and he smokes it to third, and Clement makes the catch, falling toward the chalk. Good thing he was playing no doubles, because it would have been. There's 2 outs.
Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Home of the $4 happy hour. 20-plus food and drink items starting at just $4. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome.
Toronto Maple Leafs have already wrapped up today. They, in an all-Canadian matchup, hosted the Calgary Flames and won 4-3 over Calgary. Here's Freddie Freeman, 2 outs, and the pitch. Called strike. Big day for Matthew Nyes and Max Domi. Each had a pair of goals as the Maple Leafs improved to 5-4-1, and the Flames fall to 2-8-1 on the season. 0-1 pitch. Fouled back 0-2. Shane Bieber looking as strong in this inning, albeit good defensive play by Clement on the line, but looking as strong this inning as he has in any so far. 2 outs and the bases empty. Freddie Freeman at the plate, and he's ahead of him 0-2 in this third.
Well, I think the reason is that changeup. He's throwing it just a little bit more, and he's throwing it in the strike zone, and then it's dropping out of the strike zone.
2-strike pitch. Grounded foul. Freeman hit it almost straight right into the front fence of the Blue Jay dugout. Ground ball fielder's choice for Freeman in the first. He's 0 for 1. 0-2 again. And it's a soft line, shallow left center, down in front of Lucas, a base hit. Freeman rounds first, he goes back to the back. Lucas, to make sure it stayed in front of him, range left instead of charging in, and it probably no play, and it's a hit with 2 outs.
A little bit of frustration on the face of Shane Bieber out there. It's not a bad pitch. It was a cutter in on the hands, but Freddie Freeman's just so strong. He was able to muscle it the other way, drop it in front of Nathan Lucas in left field.
So 2 down and a leadoff first by Freddie Freeman. Will Smith is to the plate. He flied out with Freeman on first in the first. Kick in the pitch. High ball 1. "30-year-old Smith, a 2-time World Series champ. Having one of his better postseason runs, had struggled in the playoffs earlier in his career. 1-0. Down and away, 2-0.
It's a right-on-right changeup. That's the first one we've seen from Shane Bieber in this ball game. That tells me that he's got a very good feel for that pitch.
Belt high set Bieber. Kick in the 2-0. In the dirt, ball 3 went to the slider. Tough spot here. Runner on first is Freeman. You walk Smith. There's 2 on for Teoscar Hernandez. You groove 1 to Smith. Well, he can make it a 3-2 Dodger lead pretty quickly.
I would imagine he's not going to challenge him here. Might stay away from the fastball.
3-0. Called strike. Four-seamer on the outer third. He flips the script and gets in the count. 3-1.
It's the best pitch in baseball. If you can locate that pitch down and away, not much a lot of hitters can do. A really nice pitch there from Shane Bieber.
Bieber rocks and deals. 3-1 pitch hit sharply to third. A one-hopper snared by Clement. Turns his hips to face first, throws over, and gets Smith to end the third inning. No runs, a hit. Freeman left on first base. It's 2-1 Blue Jays as we go on to the fourth, Game 4 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight Driver Assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million Early Bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details.
At Don Valley North Lexus.
A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Ernie Clement with a go-ahead shot on the first pitch of the night.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We start the top of the fourth of Game 4 of the World Series, and we really appreciate you tuning in tonight from wherever you are across Canada or the world. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Our technical directors tonight, Tom Young and Michael Noto. Show Ali is our host and producer. Third of the way through, the Blue Jays up 2-1. We begin this top of the fourth with Alejandro Kirk hitting 0 for 1. He popped out to first to end the top of the first inning. Shohei Ohtani into the wind, his pitch. Down and away, ball one. Ohtani's been mostly really sharp. He just made the wrong mistake at the wrong time to the wrong guy. Hung a sweeper to Vlad for a 2-run homer. 1-0 pitch. Kirk smokes it, but right behind him, foul. 97 down the middle. It's 1-1.
That's a big swing from Alejandro Kirk. You could tell what he's trying to do with that pitch. And like you said, he just fouled it back.
5 postseason home runs for Alejandro Kirk. Hit 15 over the course of the regular season. He's become more power, a little less average in the playoffs. 1-1. Check swing. Pitch was high. Appeal to first. No swing, says Adam Hammery. 2-1. Ohtani steps to his left, swings the knee and delivers. And Kirk takes a strike, at least according to John Tempane. 2-2.
Kirk did not like that call. Immediately turned away, walked away from the batter's box. That was with a ball inside.
2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hung curveball, but Kirk couldn't stay back on 79, a 20-mile-per-hour change of pace. And that's a great pitch from Ohtani. 2 down.
Kirk was is talking to himself as he slowly walks back to that dugout. I think he's still upset about that call from John Tempane on the second strike in that at-bat. That really changes the at-bat, and it wasn't a good call at all.
Ohtani now deals to Dalton Varsho. Called strike on the inside edge, 0-1. Third career postseason start for the right-hander, 0-1. High, a ball and a strike. Pitched in Game 1 of the NLDS against Philly. And then Game 4 of the CS against Milwaukee. 1-1 pitch. Varsho takes high and outside, 2-1. A Wisconsin native whose dad played for Philadelphia. Two-one offering. Low ball 3.
And this is when you get big. I wouldn't mind if Dalton Varsho got big here. Expecting something hard over the heart of the plate. I'm sure that Ohtani will challenge him here.
1 out and the base is empty. Ohtani's 3-1 pitch. Fouled back. Probably ball 4, but an elevated heater, and Varsho certainly got pretty big on that one. Just missed it, 3-2.
I don't mind that at all. He saw the fastball, recognized fastball, was sitting fastball, and he just missed it.
Payoff pitch. Swing and a foul tip, strike 3. Another hung curve, but because of the difference in velocity, he's continuing to get it past Blue Jays. There are 2 down on that swinging strikeout.
It has the same effect, although not as slow as Chris Bassett's slow breaking curveball. Really has guys fooled out in front. You're seeing some awkward swings on that pitch so far tonight.
That was 98 to 79 in back-to-back pitches in terms of miles an hour. 2 out, space is empty. Ohtani to Ernie Clement. Downstairs, ball 1. 2-1, the Blue Jays lead. And the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Sweeper at 86, not quite as slow as the curve, but same effect. Clement was ahead of it, 1-1.
Looks exactly like the fastball. It has very tight spin, so it's hard to recognize that pitch out of the hand.
Big right-handers, 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Clement goes chasing that time at a sweeper, 1-2.
You rarely see Ernie Clement have an awkward swing like that last one. He's just not recognizing that pitch out of the hands, and not many guys do.
The 1-2. Check swing, pitch was low. They appealed to first, but he did not go. Clement held the bat in place to prove it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wind starting to blow out to center field. Sky is starting to darken as the temperatures begin to drop here in LA. By no means cold, but down from low 30s to about 27. 2-2. Chopped foul, third base side. Just past the toes of Carlos Fabulous, the third base coach. Still 2-2.
There's that sweeper again. And Ernie Clement still looks a little uncomfortable with that pitch. He was way out in front of it. Was able to get the bat to it, though, and foul it off and stay alive.
Ohtani offers. And it's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He punched out this side. Still 2-1 Blue Jays, but in the middle of the 4th, the Dodgers get the crowd roaring. Shohei Ohtani up to 4 Ks in Game 4 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves. Low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions. Delivered in a space built for men. Modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight Driver Assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk is your hero tonight.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Blue Jays starter Shane Bieber in his World Series debut is walking up to the top of the hill to start the bottom of the fourth, and the Blue Jays lead it 2-1 as Bieber looks toward Teoscar Hernandez. Dodger right fielder walks into the box. Royal blue cleats. Close to the inside chalk of that righty batter's box, and here's the pitch from Bieber. Swing and a fly ball deep center. Varsho turns back, backpedaling in front of the track, makes the catch, and an efficient first pitch out for Shane Bieber.
I know that Shane Bieber is looking good so far in this start, but you have to wonder how long it will be until we see some movement down there in that bullpen. And I know that the bullpen was overworked in yesterday's ball game, but you still have guys that'll come into this ball game and get big outs. I mean, this is as close to a must-win as it gets.
Wind in the first pitch to Max Muncy. Called strike 0-1. Currently, I see one guy stretching over there in the bullpen and just stretching still with a warm-up shirt on. Nothing going on in terms of throwing.
I'm sure Louis Varland's going to come in this ball game, 5th or 6th inning, somewhere around there, like he has over the course of the playoffs.
Inning in a third, yeah, I mean, it's possible. 0-1. Swing and a miss by Muncy. 0-2, and I mean inning in a third for Varland yesterday. You probably have Fluharty, Dominguez, Varland, Bassett. Next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a curve down and in. Who cares about the pen right now? Bieber's starting to deal his second strikeout of the game, 2 down in this fourth.
Yeah, that is a fantastic pitch. A really awkward swing from Max Muncy. Curveball down and in, perfectly located. Look, by mentioning the bullpen, I didn't mean that Shane Bieber should be yanked out of this ball game soon. I just meant that I was wondering who's going to be first up.
It's like your body wouldn't let you say Shane Bieber should be out because he needs to be in the game for the Blue Jays. With the way he's going right now, we'll see how he does against Tommy Edman, who singled off of him in the second. The pitch, high and outside, ball 1. I think it's going to be a lot of the eye test for John Schneider tonight. 1-0. Foul back 1-1. How Bieber looks will probably determine how much they want to push him. Because you're going to use someone that pitched yesterday, maybe pitched a good handful yesterday when you go to that bullpen, and you might pitch someone who's seeing certain batters for 3rd, 4th time in this series. Because everyone's seen everyone now pretty much. 1-1. In the dirt, 2 balls, 1 strike.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Chris Bassett in a big spot in this ball game. He's looked pretty good over his last couple of outings.
So right on left matchup here, Bieber and Edman with 2 outs. Bases empty, the pitch. Downstairs with a change ball 3. Edman's single is one of 2 hits so far for the LA Dodgers in this game, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. The wind and the 3-1. Called high, ball 4.
That's a strike. Alejandro Kirk did a good job framing that pitch as well, making it look even better than it was. Shane Bieber was staring in at the home plate umpire, asking him a couple of questions. I mean, that's a big non-strike call in a big situation, and now you have 2 outs with the runner at first, and Mr. Playoff, Kike Hernandez at the plate.
John Schneider mentioned today he's happy that the challenge system is coming in. Here's the pitch to Kike Hernandez, outside ball 1. And that'll go as Bieber's 3rd walk. So if you're box score watching, you'll think he was erratic. 2 of the 3 walks, ball 4 would have been called a strike by a robot. 1-0. Up and in. That's a big miss. 2 balls, no strikes as Hernandez had to back out of the way. Bieber takes a breath, wiping some sweat off his forehead. Pulls on the brim of his cap and dangles his right arm near his right hip. Now he's set. Runner on in the 2-0. Hit in the air, right center field. Barger on the run, curling into the gap, makes the catch. Nice play to end the bottom of the fourth. No runs, no hits. One left, on to the fifth we go. 2-1 Blue Jays in Game 4. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Vimucci inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken pellini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
You know you make me wanna.
Hi, this is Ernie Clement.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
On Sportsnet Radio Network.
Say you will.
It's the fifth inning, brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Game 4 of the World Series. Dodgers lead the series 2-1, but the Blue Jays lead Game 4 2-1. And they'll hit again against Shohei Ohtani, who did just strike out the side in the top of the fourth. Top of the fifth presents him Andres Jimenez, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and Nathan Lucas. It's a right-on-left matchup with Jimenez, the wind and offering. High ball one. A lot of short starts for Ohtani this season. Just got up to longer starts like this end of the year. 1-0. Outside 2-0. So it's interesting to see how he fares later in games because he's done it a couple times. He's done it well. But he hasn't made that many 5 to 6 inning starts this season. His kick and 2-0 pitch. Called strike. Fastball, or pardon me, backdoor slider for the first strike, 2-1.
Ohtani just threw his 62nd pitch of the ball game. In his last start against the Brewers on the 17th of October, he did throw 100 pitches.
2-1. Swing and a miss. Jimenez chases high, 2-2.
Fastball velocity is dipping just a little bit. We're seeing a lot more 96s as opposed to 97 and 99.
There are now relievers in both bullpens, not throwing, but with the warm-up shirts off, stretching, and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ohtani's punched out 4 in a row. That time uses the breaking ball to get Andres Jimenez, and there's one out here in this top of the fifth.
That was a great sequence. A four-seam fastball up at the hands, and then that big breaking sweeper down and in. I mean, it's really tough as a left-handed hitter to make contact with that pitch.
IKF to the plate, 0 for 1 with a ground out. Ohtani deals. Breaking ball, strike 1. Frozen with a curve that landed near the top of the zone.
I believe that's Louis Varland down there in that bullpen that's taken off his sweatshirt now. He's not getting loose. He's not on the mound, but he's starting to stretch and move around.
A 1 pitch. Fouled off of Will Smith, I believe, and it rolls to the backstop. It's 0-2. IKF 5 for 30 in the postseason, 2 doubles and a walk. Ohtani trying to strike out 5 in a row. He's 0-2. And it's hit in the air, left center. Routine for Hernandez moving toward the gap. Kike Hernandez makes the catch. 2 outs as the order flips over, third time through.
I mean, Ohtani has looked fantastic in this ball game. You just mentioned that he had struck out 4 in a row up until the IKF fly ball, but 2 mistakes in the ball game. 1 mistake to Nathan Lucas. He hit that ball to right field for a single, and then 1 mistake to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and the Blue Jays are ahead 2-1.
Vladdy with a 2-run shot back in the third. He's on deck with Lucas up. Ohtani with a big shake of his head. Now he nods into Smith. Pitch to Lucas. Outside, ball 1. Lucas 1 for 2. Single and a run scored, and a fly out to left, 1-0. Down and in, 2-0. Hitters count, 2-0 pitch. Below the knees, ball 3, just missed at 95 as we continue to monitor that velocity. That was pitch 70 for Ohtani, and it's now 3-0. He's got to come at Lucas here. His pitch. Ball strike right on the edge at 94 miles an hour. It's almost going down as the pitch count goes up.
And obviously, he wants to pound the zone here. Doesn't want to nibble.
3-1. Lucas hits it through the left side, a base hit rolling into left center field. Second hit for him. He's 2 for 3, and that means Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is coming back up.
Well, as we've talked about so many times this season, the shortstop is shaded up the middle when Nathan Lucas is at bat, giving him the left side of that infield, and he just fillets that ball. We see it so often. Obviously, he hit it pretty hard there, but just shoots that hole all the time. I don't know why defenses play him like that.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up after his 2-run homer in the third. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He was looking for another 2-run homer there. That was 99 upper middle of the zone. And it's 0-1.
That was the pitch to do it on. He just challenged him with that good hard fastball.
Ohtani from the stretch. The pitch. Inside. Vladdy's home run was his 7th of the postseason and his 25th hit of the postseason. He now joins a 2-player club with 25 hits and 7 home runs and a single playoff run. It's him in 2020, Randy Arozarena. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Curveball had him out in front as he was geared up for the heater. It's 1-2. Lucas takes his lead, 2 outs, top of the 5th. The pitch. Hit on a line center field, coming forward. Pages makes the catch, angling toward right center to end the inning. No runs a hit, 1 left. 2-1 Blue Jays, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour, North America 2026. Due to demand, 3rd show at it. Live at Rogers Center, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million early bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Base hit! Blue Jays win!
On Sportsnet 590 The Van and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the bottom of the fifth in Los Angeles, and we welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRusso, Ali, our host, and producer Michael Noto and Tom Young, our technical directors. Blue Jays 2, Dodgers 1, bottom of the fifth inning, and Shane Bieber looking to protect that lead, faces 9-1-2, Pages Ohtani Betts.
And as we start this inning, looks like Louis Varland is starting to get loose down there in that bullpen, down that right field line for the Blue Jays.
66 pitches in 4 innings of 1-run ball for Shane Bieber. His pitch to Pages in the dirt, ball 1. Wind in the 1-0. Called high, borderline pitch, 2-0.
Shane Bieber was looking in and asking if that ball was inside. I don't think it was inside. I think it was up.
He's gotten the squeeze tonight, 2-0. Some pain, or pardon me, Pages hits it foul, 2-1. Andy Pages flying out center field back in the second to end that inning. I think he might have broke his back. Yeah, they'll bring him out 3 different options. They're all the same bat, but he picks the one he wants.
It was a good 2-0 pitch. It was a fastball on the inner third, a little bit of sink to it. So it ran in on the hands of Andy Pages, and that's probably why he broke his bat.
You got to get Pages with Ohtani on deck. Two-one pitch. Called strike, 2-2. Infield shift toward third. Clement hugs the line. Jimenez plays deep at short. 2-2. Golfed high, shallow right field. Barger moving in, looking up into the sky. One-handed catch angling toward the foul line. And there's one out in the bottom of the fifth.
And now an interesting decision for John Schneider. You have one out in the inning, the all-important one out in Andy Pages. And now you have Shohei Ohtani coming to the plate. Do you pitch to him? I mean, maybe they might pitch around him like they did that first time. At least it seemed like they pitched around him in that first at-bat.
They're pitching to him. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Here's the pitch. Grounded foul, 0-1. Ohtani is great, but part of the reason they walked him 4 times last night was the middle of the night he was on, I think. And he's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. He's the top player in the sport. But I think you don't give Mookie Betts maybe enough credit if you walk Ohtani all the time with the bases empty. And there Ohtani just fouled one off his shin, by the way, his left shin.
And Shane Bieber also struck him out in his last at-bat, so there's that. Maybe he knows how to navigate this at-bat better than guys that were in the ballgame last night.
Bieber goes to his right hip late in the pitch clock to change the pitch. And here's the 0-1. Fouled back. Drove the fastball up and in above the zone. Ohtani sent it over the screen into the seats, 0-2. Similar spot to where he hit one of his 2 home runs yesterday. Hit a good Max Scherzer pitch out for his first homer, and then hit a middle fastball out from Sir Anthony Dominguez. And Ohtani's broken his bat. You want to know if you're making good pitches? How about you break 2 guys' bats in a row? They bring him out a new bat. The on-deck circle's been getting its money's worth right now. So Ohtani gets a little bit of sticky spray on the handle. Why don't we go back to the St. Louis Spartanburg Downtown scoreboard? Chris LaRue's Montreal Canadiens at 7-3 travel to Seattle tonight to take on the Seattle Kraken. That is a 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific puck drop as Nick Suzuki tries to keep his impressive season going for Montreal. Next pitch, pulled, strike 3. Ohtani down. Bieber punched him out. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. He snuck by a heater. Pardon me, dropped the curve on him. Either way, Ohtani back in the dugout.
That's a strike. Ohtani didn't like that call, but Kirk did a good job holding the pitch there, and it clipped the outside part. You can see Ohtani on the replay say, oh my. That's a great pitch and a great count. What a job Shane Bieber has done to Shohei Ohtani tonight. A couple of strikeouts after the night he had last night.
2 out, space is empty. 2-1 Blue Jays, bottom 5. The pitch to Betts. Hit well out to center on a line. Varsho walks 2 steps, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Shane Bieber threw 5, and the Blue Jays lead 2-1 as we move on to the 6th inning, Game 4 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Back-to-back homers, and Vlad puts them in front 6-5.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium. Top of the 6th inning, and the Blue Jays are leading the Dodgers 2-1 in Game 4 of the World Series. Shohei Ohtani back out on the hill. Shane Bieber just punched him out for the second time. He will look to do the same to Bo Bichette, who leads off the inning with Barger and Kirk to follow in this 6th.
Big at bat for Bo Bichette here. He's got to come through. He's got to help this team any way he can. You don't have to try to do too much here. You just have to try to get on base.
Bichette taps the plate twice, pinwheels his black bat, and here's the pitch from Ohtani. Called strike. Bo with a walk and a ground out today is 0 for 1. Kick in the offering. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase a breaking ball outside. Sweeper from Ohtani. 0-2.
There is so much horizontal movement when he gets on the side of that sweeper.
No one up in the Dodger pen, 0-2. Yanked a fastball at 98 on pitch 79 of his night. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ohtani with the glove, pressed to the Dodgers across his chest, tilts his head to the side, now nods. 1-2 pitch. Bichette swings late and hits it foul. Just got on that sweeper last second and flipped it over the netting right side.
Bo's just trying to stay alive right there. He's not trying to do too much. He's not trying to hit it to the moon. He's just trying to foul that pitch off and see another pitch.
1-2 again. And fouled off to the right again. Got a bit more on that swing. Hit a fastball into the seats deeper down the right field line.
He's slowly starting to look like Bo. We haven't seen a ton of really lengthy at-bats from him in the playoffs, but this is a good one here.
2 shakeoffs from Ohtani. 3rd shakeoff. Now he likes the 4th option. He deals. And it's outside on a curve, although he had Bichette all sorts of fooled. Bo ducked back for a moment and actually broke all the way across the plate outside. 2-2. Quickly into the wide. Ohtani's 2-2. Hit high in the air left field, but he got under it. Kike Hernandez about 5 feet from the track, makes the catch, and there's 1 out.
He just missed that pitch. He was just out in front of it. Kike Hernandez maybe about 20 feet from the wall out in left field. He barreled that thing up, got underneath it. I mean, that's a good sign if you're John Schneider, if you're in that Toronto Blue Jays dugout. Bo Bichette is slowly starting to look like himself.
Bichette back in the dugout and Barger to the plate. Ohtani offers. Called strike. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, Winnipeg Jets in Minnesota. And that game is 2-2 at the second intermission. 0-1 pitch. Barger hits it back to the mound, stabbed by Ohtani. He will run it over to first in underhand flip. 2 outs. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Alejandro Kirk up to the plate. 2 out, space is empty, and a 2-1 Blue Jay lead in the top of the 6th.
How many times have we seen a play like that over the last couple of days? 4? 5 maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, granted, we played 2 full games last night.
Yeah, we have played 3 games in about 24 hours.
And it feels like it. Ohtani, who was the DH but was in all 18 innings last night, is here pitching, trying to get through the 6th inning. He offers to Kirk. Inside, backed him off the plate with a sweeper that slipped out of the hand. Ball 1. Kirk waddling back and forth, waiting on the pitch, and the 1-0. Outside 2-0, missed with a 4-seamer at 96 as the velocity fluctuations continue in these later stages for Ohtani.
And now you can try to get big here with 2 outs.
2-0 pitch. Ball strike. Curveball hung. He must have been sitting something else there, probably fastball. It's 2-1.
I also think that Shohei Ohtani knew that he was probably going to get big there in a 2-0 count.
The 2-1. Hit back foul. Fastball well above the zone. Kirk went after it 2-2. Ty France told me today, the guy who's seen it more than any Blue Jay on this roster right now, that Ohtani's got great stuff, but he can also locate a lot of different pitches. So he can throw pitches in counts you wouldn't expect. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on the sweeper. Ohtani's 6th K in 6 innings. And at the middle of the 6th, the Blue Jays still lead 2-1. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We We'll Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA at Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
Ciao, I'm Dominic Vimucci, inviting you to watch the game with us, the official pizza of the Toronto Blue Jays. Order any one of our pizzas and add on chicken polini, wings, or wedges to make your game day complete. Step up to the plate and taste the difference.
439 Pizza Nova. 439 Pizza Nova.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Loud Dodger Stadium, bottom of the sixth inning, game 4 of the World Series. The Blue Jays right now on top, 2-1. Shane Bieber is pitching well. He'll try to keep that going here against Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, and Teoscar Hernandez. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thank you so much for tuning in. Freddie Freeman, the hero yesterday, 1 for 2 with a single and a fielder's choice today.
Shane Bieber's at 75 pitches now. Chris Bassett was actually warming up in that bullpen in the top half.
Pitch to Freeman, called strike. Shane Bieber has not crossed the 90 plateau since mid-September. However, this is also his last start of the year, 0-1. Called strike, 0-2. Barring something unforeseen, you are not saving Bieber's arm for anything else right now. So if you like him, maybe you keep going. 0-2. In the dirt, ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I'm sure Shane Bieber would like to save that arm for free agency.
I'm sure he would. But it's the World Series. Yeah, Bo Bichette could be saving his knee for free agency, but you never know when this is going to come around. Blue Jays do have action in their pen, double barrel. It's the lefty Fluharty and the righty Chris Bassett, both getting loose. Ahead of Freeman, a ball and 2 strikes. Bieber kicks and fires. And the pitch is roped to first, knocked down by Vladdy, and rolls on to the shallow right field grass. That ball was absolutely stung off the bat of Freddie Freeman. Guerrero with kind of a half slide to his left. Got a piece of it to limit it to a single, but Freeman is on again.
I'm sure Vlad's going to be upset that he didn't come up with that ball. He's made that play quite a bit over the course of his career. Really sure-handed over there. That ball just sneaks underneath the glove. And Freddie Freeman is on with a leadoff base hit.
Smith coming up with Freeman on first for the 3rd time in this game. Smith previously has flied out to right and grounded out to 3rd. Bieber's pitch. Hit on a line to center. Varsho on the run. Slides to make the catch. Made the center field grass look like a slip and slide as Varsho got to the seat of his pants to take a hit away from Smith. And there's one out on a big play. But after back-to-back loud pieces of contact from Freeman and Smith, John Schneider is coming out to make a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware. We're going to pause, though, for a sec. He's in conversation with Bieber right now, despite not doing the patented jog, which typically indicates that a pitcher might be able to stay in. This is a discussion here, and I'm not sure we have a pitching change. We don't. Shane Bieber's going to stay in this ballgame. John Schneider just wanted to go out and get a little piece of that starting pitcher one-on-one instead of letting P. Walker do it.
And I don't mind that. You have Teoscar Hernandez coming to the plate, who's a right-handed hitter, so you have the right-on-right matchup. And let's be honest, Shane Bieber has looked pretty good in this ball game, and he still looks sharp. And he's thrown 80 pitches now here at Dodger Stadium.
Freeman on first, one out, 2-1 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 6th. Here's Teoscar Hernandez from the stretch, the pitch. And it's hit on a line over Kiner-Falefa down in center. A base hit, just barely got over the leap of the Blue Jays second baseman. Into second goes Freeman. Hernandez at first.
And I think now you think about taking him out. With Max Muncy coming to the plate, a big, strong left-handed hitter. It doesn't look like John Schneider's making any moves down there in that dugout yet. Yeah, here he comes.
And part of probably leaving him in, now you can go to the lefty Fluharty and not have him face a right-handed hitter like Hernandez. So Shane Bieber this time will come out in a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Biggest Dodgers threat in a number of innings. First and second, one out. Bottom of the sixth, Mason Fluharty in with the Blue Jays leading 2-1 in Game 4 of the World Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball. Let's go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll check in on the NHL. All 32 teams in action tonight. The Frozen Frenzy, which is apparently a thing, is happening this evening. Some finals in the books already, including the Leafs narrowly hanging on to beat the Flames in Toronto. 4-3 the final score. Only two players scoring goals for Toronto tonight. Matthew Knies had a pair of goals. Max Domi also with a pair of goals himself. He had the opening goal and then scored the game winner with just over 2 minutes remaining in regulation. The Leafs are now 5-4-1 on the year. The Flames now 2-8-1. Toronto will play the second half of the back-to-back tomorrow night. They'll head to Columbus, take on the Blue Jackets. 7:30 p.m. Eastern will be the time of first pitch tomorrow. Leafs talk with Sam McKee and Brent Gunning will be on tap tomorrow via podcast. After that game, we can check on in some other finals as well. The Bruins beating the Islanders 5-2. That stops a brief skid for them. The Blue Jackets, it took overtime to beat the Sabres in Buffalo. A 4-3 final score. Miles Wood with the overtime winner for the Blue Jackets. The Golden Knights doubling up the Hurricanes 6-3. And, of course, the Leafs again beating the Flames 4-3 as well. Some games going on right now also include the Mammoth, the 8-2-0 Mammoth taking on the 4-4-2 Oilers in Edmonton. That game can be watched on Sportsnet 1. Utah up 1-0 midway through the first period. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. It'll be Mason Fluharty into the game for the Blue Jays. He's taken on Max Muncy with 2 on and 1 out in the bottom of the sixth inning. Fluharty turns back, makes a point to Andres Jimenez in case of a ground ball as they could look to turn 2 here. Dodgers have not scored since the second when they got a sac fly from Kike Hernandez. They had 2 runners on in that second inning, and this sixth is the first time they've had multiple runners on since. It's a big spot for Fluharty, but he has become their feature lefty here in the World Series.
Yeah, I like the confidence level that he shows out there, always stomping around the mound. Most importantly, he pounds the strike zone, and he's not afraid to attack.
2 hits by the Dodgers in this inning, and Fluharty looking back at Freeman on second, now offers to Muncy. First pitch stroked out in the air, left center field. Varsho long run into the gap, makes the catch on the medium depth fly ball, and that's a nice way to start your day. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah, like I said, he's not afraid to attack. Even in big situations, you have the tying run standing at second base. You have the go-ahead run standing at first base. You have 50,000 plus screaming and yelling. You probably can't hear the pitch comm or struggling to hear the pitch comm. But Mason Fluharty, the rookie, comes through with a big pitch there.
So Tommy Edman will come up, the switch hitter, and he will swing around to bat from the right side for the first time in the game. Edman previously hitting left, had a single and a walk against Shane Bieber. 2-1 Blue Jays, first and second, 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. Fluharty offers. First pitch caught on and missed. Good sweeper. 0-1.
If you're going to throw another one of those, you better get it down. That one hung out over the middle of the plate. It ended up at the bottom. But now you're ahead. You want to throw something below that strike zone.
Left-hander deals. Another sweeper hit foul. Pretty much the exact same location. He gets away with it as Edman was out in front, 0-2.
Just pounding that strike zone. This guy's a rookie, and he's in the Game 4 of the World Series with the tying run standing at second base, and he's fearless out there.
Fluharty twists his hips and sets. Look to Freeman. 0-2 to Edman. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him on a back foot sweeper. Fluharty comes in, gets the first pitch, fly out, and a 3-pitch strikeout to end the threat. On to the 7th we go. 2-1 Blue Jays in Game 4. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Struck him out looking. A big fist bump from Jeff Hoffman.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at Dodger Stadium in the Vin Scully press box. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer. Michael Noto, Tom Young, our technical directors. Mason Fluharty with a big couple of pitches to end the bottom of the 6th. Shohei Ohtani, the starter for the Dodgers, still on the hill in the 7th on 90 pitches already. He looks in at Dalton Varsho. Right-hander offers home. And Varsho rips a liner to right field, sinking and down in front of Teoscar Hernandez, a base hit. We had mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Ohtani has not made long starts a ton this year.
Third baseman, Ernie Clement.
And this is pushing it in terms of seasonal pitch count. He threw 100 in his last start, but 89 in his first playoff start. And in the regular season, he passed 90 only once. So this is the third time this year he does it. Ernie Clement's up with Varsho on first in the pitch. Check swing, pitch down and in, ball one.
And now this is a great time to try to put some pressure on Shohei Ohtani on that Dodgers defense. You want to get that run to second base. It's an important run standing at first base right now.
Hugely important in this tense 2-1 game. 1-0. Clement drives it. Left center field. Headed toward the gap. That ball is off the wall. Varsho around second into third. Stop sign there. Clement into second. Good relay by the Dodger outfield. But a smoked double from Ernie Clement. It's second and third with nobody out.
Who else but Ernie Clement? Again coming through with a huge hit. He got that four-seam fastball down on the inner third. He just rips that barrel through. Missed a home run by about 5 feet. Hit off that wall, about the middle of that wall out in left center. What a swing from him. Dalton Varsho got a good jump. He ends up at third base. Second and third now with nobody out.
And I think that's going to be it for Shohei Ohtani. They tried to push him into the 7th, and it burns them. Dave Roberts out to the hill to make a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 6+ for Ohtani. And the first 6 very strong, but he leaves with 2nd and 3rd. No outs. Blue Jays up 2-1. They need to cash in here. We'll find out if they do pretty soon. But first, let's go back to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's check in on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard again. We'll stick with the NHL again. The Frozen Frenzy. 16 games, all 32 teams playing tonight. Again, the Leafs hanging on to beat the Flames in Toronto. 4-3 the score there. Leafs 5-4-1 on the season. They'll take on the Columbus Blue Jackets tomorrow down south in Ohio. 7:30 p.m. Eastern is the time of first pitch. Again, Leafs talk with Sam McKee and Brent Gunning, which went tonight and is available via podcast. Will be on tap tomorrow as well. We can dive a little deeper into some of the other scores. The Bruins thumping the Islanders 5-2 in Boston at TD Garden. The Isles actually went up 2-0 in this game before allowing 5 straight Boston goals from 5 different players, including one from David Pastrnak, who scored his 6th goal of the year. The Blue Jackets, again, who the Leafs will take on tomorrow, they beat the Sabres in overtime down in Buffalo, a 4-3 final for Columbus. Miles Wood had a pair of goals. He scored the game-tying goal with about 7 minutes to go in regulation and then scored the OT winner to finish things off. Zach Werenski also scoring in that one, his 2nd goal of the year. The Golden Knights doubling up the Hurricanes 6-3, and Raleigh Pavel Dorofeyev with a pair of goals. Jack Eichel with a pair of goals as well. There was an empty netter as well to boot, and again 6-3 the final score there. The Flyers beat the Penguins in a shootout 3-2, and this game also just went final, also in a shootout. The Ducks beat the Panthers 3-2 in Sunrise, Florida. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to Dodger Stadium we go. Anthony Bonda on the mound. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The former Blue Jay, Anthony Bonda, is into the game for the Dodgers in what is potentially a spot that could decide this baseball game. Top of the 7th, Blue Jays have 2nd and 3rd, no outs after a Varsho single and a Clement double. Dodger infield drawn in. The Blue Jays already up 2-1, but they got to add. It's really tough to cling to a 1-run lead against the Dodgers.
And the infield is in for the Dodgers, so they're going to try to cut that run off at home plate if they can.
3rd appearance of the World Series for Bonda, 6th of the postseason, ERA above 7 in 3 2/3 innings. The left-hander offers. Swing and a miss, and a first pitch slider 0-1. That's Bonda's feature pitch, throws it about half the time. He'll also mix a mid to high 90s sinker and 4-seamer in a very occasional change. Rex Beck wearing lefty, hunched over in his set. And the 0-1. Down and away, sliding block by Smith.
Have to be ready for anything that trickles away if you're Dalton Varsho down there at third base. Will Smith did a good job blocking the baseball last night, but like you said, he grades out as a below-average blocker.
Yeah, this season he was not one of the better blockers in baseball. Came up last night in big moments. 1-1. Fastball sneaks it by for a strike at 98. 1-2, and that's the tough thing about Bonda. He has you so ready for the slider, and then he blows 98 right past you.
Well, this is when you shorten up, and you're just trying to get the barrel to the baseball.
Outfield moves in for the Dodgers, and a 1-2. Down and away. Jimenez leaned over the plate as he was tracking the slider the whole time. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Andres Jimenez has come up with a lot of big hits in this playoffs, and I mean, this is a chance for another one here.
Clement on second, Varsho on third, no outs. Kick in the 2-2. Bounce, and it bounces off Smith but stays in front of him. He barely kept that in front. Big credit to him. It's ball 3. Smith just threw his left arm up in the air. That was all he could do on that pitch so far outside. It hit the palm of his mitt, bounced into his face, and if not for that block off the face, it would have been a run. Instead, it's 3-2.
That's almost all luck for Will Smith back there on that play.
But hey, you know, he threw it out there, and he got it. That's all that counts. And now Andres Jimenez will ask for time and step back out of the box. Adjust the tightness on his hand protector on his right hand.
I would imagine that Bonda is still trying to strike out Andres Jimenez, even in a 3-2 count and open base at first.
Payoff pitch. Fouled back. Came after him with 97, and Hernandez was ready for it.
Yeah, just a challenge pitch. I mean, it's a good challenge pitch at 97, but that's a challenge pitch. Andres was ready for it, like you said.
2 in scoring position, no outs in the top of the 7th. Game 4 of the World Series. Bonda with a payoff. And it's poked away foul. Could have been ball 4, but Hernandez didn't want to take a chance, spoiling that slider into the second deck left side. And not only has he put up a big fight, he's shown a lot of pitches to IKF behind him. 7 offered already by Bonda. This is his first batter faced. Here's pitch 8 to Jimenez. And it's lined and down in left center field. Into score Varsho. Up to third Clement. 3-1 Blue Jays as Jimenez delivers in the 7th.
The more pitches you see, the more comfortable you become with that slider, with that fastball. And he got the off-speed pitch over the heart of the plate. He was a little bit out in front of it, but he was just trying to get that thing to the outfield. A great job from him, not trying to do too much. A little half swing, actually, getting that thing to drop out in front of Kike Hernandez in left field. What a job from him. Another big hit for Andres Jimenez.
He has been so good for the Blue Jays in the postseason. He leads off first. Clement on third. Still no outs in the inning. 3-1 Blue Jays. Pitch to IKF. He squares to bunt. Pulls it back and takes high ball 1. A safety squeeze attempt potentially for the Blue Jays. Because that was not a bunt for a hit. That was out there early enough.
That might even just be a sack bunt. Trying to get 2 runners into scoring position.
Yeah.
It could have been a safety squeeze, but it might just be a straight sack here.
1-0 early square, and he pulls it back high and outside 2-0. I mean, now what do you do? We're still trying to figure out exactly what the bunt is for, but do you even have the bunt on 2-0? He's looking down to Fables for signs.
So I've been watching Ernie Clement, and it doesn't look like a safety squeeze. Ernie Clement is taking his normal secondary off of third base.
2-0. In the dirt ball 3. No square that time, so in the hitter's count, they decided to take back the bunt. And now if you're Bonda, I mean, you've got to get in the zone here. You walk IKF, the bases are loaded for the top of the order.
Well, IKF is taking all the way here. I can almost guarantee that.
Maybe he squares again just for fun. First and third, no outs. Bonda's 3-0. Swing and a foul off. Pitch was in the zone, so granted, same result as if he took it. It's 3-1.
I said he was taking all the way. I almost can guarantee that.
Would have been the same result as if he took it. That's what I'll say. 3-1 count. Clement on third. Jimenez on first, and a step-in throw over to first by Bonda. Slow move. I think he's more just resetting the clock there. Andres Jimenez got back in, standing up easily. All 3 batters in this inning with a hit. Runner on third is Ohtani's responsibility. On first is Bonda's. Bonda's 3-1. IKF ropes it, and it's caught on a line at third. Throwback to first in time for the double play. Max Muncy caught it at third, tossed to first. It's a double play for now. We'll see if the Blue Jays want a challenge.
I thought he was out at first base. They're going to challenge, but I thought he was out.
You do get 2 challenges in the playoffs. We're already in the 7th inning. Ooh, I think he might be safe.
Yeah, he's safe. That's a huge call, and I'm sure they'll overturn this.
But you can't guarantee it.
Toronto is challenging the out call at first base.
I mean, we just got a terrible angle, and he looked out on that angle, but we saw a different angle, and he looks safe right. Yeah, he's safe. He's safe all day long. I'll be shocked if they don't overturn this.
So we know there's 1 out. We know Ernie Clement remains at third base. But the question is Jimenez out at first, and is it 2 outs and a runner on third, or is it still 1 out and first and third for Nathan Lucas? That's a massive difference.
And, I mean, they're showing it on the big screen here at Dodger Stadium. No cheers as they're showing it, so that tells me that he is, in fact, safe at first base. I've been wrong before, but that's pretty definitive evidence right there on that big board.
As we wait on the review, one thing to notice, it looks like Nathan Lucas is going to come out of this ball game with a left-handed pitcher in Bonda in. Ty France has a bat. Possible double sub where they go Ty France in to hit, and then someone like Miles Straw in to play defense to help protect the lead.
I mean, this is taking a long time, and as we've seen over the course of the season, the longer it takes, the less the chance are that they're going to overturn it. But, I mean, I'm seeing the same view as everybody else. There's no cheers. Nobody's happy about that view of the play over there in right field. So they're pretty sure. I'm sure most of the crowd is pretty sure that he's safe. I mean, it's really obvious. I don't know what is taking so long.
First base ump Adam Hamry was kind of behind the fielder, so you can understand he not having the easiest view to tell. Hamry and Wagner are in communication with New York, and now we'll get the call.
After review, the call in the field is overturned. The runner is safe. Toronto will reclaim the challenge.
So they do overturn it, and that is a big challenge. It'll now be 1 out with runners on first and third rather than 2 outs, runner on third. Credit to Muncy still. Really nice throw over there. I mean, he really couldn't have done much more. And Andres Jimenez, who took a step the wrong way, makes up for it just by the fraction of an inch, getting his finger back in there before the ball hit the glove. Now Mark Pryor, the great Mark Pryor, pitching coach for the Dodgers, out to talk with Bonda before Ty France hits against him. What do you think about this, Chris? Because, you know, it plays the matchup better. Also, though, Nathan Lucas is 2 for 3.
Yeah, I really like Nathan Lucas, whether it's against a left-handed pitcher or a right-handed pitcher. There comes a time where you, and I don't want to say overthink because I don't think that's the right word, but you rely on analytics a little bit too much. I like Nathan Lucas in this spot. He slows the game down. He goes the other way. I mean, Ty France is a good hitter, too. I just like Nathan Lucas more. He's swinging the bat really well right now.
France taps the plate, first and third, 1 out. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. France twirling the bat around. 1 hit so far in this postseason, the 0-1. Bounced right side, a slow roller, in to score Clement, picked up at second by Edman in the throw to first in time for the out. Up to second goes Jimenez, and Ty France does come through in the pinch hit spot. It's not the prettiest of swings, but it's an RBI ground out to make it 4-1 Blue Jays.
The infield was shifted to second base. Second baseman Tommy Edman was actually playing almost up the middle, and it looked to me like Ty France was trying to go the other way. I mean, he did his job. It wasn't hit very hard at all as Dave Roberts walks out to the mound, but what a job from him in a tough pinch hit situation. And now the Blue Jays find themselves leading 4-1 in this ballgame.
4 runs now on Shohei Ohtani's line, and Anthony Bonda's day is done as Dave Roberts comes out for a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to baseball control once again as Blake Trinan jogs in. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. And a lot of hockey for us to get to tonight. We might as well call this Hockey Central tonight, but maybe our colleagues elsewhere wouldn't appreciate that. Either way, NHL scores tonight. We talked about the Leafs again. They beat the Flames 4-3. That's a final as well. Other scores, Bruins beating the Islanders 5-2. Jackets beating the Sabres in OT 4-3. Miles Wood with the win. The winner, Golden Knights doubling up the Hurricanes 6-3 in Raleigh. The Flyers, again, held on to beat the Penguins 3-2, and the Ducks held on to beat in a shootout the Panthers 3-2 as well. Game is going on right now. The Ottawa Senators are in Chicago to take on the Blackhawks. The Blackhawks were leading 4-0. Connor Bedard had made it 4-0 Chicago with his 5th goal of the year. The Ottawa Senators have scored 3 straight. Jake Sanderson, Michael Amadio, and Tim Stützle just making it 4-3 just a couple minutes ago. Stützle's 5th goal of the season, and then the Sens are on the power play as well. So we'll continue monitoring that game. The Stars leading the Capitals 1-0. The Avalanche currently blanking the Devils 3-0. That game's in the second period. The Jets currently trailing the Wild 3-2. That game's in Minneapolis and is in the third period. And in the first period intermission on Sportsnet 1, the Mammoth are leading the Oilers 2-0. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to Dodger Stadium we go with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Blake Treinen is in the ball game. He pitched a third of an inning yesterday, gave up 3 hits and a run. He looks to bounce back with runners on first and second and 2 outs in the top of the 7th. They just walked Vladimir Guerrero Jr. intentionally, put it on Bonda's line before they brought in Blake Treinen. So 2 on, 2 out, and Bo Bichette matches up with Blake Treinen. The Blue Jays have already scored 2 this inning, Chris, to get some much-needed cushion. Their lead now 4-1.
And this is obviously a more comfortable cushion, 4-1 now. But there's also another important run standing out at second base. Bo Bichette has looked more comfortable in the batter's box over the course of the last 48 hours. He missed a home run in his last at-bat by about 15 or 20 feet out in left field. You don't have to hit a home run here. You just have to fillet something to the outfield and score that run from second base.
Lead runners, the speedy Andres Jimenez. Vladdy at first, 2 outs. Sim Treinen offers home to Bo Bichette. Fastball in there, strike 1. Bottom of the zone with 95. 37-year-old Wichita, Kansas native Blake Treinen works with a sweeper, sinker, 4-seamer, and cutter. He's 0-1 to Bichette. Swing and a rope. Left field and deep. Turning back Hernandez. It's over his head and off the base of the wall. In to score Andres Jimenez. Around to third Guerrero. Wall ball RBI single Bo Bichette. 5-1 Blue Jays in the 7th. He tagged it out to left.
Like I said, he's slowly starting to look like Bo Bichette. That dugout is very excited right now. What a swing from him. And again, that's an important run. Yes, Andres Jimenez scoring the 5th run of the ballgame is very important. And if you're Addison Barger, you have to go to work because there's another important run standing out at third base in Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
There is no lead too large when you're facing the Dodgers. Big 3-run inning. Trying to add to it. Barger up first and third, 2 down. Let's go Blue Jays chances. The first pitch to Barger's hit through the left side. Base hit left center. In to score Guerrero. Up to second Bichette. 6-1 Blue Jays.
What an approach from Addison Barger. He knows that he doesn't have to do too much. He knows that he's not trying to hit a home or doesn't need to hit a 3-run home run there. There was a big hole on the left side of the infield. Mookie Betts was shaded up the middle, and he just sticks the bat out, hits a hard ground ball through that hole, and the Blue Jays find themselves up 6-1 here at Dodger Stadium.
More Let's Go Blue Jays in L.A. 4-run, 5-hit inning against Ohtani, Bonda, and Treinen. The pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Low and away, ball 1. This is the 9th Blue Jay batter to come up as Dodger Stadium uses the PA to try and drown out Let's Go Blue Jays. And Bonda, by the way, will be charged now with a pair of runs himself as Andres Jimenez and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. both come in to score.
How nice is it to see Bo Bichette just rip one off the left field wall like that?
I mean, that's the hardest hit ball by far since he came back. 1-0. Down and away, 2-0. He gets, as always in baseball, it's a game of fractions of an inch. He gets a fraction of an inch lower on that ball, easily out of here. He hit it more than hard enough to hit a home run. Probably dented that wall in left field. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Kirk was looking heater. Treinen wisely fed him the sweeper and had him out in front 2-1. Bichette is the lead runner. No guarantee he scores on a single to the outfield with the state of his knee. On first base is Addison Barger. 2-1 pitch. Called strike. Sweeper on the outside edge. 2-2. 6-1 Blue Jays. First and second, 2 down, top of the 7th inning. Treinen set. The 2-2 pitch. Hit on a line out to right. Teoscar Hernandez freezes and makes a two-handed catch to end the inning. For the Blue Jays, 4 runs on 5 hits, and they take a 6-1 lead to the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
The fall get-together is here at Canadian Blood Services, which means it's the perfect time to grab your crew, hit up a donor center, and experience what you get when you give together. It's not just about donating blood and plasma. It's about showing up and feeling like we actually did something.
Jesse, you're up.
Awesome. Be right there. Book an appointment today at blood.ca and experience what you get when you give. Canadian Blood Services. Who's saving who?
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. His 8th K today.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Bottom of the 7th, after a 4-run top half, the Blue Jays lead 6-1, and they'll make a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Chris Bassett enters for Toronto. He'll start this bottom of the 7th against Kike Hernandez. The pitch, fouled back 0-1. We discussed the move a little bit at the break, Chris. They bring in Bassett here. And look, it's a 5-run game, but it's a big spot. 7th inning of the World Series.
Yeah, I don't mind this move at all. We've seen Chris Bassett a couple of times over the course of the playoffs, and he's looked very, very good. The fastball velocity actually ticked up a little bit in his last outing.
0-1. On the ground, over the mound, ricochets towards short, picked up Andres Jimenez, throw to first in time for the out. It's a slow roller, and I think it bounced a little more left because of that. That actually benefited the Blue Jays. So Kike Hernandez goes down.
Actually, off the bat, I thought Kike Hernandez would have beaten that out, but Andres Jimenez, so sure-handed over there. He saw the runner. He knows how quick Kike is. Made that play relatively easily, threw a strike across the diamond.
Pinch hitter now for the Dodgers. Alex Call is going to enter for Andy Pages. Should also mention defensive switch for the Blue Jays after Ty France hit for Nathan Lucas. France is removed, and into left field goes Miles Straw off the bench. Line from Bassett and his pitch to Alex Call. Called strike. It's a second game in a row where Dave Roberts starts with Pages, but then decides to go to Call later in the game. Trying to get someone on in front of Ohtani. Here's the 0-1. Called strike 0-2. And this has been a big problem, Chris, for the Dodgers. I mean, obviously not that big of a problem. They're leading a series in the World Series. But they haven't had traffic on for Ohtani as much as they'd like. They've allowed teams like the Blue Jays to have the choice whether they pitch to him or walk him because Pages hasn't been on much.
I mean, look, Andy Pages isn't hitting well in the playoffs, but he was really good in the regular season.
This is the tough thing for Dave Roberts. 0-2. Outside. I mean, you're taking out Pages for call, and you're putting in a guy who's hitting better in a very small sample of the postseason, but Pages was certainly better in a much larger sample in the regular season. Now he's kind of mixing and matching both of them. 1-2 to call. And he caught him, punched him out on a four-seamer right on the bottom outside corner. What a pitch, Chris Bassett, 2 down.
So much confidence out there on that mound. I think he was wagging his fists, actually, moving it back and forth after he threw strike 3 as he was walking towards center field. I mean, what a moment for him coming into a big ball game, and now he gets to face Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani has faced Bassett 32 times previously. The first pitch is inside, ball 1. He's a .276 hitter lifetime against Bassett, and he's punched about 12 times in 29 at-bats, but Ohtani's also hit 3 home runs off of him, including 1 this year. 1-0. Low at 95, 2 balls and no strikes.
In a 6-1 ball game, you're still trying to pound the strike zone, even to a guy like Shohei Ohtani.
The worst spot he can leave you in is 6-2. Ohtani 0 for 2, struck out twice by Bieber, also walked. 2-0. Swing and a miss. The confidence he has to go to the 72-mile-an-hour curve against Shohei Ohtani. It's 2-1.
That swing from Shohei Ohtani tells me that he's thinking, oh, it's a 2-0 count, it's a 6-1 ball game. He's definitely throwing a fastball over the heart of the plate, not Chris Bassett.
8 pitch mix for the righty. Here's his 2-1. And it's hit on the ground to second. IKF on it. He throws to first. 7th inning in the books. 1-2-3 for Chris Bassett. On to the 8th we go in game 4. 6-1 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
Global superstar Ed Sheeran, live in Toronto. Ed Sheeran, Loop Tour, North America 2026. Due to demand, 3rd show at it. Live at Rogers Center, August 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.ca. The brand new album Play is available everywhere now. Ed Sheeran, promoted by Messina Touring Group.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million Early Bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. Eyesight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Ugh, standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball, and welcome back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. It's the top of the 8th inning, and the Blue Jays are leading the Los Angeles Dodgers 6-1 in Game 4 of the World Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris Lurie with Show Ali as our host and producer, and our technical directors Michael Noto and Tom Young. Dodgers dig into their bullpen again. Third reliever for Dave Roberts tonight is Jack Dreyer, left-hander in to go left on left with Dalton Varsho. Dreyer rocks and fires, and Varsho takes a high slider for strike one. Left-hander rocks and deals. Varsho pops it up. Left side of the infield, Muncy onto the infield. Grass makes the catch. One out. This pitching change to Dreyer, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
I feel like there's some nervous energy here at Dodger Stadium right now. I talked about this a little bit earlier in the series, but I feel like this Dodger faithful, they were a little bit unsure of this team at first coming into the series, and now they know that the Blue Jays are a good team.
One out, base is empty. The pitch to Clement. Called strike 0-1. If we call a spade, most people, I think, around here and around the baseball world might have thought that the Dodgers were going to run through this series. At least that's what it sounded like on the outside. 0-1 pitch. Fouled back 0-2. And that has kind of put all the pressure, not all the pressure, everyone's playing under pressure in the World Series, but a lot of the pressure on the Dodgers plate, it feels like, more than the Blue Jays. I think a lot of people would be surprised if the Blue Jays ended up taking this series. Some people surprised they've been competitive in it at all. 0-2 to Clement. Check swing pitch in the dirt appeal to first, no swing. Ernie has always held the bat at the angle. He chipped it to showcase it to the ump. 1-2.
And how about that pitching matchup tomorrow? My goodness. That'll be a big ball game.
Trey Savage against Blake Snell tomorrow, the rematch of Game 1. But a lot of big outs still here to get tonight. 6-1 Blue Jays, 1 out, top of 8. And the 1-2. Clement hits it back foul. Ernie's 1 for 3, and his double really kick-started that 4-run 7th inning. Varsho, to his credit, had the leadoff hit, but Clement made it second and third no outs after he doubled off the wall in left center. 1-2. Hit on the right side on the ground. Diving stop. Freeman picks it up. Underhand flip to Dreyer. Race to the bag. He's safe. Head first time by Clement to get in there. And it's another hit for Ernie Clement. Great play, Freeman. Clement sprinting. I'll have to look again, but I thought Dreyer might have been a little tardy. He does fall off the other way. I mean, it's nothing egregious. Maybe a split second Dreyer thinks about it, and that was all Clement needed.
Yeah, as a pitcher, you're supposed to start moving towards first base as soon as you see that ball hit on the right side. And Dreyer hesitated just for a split second, and Ernie Clement beat it by about 2 or 3 inches at the first base bag. That's all it takes, really.
Clement on first. 2-hit day for him, and the pitch to Andres Hernandez. And he plunked him. Fastball up and in. Got him on the right shoulder. Hernandez not all too pleased. Slowly walking down the first base dugout. Or first base line, I should say. And up to second goes Ernie Clement.
I don't know if that got him in that plastic pad that he wears around that tricep. He's shaking out that arm over there. It still stings if you get hit in that plastic elbow guard. I mean, that obviously can't be fun, but Freddie Freeman actually tapped him on the top of the helmet as he gets to first base. That's a nice gesture.
Two of the more likable guys probably in all of baseball, Freddie Freeman and Andres Hernandez, beloved by teammates and opponents. And this is a big opportunity now for the Blue Jays. Good thing is Hernandez is all right. He's on first and second, or he's on first. Clement on second, 1 out. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa coming up. They brought in Dreyer for the lefties, but he's faced 2 lefties, and now he'll get Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 0 for 3 in the game, but smoked a liner last time up. Dreyer kicks and offers. Breaking ball missed way upstairs, ball 1. A miss with a curve by Dreyer. He's a slider curve 4-seamer guy.
Over the course of this ball game, IKF has really been trying to go the other way.
1-0. On the ground, hit softly to short, picked up Betts, only play his first, and he throws over there in time for the out. Up to third, Clement, into second, Jimenez. So an out, but IKF does advance the runners, and a single could potentially cash in 2 here with Miles Straw coming up.
And you mentioned this earlier. This game is not over. There's still 6 huge outs to get. You're up by 5 runs, yes. This is a very potent Dodgers lineup. So those 2 runs standing out there right now at second and third are very important. Miles Straw, I'm sure, is just trying to fillet something to the outfield, something he's so good at.
Mark Pryor will go out to the hill now and talk to his reliever, Jack Dreyer.
And you definitely want to go right at Miles Straw if you're Dreyer, because Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is swinging in that on-deck circle, and you don't want to face him. And I'm sure that's what Mark Pryor was talking about with him. Hey, we have to get this guy because we do not want to face Vlad.
Yeah, I think you live and die going after Straw here. And if he burns you and you're Jack Dreyer, he burns you. 10 pitches into this inning, Dreyer about to face Straw.
But also, those are 2 really important runs standing on base.
They are. Vlad crushes lefties, and he's on deck. First pitch to Straw. Fastball, top of the zone, strike at 93, 0-1. Clement's on third. Jimenez on second. 6-1 Blue Jays. Trying to build on their 4-run 7th here in the 8th. 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. But pardon me, that actually tipped off the bat, did it?
It sounded like it, and the home plate umpire made a motion like it was a foul ball. I don't think anybody really knows what that call was. I guess it was a strike.
It says 0-2 here. It says 1-1 online. The umpire has not made a signal. Here's the 0-2. And it's hit foul down the right field line. We could use some hand signals from John Tempain here. Although I guess he's looked at the board. If he sees 0-2 and thinks it's 0-2, he's not going to make a signal. So we'll go with no balls and 2 strikes. Pardon me.
Either way, was that a ball or a strike that he foul tipped? Was it in the strike zone?
It looked in the zone.
Yeah.
Kick at another 0-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Dreyer fights around the traffic of an infield hit and a hit batter to strand a pair in scoring position and keep it 6-1 Blue Jays headed to the bottom of the 8th. Betts, Freeman, Smith for LA when we come back in Game 4. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Ground Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca. Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth, bottom of the 8th inning in L.A. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Chris Bassett back out on the hill for a second inning of work, bottom of the 8th, and the Blue Jays lead 6-1.
In Chris Bassett's first inning, he filled up that strike zone. That's the way you want to attack Mookie Betts here. You don't want to mess around. I would much rather him give up a base hit than walk the leadoff guy.
It's Betts, Freeman, Smith this inning. The wind and offering to Mookie Betts. Pitch outside, ball one. Betts a career 3 for 18 in the regular season against Chris Bassett with no extra base hits. 1-0. Hit on a line, leap, and it's over the head of Andres Jimenez down in left field. Mookie Betts aboard as the Dodgers trying to make noise late here. Louis Varland is up and throwing in the pen for the Blue Jays.
And like I said, that's okay. I would much rather see that than nibbling around the strike zone. Even if Freddie Freeman here, remember, you're up by 5 runs. A home run will not kill you, but Chris Bassett knows that he has to pound the strike zone. But you still have to throw good strikes, not just pitches over the heart of the plate.
Freeman 2 for 3 today. Takes a first pitch, strike 91 right down the middle. 0-1. You talk about not worrying about the homer. That's as center cut as it gets at 91 miles an hour on the sinker. Freeman a career 4 for 11 with a homer and 3 walks against Bassett. Betts on first, kick, and the 0-1. Swing and a miss. So much run on that sinker and powered it up to 94 that time. It's 0-2.
A little bit of Kevin Gausman, 91 and the 94. We'll probably see an 87, then a 96.
Maybe even a 71.
Wouldn't mind that right here.
Bassett's 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevates the cutter. Gets Freddie Freeman 1 out.
That's been such a big pitch for Chris Bassett this season. Really started to have a good feel for it. The cutter that's above that strike zone. It looks like such a hittable pitch, especially to left-handed hitters. He gets Freddie Freeman swinging for a big first out.
The sinker has so much drop. The cutter just holds its plane up there. Batters are so often under that pitch. Here's Will Smith, 1 out. Betts on first. Bassett from the stretch deals. And the pitch chopped foul. Dino Evil's going to field it. The third base coach for the Dodgers dumps it away into the third base side camera well. 0-1. Mookie Betts taking a lead. With the Blue Jays up 6-1, unlikely Betts takes off. You don't want to gamble with base runners down by this much, but not impossible. 0-1 to Smith. Inside. Brushed by his jersey, but didn't hit him with a sinker. 1-1.
The interesting thing about Mookie Betts down there at first base is he always looks like he's about to take off. He's kind of facing second base, looks really athletic, gets deep. But like you said, I don't think he's taking off here.
1-1. Slow curve called strike. 72 right at the bottom of the zone. 1-2. Betts does have near 200 career stolen bases, but a lot of those came as a Boston Red Sox. He ran far less as a Los Angeles Dodger. 1-2. High with a fastball. No offering there on the cutter from Smith. 2-2. 19 pitches so far for Bassett across an inning and a third. He offers home a 2-2. And it's bounced towards short. Jimenez waiting. Underhand flip for 1. IKF to first. Double play. 6-4-3 to end the 8th. 2 stunning innings from Chris Bassett in relief. On to the 9th we go in Game 4. Blue Jays 6, Dodgers 1. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Win a $7 million grand prize with the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. Live mortgage-free in a stunning Georgian-style Oakville show home with $500,000 cash. Over 5,400 square feet of classical design and modern sophistication, complete with a pool and outdoor kitchen. Buy now and be in to win the incredible $3 million Early Bird Muskoka Lakefront Cottage. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
We Will Rock You, the worldwide smash hit musical by Queen, returns to Toronto this holiday season in a brand new Canadian production, featuring 25 of Queen's greatest hits. We Will Rock You is more than a title. It's a promise. We Will Rock You, November 28th through January 4th at the CAA Ed Mervish Theater. Get tickets at mervish.com.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Canada is ready to party like it's 1993. That's right. The Blue Jays are back in the big one. Create space for your watch party with Access Storage, official storage provider of the Toronto Blue Jays. Try 4 weeks free at accessstorage.ca.
A car that you don't need or drive anymore? What good is it? Well, it's good for more than you might think. Donate it to Kidney Car before December 31st and receive a tax receipt for a minimum of $700.
That's good.
And they'll tow away your old vehicle for free.
That's more good.
That's how Kidney Car has been funding kidney research and programs in Canada for more than 30 years, with proceeds from unwanted cars. Get in touch today for a free quote. You'll be super happy at tax time and feel good about doing good. Visit kidneycar.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays beat baseball's best team
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium. They're trying to keep the energy up with the hustle, but it has been mostly the Blue Jays tonight. 6-1 is the lead as we go into the 9th inning, Game 4 of the World Series. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hustles up to the box to face Jack Dreyer here in the top of the 9th inning. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Blue Jays are trying to even this series at 2 games aside. Dreyer offers. Guerrero swings and hits it foul. A bouncer into the third base dugout, 0-1. 4-run 7th was huge for the Blue Jays, but still the difference in this game is the 2-run homer by Vlad back in the third off Shohei Ohtani. 0-1. Lined out to right field and down for a base hit. Little blooper off the end of the bat, but it works, and Vladdy has a 2-hit night.
He wasn't trying to do too much with that pitch. It was a tough fastball on the outside part of the plate. And he just filleted that thing over Freddie Freeman at first base. What an approach. What a game for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., showing all facets of his game.
Up to 26 hits now in the postseason. And here is Bo Bichette, who's having a heck of a game himself. On twice so far. The pitch. Blue Jay TH swings and hits it foul, 0-1. Needless to say, you still have to add, or you'd still like to add at least, because you never know what the Dodgers can do in a single inning. This crowd is thinned out at Dodger Stadium, but many still believe sticking around. 0-1. Bichette takes upstairs. Ducked out of the way of the four-seam fastball.
The good news for the Toronto Blue Jays, and I believe Louis Varland will be coming into this ball game, is Chris Bassett did the heavy lifting, getting through the heart of the Dodgers lineup.
1-1. Inside 2-1. It's set to be Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy, and Tommy Edman hitting in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-1 to Bo. And he bounced it foul. It'll roll into that back staircase of the third base dugout of the Dodgers. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs, and a runner on first. Left on right, Dreyer to Bichette. In the dirt, dug out by Smith, ball 3.
Another comfortable take from Bo Bichette. Obviously, he's one of the best and has been one of the best over the course of his career. But we didn't see that in the first 2 ball games that he played here in the World Series, but we're starting to see that, taking those tough pitches down.
3-2. And he hits a grounder to first. Freeman bobbles it, picks it up on the line. He'll wait for Bichette and tag him. Bo tried to dance around him last second. Not on that knee. And Bo walks back to the first base dugout. Vladdy up to first. The fumbled grounder, not an error, but it blew any opportunity of turning a double play.
I would much rather Bo Bichette just run right into Freddie Freeman. I don't want him dancing around and messing up that knee.
Well, I will say DHing today, obviously the Blue Jays want George Springer back in there, but DHing today has allowed Bo to play the full 9 innings for the first time in the World Series. Runner on second, 1 out. Addison Barger up, left on left pitch. Swing and a miss. 93 on the inner, third well-placed fastball, 0-1. Barger has 2 hits, including an RBI single last inning, or pardon me, 2 innings ago. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Same spot, same result, 0-2.
Just blew that fastball by him. Although it was only 92, it's almost like Addison Barger was looking for something else.
It's a lot of sliders from Dreyer, a fair number of curveballs. But he's gone twice to a middle-in fastball in the low 90s. 0-2. Called strike 3. 95 on the outside corner. A great pitch to set down Barger. 2 outs.
That was almost like, here it is. Good luck. Just came right at him with 3 really good fastballs.
Alejandro Kirk about to come up, and Dave Roberts will walk him. Makes it first and second and sets up a left-on-left matchup with Dalton Varsho.
Probably the right move.
2 sides of this coin, obviously left-on-left matchup, and Dreyer's already faced him, but also Dreyer's already faced him. So now Dalton Varsho has seen the mix. Dreyer got him to pop up to third in the 8th. And look at that, glass half full or half empty from a Blue Jay perspective. Second time Varsho sees him the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Got him leading forward on a slider. Guerrero on second and Kirk on first, 0-1. Swing and a miss. Through the slider to an even better spot right on the bottom outside corner, 0-2.
That thing has tight spin. A lot of the times you can see the spin, you can see that dot on the ball, but I don't think you can see that spin. That's probably why Dalton Varsho is all sorts of confused out there.
Dreyer set, 0-2 count, 2 outs. He kicks and fires, and Varsho hits it back foul. Noticeably thinned out crowd at Dodger Stadium. It's not like there's no one here out of the 52,000, but see a lot of seats, especially on the bottom bowl. 0-2. Called strike 3. Dreyer bounces back after the leadoff single, strands a pair and makes it a scoreless top of the 9th. On to the bottom of the 9th we go in Game 4 of the World Series. Blue Jays 6, Dodgers 1. Louis Varland coming in. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Somewhere along the way, you stopped feeling like yourself. At Game Day Men's Health, they treat what most men keep to themselves: low testosterone, loss of sex drive, and the slow fade of energy and confidence. With testosterone therapy, peptide treatments, and sexual performance solutions delivered in a space built for men, modern and judgment-free. You don't have to settle. For a clinic near you, visit GameDayMen'sHealth.ca. Game Day Men's Health. Feel like you again.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, this is Chris Bassett.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Detroit got me right.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Blue Jays lead the Dodgers 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning at Dodger Stadium. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker have the postgame show. They will take your calls and your texts. Blair will throw out the numbers to call after the final out. You can text them as well. 590-590, name and location. That is the People's text line. It is always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. It's the bottom of the ninth inning at Dodger Stadium with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's our very own Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue out west.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays lead 6-1, and they make a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. It's Louis Varland into the game, looking for 3 outs to even up this series. He'll take on Teoscar Hernandez, Max Muncy, and Tommy Edman in a high-leverage, non-save situation. Under the lights at Dodger Stadium, palm trees in the distance, mountains have faded out of view. The Blue Jays are trying to punch back after the gut-wrenching loss last night, and they will go to a guy that they've gone to so many times in this postseason. It's Varland's 13th appearance. He winds and fires to Hernandez, and the first pitch brushes him back at 98 miles an hour with a sinker, ball 1.
And the job for Louis Varland is exactly the same as the job for Chris Bassett. Throw strikes, force early contact, and see if you can get back to that dugout.
1-0. Outside at 98, 2-0.
You're not trying to nibble here.
Hernandez 1 for 3, singled his last time up. 2-0 pitch. Takes it outside again, ball 3, just missed at 98. Third time Varland pitches in the World Series is 3-0. Hernandez taking it all the way, takes down the middle at 99. Makes it 3-1. 3-1. Called strike. Looked like Teoscar might have been taken all the way again. That was 98 right down the middle. 3-2.
Down 5 runs. I'd be taken all the way, too. And it looks like Louis Varland is just trying to throw that four-seamer right down the middle.
Might try to do that again. Full count. First batter of the bottom of the ninth. Payoff pitch to Teoscar. High and outside, ball 4. He walked him on 99, well above the zone.
Louis Varland is really upset out on that mound, and understandably so. Obviously, you don't want to walk the first guy in a 6-1 ball game, especially when your team is ahead 6-1. You just want to turn the page, forget about that guy standing at first base. He means nothing. Just throw strikes here and get an out.
Max Muncy up now, trying to get this rally going for the Dodgers with a runner on first, no outs. The pitch. Left-handed hitter smacks it down the right field line. Base hit, bouncing into the corner. Teoscar around second into third. He gets his stop sign there. Muncy jogs into second with a double. 2 in scoring position for the Dodgers, no outs.
Louis Varland just trying to get ahead with a fastball. He struggled to throw strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. Max Muncy knows that. He's a very smart hitter. He knows that Louis Varland will probably try to throw something over the heart of the plate, and he ripped that thing down the line for a double. The Dodgers are in business now, but again, those 2 runs out there standing at second and third with nobody out are essentially meaningless, and I'm sure Pete Walker is walking out to tell him that right now.
To do that, and maybe to buy some time for Jeff Hoffman, who just got up and throwing in the Blue Jay pen. He pitched 2 innings yesterday. I imagine they were trying to avoid using him. It maybe felt like a fresher Varland would be in a better spot here. But this inning has not started well so far for Louis Varland, giving up the walk and double. He does have the bottom third coming up for the Dodgers, starting with 7-hitter Tommy Edman.
It's a lengthy mound visit, and I'm sure Pete Walker is just instilling confidence in him, letting him know that his stuff is good enough. He doesn't have to nibble. His team are reminding him that his team is up by 5 runs and you don't have to worry about Teoscar standing at third base. Just challenge Tommy Edman here and try to get the first out of the inning.
Switch hitter Edman turns back around to hit left. He's 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. The pitch. Called strike. Sinker at 99 on the corner, 0-1. The infield is playing back except for Clement at third. They're willing to give up the run to get an out. Ernie's just playing in case of a bunt. Loud now in L.A. Here's the 0-1. Bounce to the plate, run-saving block by Alejandro Kirk. 1-1. That was the first curveball of the inning. First non-fastball of the inning for Louis Varland, who's got a 4-seamer, 2-seamer, curve, slider, and change. Varland set at the chest, looks to both runners, and the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Knuckle curve, perfect spot just below the zone. 1-2.
That was a beautiful pitch from Louis Varland. Tommy Edman was way out in front of it.
If he gives that pitch just a chance of getting in the zone, batters are usually ahead of it, having to gear up for 99. 1-2. On the ground at third, Clement picks it up. Hernandez goes home. Clement throws to first in time for the out. And a run will come in on an RBI ground out by Edman, but that's positive for the Blue Jays. It's 6-2, but there's only 2 outs left, 1 down in the 9th.
That was actually a pretty close play at first base. Ernie Clement took his time, not intentionally. He was looking back Max Muncy, making sure that Max Muncy went back to second base before he threw the baseball. And he beat Tommy Edman at first base, maybe by about a half a step. A really close play.
1 out, Kike Hernandez up, runner on second. Varland deals. Hernandez takes inside, ball 1. So that run for the Dodgers, their first since the 2nd inning when Kike Hernandez hit a sac fly to put them in front. Hernandez 0 for 2, bats now in the 9th. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Reluctantly went around on 99 on the edge. Might have been a called strike anyway. It's 1-1. Top of the plate from the clutch left fielder. Varland set. 1-1 pitch. Called strike. Stiffened up Kike with a curveball at 87, and it dropped into the zone. 1-2. It's loud at Dodger Stadium. Andres Gimenez at short, cupping his ear to hear the pitch count signal so he can position. And here's Varland with a 1-2. Check swing, curve in the dirt. Kirk asks for an appeal to first. No swing, says Adam Hammer. 2-2.
That's a tough take from Kike Hernandez. That pitch started right down the middle. Looked like a fastball, a very hittable pitch, and then just dove below the strike zone. I don't know how Kike Hernandez took that pitch.
2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Doubled up on it and punched him out on a curve. It was in the dirt, but Hernandez, screaming, walks back to the third base dugout rather than run down to first, 2 down.
He was probably telling himself, there's no way he throws another one of those right down the middle. He's throwing a heater here. He's trying to throw something hard. I mean, Kike was way out in front of that pitch. He's really upset with himself, screaming as he walks back to that dugout.
So it's 6-2 Blue Jays now. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th of game 4. Muncy on second and Alex call up. Moving on deck is Shohei Ohtani. You have to go right at call here because then it's the Ohtani Betts Freeman part of the order. Varland with a look to second and Muncy, and the pitch to call. Called strike. That curve might have been low, but not according to John Tempane. It's 0-1. 17 pitches for Varland. Settled in a bit after the walk and double. Inside move to second. No one was there. I wonder if he's just resetting the clock a little bit. Louis Varland now blowing into his right hand to get moisture on his fingers.
Yeah, I don't think Louis Varland is worried about Max Muncy at second base right now.
And a second inside move in a row. That's a little curious, I won't lie. 0-2. Oh, pardon me, 0-1. Both disengagements used. I almost wonder if he thinks Muncy's relaying signs. Is he going to do it a third time here and balk Muncy over to third?
I don't know. That'd be interesting.
And he will. Varland did 3 in a row to intentionally balk Muncy over to third because he thinks he's relaying signs. And he absolutely knew what he was doing. He just did it 3 times in a row with no one even covering.
I mean, we've never seen that before. At least I've never seen that before. That's actually a really smart move. That tells you how meaningless that run out there is and how important that batter is in the batter's box. He does not want anything to go wrong here against Alex Call.
0-1 to Call. In the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. Seen other pitchers do it before. I've not seen the Blue Jays do it, at least this year, on the last couple. And that negates Muncy's ability to look into Varland's glove. 1-1. Outside 2-1. Missed with a 4-seamer. Again, Ohtani's on deck. Got to get in the zone against Call here and try and finish it off before the top of the order comes up. 6-2 with 2 outs and a runner on third. The 2-1. Call hits it in the air out to left. Straw going back. Makes the grab. The Blue Jays tie the series. One night after heartbreak, they beat the Dodgers 6-2, and it is a best of 3 now for the World Series.
What a ball game from the Toronto Blue Jays on both sides of the ball. Shane Bieber came out and threw a really, really nice game. We didn't know what to expect from him. He was a little bit shaky in his last start, but I talked about this before the broadcast. When you're coming back from Tommy John surgery, you're a little bit inconsistent. Today, he was fantastic. He filled up that strike zone. He made big pitches. He struck out Shohei Ohtani twice in this ball game. What a game from him. And oh yeah, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit a big 2-run home run.
Big day for the Blue Jays, who high-five as they go back into the first base dugout. 6-2. They win Game 4 of the World Series. We're going to take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll wrap it up and get you over to a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. You're listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Call strike 3, and the ball game is over.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium as we tie a bow on Game 4 of the 2025 World Series. The Blue Jays are winners today, 6-2. We go back through, and Chris, you already talked about Shane Bieber. On the other side, Shohei Ohtani got the start, coming off 6 shutout innings, but it became apparent quickly that he would not be as effective in this start. And that started, Chris, with a Vladimir Guerrero 2-run homer in the third, an absolute nuke from Vlad for his first World Series home run. Plus, he now has more career playoff homers than anyone in Blue Jays franchise history.
It's pretty incredible how good the at-bats were against Ohtani. In the first inning, a little bit shaky. It looked like Ohtani was going to just cruise for the next 5 innings. Honestly, he was outstanding in that first inning. And then all of a sudden, you start to see the at-bats get a little bit better. I mean, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. waited on that hanging breaking ball. He got the hanging breaking ball, and he ripped that thing for one of the biggest 2-run home runs probably in Blue Jays history. If he doesn't hit that home run, who knows what the rest of the game will look like, but it was just a great game overall. The approach was outstanding. This is exactly what they've done for the majority of the season. Just put together good at-bats against very good pitching. And again, this is going to plant a seed of doubt in that Dodgers clubhouse. Shohei Ohtani is one of the most effective pitchers in Major League Baseball. He's got fantastic stuff, and the Blue Jays just got him for 4 runs and forced him to throw 93 pitches. I'm really looking forward to the pitching matchup tomorrow with Blake Snell and Trey Savage. We don't know how Blake Snell is going to perform, and we don't know how Trey Savage is going to perform. Both of those guys have the ability to dominate a baseball game.
I got to reel you back in, though. We got more to talk about this game, Chris. Still talking about Game 4, but I am excited as well, no doubt. The Blue Jays get 4 off Ohtani. The reason they do is they start to rally in the 7th. Dalton Varsho with a single, Ernie Clement with a double, made it 2nd and 3rd, no outs. Dave Roberts decided to push Ohtani into that 7th inning, and look, you can't talk about decisions too much after the fact, but that did not end up working out either way. Blue Jays cashed in runs on an Andres Jimenez single, then an RBI ground out on a pinch hit opportunity from Ty France, but they still were in a tight game. They really started to blow it open when Bo Bichette stepped up to the plate. 37-year-old Wichita, Kansas native Blake Trinan works with a sweeper, sinker, four-seamer, and cutter. He's 0-1 to Bichette. Swing and a rope. Left field and deep. Turning back Hernandez. It's over his head and off the base of the wall. In to score Andres Jimenez. Around to third Guerrero. Wall ball RBI single Bo Bichette. 5-1 Blue Jays in the 7th. He tagged it out to left.
This is the weak spot of this Dodgers team. It's their bullpen. Blake Trinan has struggled really over the course of these playoffs. 9 games, 8.31 ERA. Bo Bichette got his pitch, and he absolutely ripped that thing, missing a home run by about 5 feet, hitting it halfway up that tall wall in left field. But, I mean, we talked about this during the ballgame. Bo Bichette is slowly starting to look better. Every single pitch, every single at-bat, he's getting more comfortable in that batter's box. With George Springer out now for who knows how long, I mean, it's really difficult to come back from an oblique injury quickly. Bo Bichette needs to perform like he did today. He needs to come up with big hits. I mean, I'm really looking forward to the next 2 or 3 games just because of how he's looking in that batter's box. It's a great sign and good news for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Blue Jays had that lead, got good bullpen performances from Fluharty before that rally, Bassett after that rally. Varlin had a slight wobble to start the 9th, but recovered to give up only 1 and pitched the Blue Jays to a 6-2 win. 6 runs on 11 hits, no errors, 9 left for the Blue Jays. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 7 left for the Dodgers. Shane Bieber goes to 2-0 in the postseason, picking up a win. Shohei Ohtani is 2-1 with the loss. No save in a 2-hour, 54-minute game in front of about 52,500 at Dodger Stadium. And Chris, the win for the Blue Jays means 2 things. Thing number 1 is this World Series is now a best 2 out of 3 with 1 more game here and 2 in Toronto. And thing number 2, somewhat implied already, we're going back to Toronto for a Game 6. No doubt. The Blue Jays will return to Rogers Center one more time.
Ben, I miss our booth. That's a little bit tight here at Dodger Stadium.
They're treating us well. They're treating us well.
No, I'm looking forward to that game. Regardless of what this series looks like, I'm looking forward to Game 6 in Toronto.
But Game 5 is first, and it comes up tomorrow. Chris already teased it, the pitching matchup. Trey Savage and Blake Snell, another 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific start. Will be on about half hour before first pitch, so 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, and we hope you can join us then. For our technical directors, Michael Noto and Tom Young, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your night, and join us tomorrow. The Blue Jays win to tie the series at 2. Time for a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. It starts right now.
Well, that is certainly, or this is certainly, or that was certainly, Kevin Barker, a little bit different than, I was going to say last night. Was it last night? Earlier this morning. It was earlier this morning.
That's fair.
6-2, the Blue Jays have beaten the Los Angeles Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani. The series is now tied at 2 games apiece, as I'm sure we all predicted going into this game. Game 5 is tomorrow. This Blue Jays win tonight, of course, guarantees Game 5 back here in Toronto. And Kevin, all the talk coming into the game, of course, after last night, 6-5 lost it in 18 innings. All the talk coming into the game was Shohei Ohtani, Shohei Ohtani, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani was pitching tonight and hitting tonight. 0 for 3 with a walk. And the Jays managed to put a couple of runs up against him.
Yeah.
Vladdy Jr. with the home run. Ernie Clement with a big double that kind of signaled his exit from the game.
Yeah.
And they did it without George Springer and an obviously compromised Bo Bichette.
Mm-hmm.
And yet here we are. I mean, I've got to tell you, at no point, once the Jays made it 6-2, at no point did I start thinking that there was a comeback imminent on the part of the Dodgers. I'm very surprised that the Blue Jays won this game with as little drama as there was.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about this today on our show, and you asked me about sort of keys and storylines going forward, and I said the obvious ones, right? And it was started when Bieber. Like, Bieber had to be good. He had to, mix and match the entire sort of game that he could throw out there, meaning the cutter, the changeup, the knuckle curve, the tight slider, the 2 different four-seamers. Like, he had to have all of that and mix and match. And, I think it did start with Ohtani. I mean, he punched him out in the first at bat. If the umpires in this series couldn't get any worse, I mean, it's just a really tough watch, Jeff. I
said to you that this is, I've covered a lot of World Series, and I'm really having a hard time thinking of a World Series where the balls and strikes calls have been consistently bad. They've been bad for both teams. That's not what I'm talking about here. There have been some egregious misses, obvious misses.
Yeah, I've been telling you that forever, and you never will listen. You and Passon always come on and yell and scream at me and tell me they're the best in the world, and I've been trying to tell you guys this forever.
Well, you got to find other ones then, Kevin. If you don't like them, find me some other umpires.
Well, it's not my job to go out and find them. Maybe Major League Baseball needs to do a better job of holding people accountable. When you suck at it, don't let them do it forever. I mean, let's start
let's
there.
Bring up all the good dudes from AAA.
Treat them absolutely. Treat them like players.
The guys who come up from AAA are always better.
When I stunk, where was I at?
That's
not in the
different.
Big leagues. How?
That's different.
That's
your union wasn't as strong.
That's true. Yeah, that's fair. There you go.
There are more baseball players than there are umpires. Keep that in mind.
There you go. Let's just give everybody a job. Bam. How about that? So, hey, look, Bieber, you knew you needed a good start, and you basically got it, right? He threw enough strike ones. He got the leadoff hitter out enough. 1 for 5 with the walk. He mixed and matched, like I mentioned, right? The tight slider with the cutter, the fastball with the changeup. He would sprinkle in the knuckle curve. It's sort of, you got to give Ohtani different kinds of looks, right? I talked about his first at bat. He should have punched him out there, but it was change up both sides of the plate and down. It sort of set up the other ones where it could go knuckle curve, fastball up, like you're trying to give him different speeds, different spins, different looks. That's how you punch him out, right? You speed him up, you slow him down. You got to do it with different sort of, extensions and lanes, and just make it look different and don't, be predictable. And that's exactly what happened. He had everything working, and he could throw it whenever he wanted to throw it, wherever he wanted to throw it. And then you bring in Bassett, and, you've been tooting this forever that, Bassett was going to be a big deal. He's healthy, right? I mean, that's sort of the biggest thing. That's the best 2 fastballs he's had all year because he's healthy. When he's got those 2 things and he can cut it, sink it, and four seam it and do it with velocity, makes the difference between the slow breaking ball that much better. So, yeah, and they had some timely hitting. They played good defense. They ran the bases when they were supposed to. It's a team win. I mean, it is amazing. You can look the way you looked yesterday, wad it up, throw it in the garbage, come back about 12 hours later and kick the you-know-what out of a really good team. So you know what?
Well, it helps when your starting pitcher goes 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and did a really good job navigating his way around the lineup. Here are the numbers to call, as per usual, on Blue Jays Talk. 416-870-0590, star 590. If you're calling us on the cell phone, 1-888-666-0590. If you want to text us, by all means, 590-590 is the text line. Standard message and data rates may apply. A 4-run 7th inning for the Blue Jays. Dalton Varsho got it started with a single. Ernie Clement, I think, probably the key hit in terms of setting up the inning, a double. That chased Shohei Ohtani from the game. Andres Jimenez comes up, survives what was originally ruled a double play, an L5-3 double play. The Jays challenged the call at first base. It was overturned. After a run-scoring ground out by Ty France, Vladdy was walked intentionally. Here comes Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette in the number 3 spot tonight. No George Springer, so everybody just moved up one. Bo gets a single, and then Addison Barger in the cleanup spot tonight comes through with an RBI single as well. And then it's just a matter of the Jays bullpen, Chris Bassett and Louis Varland, keeping the Dodgers at bay. I mean, it really was, and I told you that I told you this when we were just chatting before the game. I mean, it's got to be kind of frustrating for John Schneider in a way. Mason Fluharty doesn't get the job done last night. He gets the job done tonight. I understand, the guys aren't going to be perfect every night. But I'm sure John just kind of goes back and looks at that game tonight. And as much as I think his performance yesterday was probably not one of the best managed games we've seen in a long time, he had a really good game tonight. He made the right moves when he had to make the moves. And, boy, I'll tell you what, man, when the big boy comes through with that 2-run homer, Vladdy hits that 2-run homer in the 3rd inning. It just felt different. I don't know what it felt like in the stands, but watching it on TV, it felt different.
Yeah, let's give Nathan Lucas credit, too. I mean, everybody last night wanted to run him out of town, and all of a sudden now he's getting, beating Shohei Ohtani to the spot. I said this today. We were talking about approaches. We had a couple of people on, and they were saying you face a dude with that amount of pitches. You got to simplify it. You got to hunt heater. You got to be aggressive early. You got to beat him to the spot. And, good old Nathan Lucas, you got to get on base. You got to be looking for it to beat him there. He took 98, pulled it, got on base. Vladdy looked at me like he's sit and spin. He's sit and spin. He gets it down on time, and sort of everything works in unison, and he can get to a finish to throw the ball in the air. He's one of the best hitters in baseball. And then you go to the 7th inning, it just looked like, again, when you're looking for a pitch and you're a big leaguer, most of the times that's when you're at your best. And you saw Dalton do that with getting the head out with the fastball. You mentioned Ernie. That ball was down. When he gets balls down, he hammers those things. Yep. Just, it's a simple, let gravity take over. You don't have to do anything. You just sort of, if you get it started, it'll go where it needs to go. Jimenez, you were talking about, went from 1-2 to an 8-pitch RBI single. That slider away from Bandit's not the easiest thing to stay on. Length through the zone. He's gotten better with his lower half. It's repeatable. He's happy with it. We've seen him all year tinker with that. Just seems like he's sort of found his happy spot. Maybe it's because he's playing short every day. I don't know. Maybe John brought that up. Maybe that's
it's entirely possible. Yeah, you've talked about this often. They do work. There are some players that works hand in hand. Absolutely. I mean, it really does.
And Bo Bichette sit and spin. I mean, that's what run producers do against Triner, right? He takes the sinker right down the middle because he ain't looking for it. He can't get that ball in the air. Edwin Encarnacion used to tell me that all the time. You want to be a good run producer? Sit spin. You could tell he was sitting spin there. Addison Barger again. Dude throwing sinkers, you got to look down, but you got to get it out front. You can't let it travel. If you catch it out in front of your front knee, you got a chance of having success that way, and that's exactly what happened.
Can I
have a big inning when the pitching's good?
Can I ask you about Bo? 1 for 4 with a walk. He did play the full game at DH. George Springer, as we mentioned, not in the lineup tonight. I have no idea whether he'll be in tomorrow or not. What did you make of where Bo's swing is right now? Did you notice any difference from a couple of days ago? Anything that makes you think that he's closer to where he needs to be? Again, keeping in mind the dude was out for 7 weeks.
Who do you think leads off tomorrow? Lefty throw. Blake Snell.
To me, it's Ernie Clement.
Okay, we'll see.
Who do you think?
I'm not sure. I mean,
let's. Are we assuming that George can't play? If George plays, obviously he's the guy. If he can't play, I think Ernie. Who do you think?
I know they like Ernie down in the order,
and I do too. But you need to have a leadoff hitter.
Yeah,
Vladdy?
We'll see. If it was me, I wouldn't rock the boat. I'd leave Nathan Lucas up there and let him battle and claw and fight. And he's earned it. Like he's the 2-hole hitter.
I'd be okay with that
most of the time, if not all the time. like every once in a while, you just got to get out of the way and go, hey, I like this guy. But they probably won't do that because it's not the right matchup, and he probably won't be playing, so it'll be somebody that's right-handed.
Davis Schneider.
Let's hope not. It's you were talking about Bo Bichette. Look, I think the leg kick is getting better. It's the flow of the leg kick that whenever he's trying to find whatever he's trying to find with when he wants to fire the hips, it starts with the leg kick. It's a two-parter. It's like Josh Donaldson's leg kick, right? It's whenever he sees a ball out of the hand and it's a change of speed, it's a two different kick to it. It just has to be in a good flow to where the start has to be on time to allow him to be able to adjust the leg kick according to what speed he's being thrown. I just think, up until I think the last 4 or 5 at-bats, it's been a little off. The last 4 or 5 at-bats, it looks to me like he's starting to be on time. And whatever he's hunting something tells you he's forgotten about the ailments that he's having with his lower half. He's starting to think mechanically that he is balanced, 50-50, can rotate, and now it's just about going up and executing on a certain kind of location or certain kind of pitch. And just the presence in the lineup, hitting behind Vladdy's a big deal. So, hopefully he continues to get some big hits and drives in some runs because they're going to need him.
Let's go to the phone lines. Mark and Thornhill, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Yeah, guys. Well, that was a fantastic comeback game to pull us back to 2-2. So super happy about that result. I want to draw a parallel of something that we heard earlier in the season from a completely different player in a completely different role. You remember when Rafael Devers was asked about, positions, and his response was, I play third?
Yep.
So he moved over to a new team, and he was like, I'll play wherever you want. And he suddenly became the nicest guy. He was like, I'll do whatever you're asking of me. What I love about a guy like Chris Bassett, and what I want to imagine is he came back from his back injury, and he said to someone like John Schneider, where do you want me? Where do you need me? I'll play anywhere, with that mentality. And to go from being a dominant starting pitcher to what he's done for us out of the bullpen throughout this playoff run, I just want to tip my cap to Bassett for being as good a workhorse as Varland and Lauer yesterday, and just your thoughts on Bassett's transition into being a reliable guy out of our bullpen when that's not what he started the season as.
I'll tell you the first thing I thought of is, if you're Chris Bassett going into free agency, and let's leave that aside for a minute. Let's focus on this. Kevin and I have talked about this a lot. Bassett, Gossman, and Barrios for the past 3 years, they've done a lot. They've had their routine screwed around for a variety of reasons, whether it was Manoah or Scherzer's situation, Bowden Francis's situation, the addition of Shane Bieber, we're going to 6-man, whatever it was. They've had their routines kind of, I wouldn't say screwed around. That's not bad. They've had to be, shall we say, they've had to get used with the fact that that the situation is often fluid when it comes to the Blue Jays. When it comes to Blue Jays starting pitchers, I think the simple thing with Chris Bassett is he's healthy. I think he's smart enough to realize that the best way he can contribute to this team right now is out of the bullpen. I think he also realizes that really during the regular season, he was great at home, wasn't so great on the road. I mean, this kind of allows John to use him in a variety of ways. And the other thing it does, Kevin, and this is where I get to the free agency, if you can go in to your free agent year at his age and market yourself as a guy who can start but has also come out of the bullpen in the postseason for a good team, you might be able to milk an extra 2 or 3 years out of your career, which is 2 or 3 years more money. So yeah, I think there are a couple of reasons for this.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know about the free agency thing coming out of the pen. He is pretty old. I mean, he's
well, yeah, but I mean, we're not
through it.
He's not going to
went through it a lot.
He's not going to sign a 3-year, $40 million deal. But what he might do is he could be one of those guys who signs a year and a vesting option, or a year contract, then another year contract, then another year contract. He could extend his career. If he can pitch out of the bullpen, no one's saying he's going to close. But if he can be effective out of the bullpen, he can extend his career. Someone will always give a dude like that a job.
Yeah, maybe here. I mean, that might be the window that might open is here. Like, the cost may be down because he could go to the pen. He likes it here. I know his wife and his family love it here. I mean, maybe that's a window that he could stay here, that kind of thing. I think Chris is a smart dude and understands that, the only role that he has right now is out of the pen. He's not going to start here. Max is not going to go to the pen, and the other starters aren't going to do that. They're starters. He knows if he's going to be a part of this, has to be out of the pen. And I just like that he's healthy. The people that I talked to said, the biggest difference is everything is better. That's why you're seeing the better extension, the harder throwing, the later movement, the slower breaking ball. Like now he can worry about executing instead of worrying about, my back hurts, my neck hurts, my shoulder hurts. Like they took care of all that little time off that he had, that 20-plus days. He took advantage of that, and he came back, and I told you, I talked to John on the field, and John said, now I can use Sir Anthony any way I want to use Sir Anthony. Because of the way Chris is throwing, I'm okay with Chris in the 8th inning. That's a big deal. I mean, you got a veteran guy like that who can pitch in the 8th inning and get a lefty and a righty out. I mean, that's huge for this team. So hopefully he continues to do it, and if he looks like he does tonight, you can pitch him anywhere you want to pitch him.
Adam in Brooklyn, Ontario.
Yeah, good evening, gents. Thanks for taking my call. A fabulous game. What I love about playoff baseball is how the individual stories are magnified. And what a story Ernie Clement has been to the team. It's absolutely riveting. But I also had a question for you. With the umpiring, I've always subscribed to the fact that umpires are part of the game. But are they held? Does Major League Baseball hold them accountable by showing them the misses post-game?
Thanks for the call. I know they're graded, but it's the way Major League Baseball handles its umpires. It's probably not as bad as it was when the umpires union was a union and they would threaten to go and strike. Now they're not really a union as much as an association. I think their offices might even be in Major League Baseball's building. So they're basically an arm's length extension of the commissioner's office. They say they grade guys. I tend to believe that these probably, as bad as they have been this World Series here, these are probably the guys that have graded out the best. That may say a lot about the quality of umpiring, but it's not as much as it used to be, where you'd have the same old guys every year. I mean, remember, everybody knew Angel Hernandez was awful. Angel Hernandez would show up in the World Series. It's different now. But yeah, the umpiring this series hasn't been good. ABS will be coming in next year, and we'll have to see what that does to the standard of the game. Will that change umpiring? Will the fact that essentially you can be publicly shamed on a ball and strike call next year, which is essentially what happens?
Okay.
Will that change it? But I mean, baseball's tried a lot of things. The umpires are younger. They're in much better shape than they used to be. The idea that you've got a job for life, or that you're the same guys always end up getting the plum assignments, that doesn't happen anymore. But yeah, the balls and strikes calls this year have not been good. Again, the number of, and it's not borderline misses. Borderline misses are going to happen as long as you have human umpires, but a number of egregious misses. Like, you should not be missing a ball and strike call by a couple of balls width, or
especially not north of the strike zone.
Exactly. In and
south of the strike zone.
Exactly.
I'll give you a little lenience
because you got to look down.
It's right in front of you.
Exact. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. And that's, I think, those are the calls that I think really drive guys nuts. Is when it's mid or upper,
because it's really hard to hit, Jeff.
Yeah,
I mean, you know as well as anybody, we talk to people all the time about the elevated fastball. Heck, I talked to Donnie Baseball about that. Just the headaches that they have of trying to, figure out ways to foul it off or pull it foul, and then you get umpires who call it way above what a strike should be. It just sort of puts you on the defense, and now you're questioning sort of what you're doing off the field, that maybe it's not right, and you need to adjust that, and then you're working backwards instead of working forwards. You know my thoughts.
Yeah, but
you know my thoughts on umpiring.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. The thing that bothers me is at this stage of the year, you shouldn't. I don't think anyhow, as a hitter, Like you have to everybody has to understand what an umpire's strike zone is. I'm using that in air quotes. I mean, but it shouldn't get to the point where guys are in between because is this guy going to call it a strike now? I mean, he called it a strike 2 innings ago, but geez, the last time I was up, it was a ball. That's you're right. Hitting's hard enough as it is that to introduce that element of uncertainty to it is
because of how young they are now, Jeff. That sort of the umpire. That are you a high ball ump? Are you a low ball ump? Do you give the ball in? Those days are gone.
Yeah, that's also valid. Yeah,
they really are. So it's either a ball, it's either a strike. Yeah, I've said my piece on the umpiring. We talk a lot about that. You joke at me and laugh at me, and I've stood in batters boxes before, and it's just it's a shame that again I get back to that. You hold them dudes accountable just like you do players.
Yep.
These things will change. I promise you. It did for me anyway. When I got to sit down, I was embarrassed.
Yeah. Again, though, I'm going to say the problem is, and we're going to move on.
Spend more money on umpiring.
That doesn't matter. There's just not enough. The idea that you could go down and bring up 20 umpires from the minors is you're just assuming there are 20 good umpires in the minors.
Well, there's not 20 awful umpires in the big leagues.
That's pretty damn close.
20 strong.
And what I'm saying is you can't you can't use the argument you use with players because there are more players than umpires. I can send Kevin Barker down because I probably have another Kevin Barker in AAA. I may not have an umpire. I may not have as many good umpires at AAA or AA. That's what I'm getting at. I still don't understand why the hell anybody would want to be an umpire to begin with. Addison in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Addison. Do we have Addison? We don't have Addison. Okay, 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. Where should we go? Addison in Toronto? There we go. Hey, Addison, how are you?
Hey, sorry for the delay there. It's Addison, not the one you're thinking of, I'm afraid.
Well, I was going to say if it's Addison Barge you're calling up. First of all, I was going to say, where the hell were you in the 15th inning last night? But anyhow, go ahead.
Well, listen, I'm glad you're bringing it up. That's what I wanted to chat about. Tough game yesterday, but coming off of that, I was just thinking, man, we took him to 18 innings with 4 of our best bats out of the lineup, and our bullpen's been pitching way more than the Dodgers, and they had to win that game because I think we come out of that, and Dodgers got the win. But I don't know that they're necessarily feeling too good about the lengths they had to go to. And you look at the game tonight, and I don't think they looked as good. And the Jays came out and did exactly what they needed to. And kudos to them because I have Game 6 tickets with my mom, so she's going to be jazzed about that. But would be curious to hear your thoughts about how you think despite the win last night, the momentum might have shifted in the Jays' way. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have fun with your mom, by the way.
Yeah, that's great. And it is cool for a lot. Because you know what? Because I know some folks who didn't get tickets to games 1 and 2, and they got tickets to 6 and 7, and they've been sitting there watching the game with their fingers crossed. So good for them. And yeah, absolutely have fun. It'll be rocking. It'll be rocking. I mean, to me, the Jays have accomplished what they wanted to do going to L.A., bringing it back here. Now, it'd be great if they come back 3-2 up. It'd be outstanding. But the main thing was get it back to Toronto. As far as momentum goes, if Shane Bieber isn't good tonight, that doesn't matter. Shane Bieber, I think, set the tone tonight. You got through that. You got through that first inning, and I just think there was a sense of normalcy. My big concern, and I think we talked about this on Blair and Barker. My big concern was that you'd come out and it would be garbage. Like it would be a tire fire. They'd be down 4-0 in the first inning, and people are going, "Oh, it's the carryover from last night." But Bieber was awfully good. They had 2 on against Shohei in the first inning. Now they couldn't score anybody, but they had 2 on against Shohei in the first inning, and I think there was just a sense that it was going to be a normal game. At least that's the sense I took out of it. I got to mention this too, Kev, because we talked about it. I watched a little bit of Shohei's pitching in the NLCS. It is so weird, and the Sportsnet cameras did a great job. It's so weird to see a dude come off the mound, go through the check with the umpires, and have the bat boy bring his equipment up to him so he can put it on and get to the plate right away. It just, and I said to you, that's the first time I've actually seen that. That just kind of blew me away.
Yeah, you know what? I got to admit, when the Jays starter is decent, the Jays are a better team than the Dodgers, Jeff. I mean, they just play better. They hit better. They run the bases better. They catch the ball better. Like, for me anyway, optically, from afar, watching, if they can get a decent start, don't have to be a great start, don't have to be 8 innings of shutout baseball. If they get a decent enough start and can allow the lineup to just be scrappy enough to figure out whatever they're trying to figure out game plan-wise, for me, anyway, they're the better team. They just optically look that way.
Can I put a different spin on it?
Absolutely.
I think on paper the Dodgers lineup is vastly superior. I think it's deeper.
Name-wise, it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But right now, I can't disagree with you.
When Mookie's not hitting, the lineup just don't look the same for the Dodgers. It just doesn't.
It's as much as people like to talk about Shohei, look, it's a great lineup. It's full of great players. But if Mookie isn't, there's a reason Mookie's hitting in the second spot in that lineup.
Yeah,
there's a reason he's hitting in the second spot in that lineup, right?
Yeah. Well, we had Jake Peavy on today, and I think it was you that asked him about the lineup, and I don't know who it was, but we asked about Bieber and what does he need to do, and he said there's pockets there that you could work through to get him out because of the way they've been looking lately, and he was spot on. Like, you know, if you make a decent pitch, you set it up the right way. It just started early with Ohtani, right? The way he was throwing the changeups down, the way it was sort of, he was trying to take the sting out of the bat instead of striking him out. The good arm speed on it, the good location of it, the tough take of it, just sort of set up everything, sort of got the arm speed to where it needed to be to allow him to be able to use the slider better, make it tighter, have the 12-6 curveball look the way it was supposed to look with the spin it's supposed to have. And then the four-seamer started running a little bit, so he had a couple of different looks with the fastball. It just seemed right that he knew he had to lock it in right out the gate. Mm-hmm. And I think that helped him out a lot going forward. And when you weather the storm in the first, it just sort of gives you that, we go.
That might be the best I've seen Shane Bieber since that first start against the Marlins.
Absolutely.
When he looked really good glove side.
I'm with you. Called his own game, too. It seemed to me like he was shaking off a lot.
Yeah.
He was pretty prepared on what he wanted to throw, when he wanted to throw it. When you got all those things working, you can go to wherever you want to go. That's a big deal. It makes you feel confident about what you're, shaking your head to.
Were you surprised that Shohei seemed to shake Will Smith off as much as he was tonight?
I don't think
was that just a decoy, maybe, do you think?
No, he didn't have his good split finger.
Okay.
Like he really didn't even throw it.
No, he threw the curve a lot.
Yeah, normally that thing's nasty, and, he's trying to make up for it with the sweeper and the big curveball, and, depending on which one you were hitting, which side of the plate you were hitting on, like he just didn't have the good split finger. I don't think he had the extra gear and the velocity either. Maybe that had something to do with the 18 innings last night. I mean, he still threw hard, but not like, he could rear back and let it eat, and it's 101, 102. Yeah. Like, you just didn't see that tonight.
Well, we talked a little bit about it in our show, and he had that great start, 3 home runs and 10 strikeouts in the NLCS. But Dave Roberts earlier in the postseason admitted that, look, on days that he pitches, he's not the same hitter.
Yeah.
And they were concerned enough about it at the time that he said it's something we need to do. We need to dig deeper into. In other words, we put our best khakis in trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. But again, you can talk to baseball. There are baseball people who think it's great that he's doing the two-way thing. But we've talked about this. You talk to people, they think at some point Joe Madden, at some point he's going to have to make a decision. It's going to be one or the other.
Yeah,
and again, not a good night for him at the plate. It also happened to be the night that he was pitching. And I'm not taking anything away from the Jays, but that's a fact.
I think you need to go there. Like, you could tell they again, when Vladdy ran into the sweeper, It just seemed to change everything he was trying to do. Now you can tell he's still good. Like his stuff was still moving. The breaking ball was still there. He still struck people out. Like he still worked through it. But once they saw it a couple of times and they could, this is what you need to do. You got to get your foot down. You got to beat him to the spot. He's going to go up and into you. You got to make sure your hands are on top of the baseball. Like it's just little things internally that you were telling yourself between your ears to adjust to what he's trying to do to you. And it just seems like, again, I said this on the show today when you asked me, I said, Vladdy's got to be Vladdy. He got to do something special early to just sort of get everybody's morale up because George is probably not going to be in there. And what happened? Everybody wanting to run Nathan Lucas out. And he got on base, and here come Vladdy and looking for that sweeper. And got
By the way, I'm just watching. We've got a feed from the truck at Dodger Stadium. I'm just watching a rerun of Ernie's double. I didn't realize how close that came to being out.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. I'm just
short and quick to the ball. I mean, that's again, those balls down. It's a little easier for him to, the barrel's doing all the work. You don't have to generate anything because of where the pitch location is. When it's up, you got to do all the work. You got to force the barrel to that certain quadrant. When it's down, that's sort of your honey hole. It's just gravity's taking over. You get it started in the right direction, that'll take over because of where your barrel's going and where your hand direction's at. So, yeah, I mean, it was a complete effort tonight. When they're like this, boy, and Vladdy's doing Vladdy things, man, that's a lot of fun to watch.
416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. The text line's open, 590-590. Mike and Cole Harbor, Nova Scotia. Should we be worried about Vladdy kind of limping home in the seventh inning of tonight's game? Actually, Buck and Dan pointed that out. We'll wait and see. Again, the old story at this time of year, everybody's probably got something. But it was a noticeable limp. And I don't know. Maybe it was because he knew the play at the plate there wasn't going to be a play at the plate. I mean, who knows? Sometimes it's October, whatever the hell it is, October 28th. It's Game 4 of the World Series. Maybe he didn't feel like running home and diving head first, But it was noticeable. Paul from North Bay, redemption for Mason Fluharty tonight. Biggest moment of the game. 4 pitches, 2 massive outs. Mason Fluharty, this is what you get with him. Some nights it doesn't work. Put him back in the game, and you're kind of putting your hands over your eyes. Boom, 4 pitches, you're out of it.
Yeah, I mean, the sweeper was down. The cutter had movement. When the cutter's moving and the sweeper's down, he's really good because he has deception.
Yeah.
He doesn't have great stuff. Let's be real. It ain't great stuff. You got to set it up right? Last night, he threw 6 sweepers in a row. You just can't do that to the best player on planet Earth. If you do, the result's not going to be there the way you want it to be. But tonight, man alive, the sweeper, he just looked to me like he was extending a little bit more, making a conscious effort to make sure that if he missed, it was down.
Yep.
And Edmund kept swinging over that. And that Muncie cutter was the biggest pitch for me of the game. It really was.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will hear from the skipper, John Schneider. 6-2, the Toronto Blue Jays have beaten the LA Dodgers. Folks, the World Series is now a best of 3.
That's awesome.
And 2 of those games are scheduled for Toronto.
What if they'd have walked Ohtani in the 7th inning last night?
Well, I want to talk about that when we come back because Dan and Buck made an interesting point tonight that last night kind of took away from some stuff that happened in the series. Buck and Dan both said that you look back at this, the Jays, they had chances. They won the first game easily. They had the other game last night. It went 18 innings. Game 2, I think it was tied 1-1 in the 6th. Like it's there's a reason this series is tied up at 2 games apiece. They have not been outplayed by the LA Dodgers at all.
I'm sticking with it. When they get a decent start, they're the better team.
Well, they certainly were tonight. We'll take a break, come back, go to the phone lines. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
IHOP has been proudly locally owned and operated in Canada, serving their world-famous pancakes and more for 56 years. Every year, that's 700 million pancakes, 32 million pounds of breakfast meats, 100 million cups of coffee, and a whole lot of delicious. I'm thinking IHOP.
Hey, you. While we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Flying south this winter? Choose snowbirdship.com to get your vehicle to you. We specialize in streamlined cross-border vehicle shipping. From automating cross-border documentation to managing every step, we ensure the process is stress-free from pickup to delivery. Get an instant quote now at snowbirdship.com and leave the hard part to us. When snowbirds want their vehicle delivered, they trust the experts at Snowbird Ship for reliable, stress-free cross-border auto shipping. Skip the long drive and get your instant quote now at snowbirdship.com.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Mark's store-wide sale is October 30th to November 2nd. For 4 days only, take an extra 25% off store-wide. Plus, save up to 60% on Door Crasher deals. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door Crasher prices as marked.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la radio de Susne.
What went into Bassett going out for the second inning? Was that a plan or a reaction to how well he had pitched in the inning prior?
Yeah, that was watching him pitch, and that was talking to Chris, who I can't speak highly enough about. Just getting to know him over the past 3 years, he understands where we are and understands what last night was for everybody. So I kind of liked him at that spot of the lineup too, with the sinker and breaking ball. And he wanted to finish it. You know, it just kind of just speaks volumes to him as a teammate, as a person. But I just kind of liked him. He was really confident with how he felt. He made pitch after pitch.
Yeah, he sure did. That is John Schneider talking about Chris Bassett. Kind of an interesting discussion when they took him out of the game. There was that long sort of tete-a-tete with Chris and John, and then the guys lined up to high-five Chris, and then they all stopped for a minute. I actually thought Chris was trying to talk himself. I actually thought John was going to put him back in the game, and then we saw Pete come over, and then, the hug, and go ahead.
I would assume it's about tomorrow.
Yes.
You'd like to, if you need him, to be able to go to him tomorrow.
Because you got the
abuse, and you're up 5.
Yeah.
If Louis can't hold a 5-run lead,
yes,
then.
Well, and you also, you saw Jeff Hoffman up. I think you're right. It's a sign of how important, and this is something. Look, when we talked to Pete Walker, Pete mentioned to us that Chris is going to be important in this series.
Absolutely,
and that's a sign of how important he is to this team, that they want him tomorrow. And I
would think so.
He's. Why wouldn't you? The velocity's better. The pitch he threw by Freddie Freeman at the top of the zone was, Freddie's not even close to it. And again, they're just showing a shot of that. Freddie kind of walking back, looking at him like, what was that? It was a 91, but it looked like it was about 101 at the top of the zone. So,
was a cutter.
Yeah. Good for Chris, man.
Yeah, he's figured some things out. He's healthy. Again, it's when you're healthy, you don't have to worry about overcompensating for anything. Now you can just go out there and try and be as mechanically sound as you possibly can and get to your release point. And it's coming out hot.
Yeah,
he's spinning it like crazy. That difference between the curveball and the fastball is pretty cool.
Yeah. Chris does weird well, as John Schneider said. He's certainly embraced the role. It's just funny watching his body language on the mound as a reliever. The stuff that kind of used to frustrate you when he was the starter, you look at it now as a reliever, you go, man, that guy's cool under pressure, right? It's like nothing makes a difference to him. Vladdy Jr. had the 2-run home run in the third inning tonight. That kind of lifted the lid off things as far as the Blue Jays were concerned. Now, the Dodgers had taken a 1-0 lead in the second inning, and then I should say Vladdy homered in the third inning to put the Jays back in front 2-1. But as we were talking before the break, the Jays, you look back in the series, they lost by 1 run in 18 innings last night. They handled the Dodgers rather easily in Game 1. In Game 2, it was tied in the 6th. They've some would suggest the Dodgers are lucky to be tied 2-2.
You said that, boy.
Some would suggest that. Some would suggest that.
That's well said.
Yeah, it's probably the last. That's very seldom that you tell me that anything I say is well said.
Yeah, it'll never happen again.
Probably not. And actually, you kind of suggested it first anyhow. So, anyhow, John Schneider was asked about Vladdy Jr. and the home run tonight.
I get that it's easy to write Ohtani versus Guerrero. To us, it's Toronto versus Los Angeles, but that swing was huge. You know what I mean? That a sweeper is a pitch designed to generate pop-ups, in my opinion, and the swing that Vlad put on it was elite. And after last night and kind of all the recognition that went into Shohei individually, and he's on the mound today, it's a huge swing from Vlad. It's a huge swing to get us going. And I think that gives you some momentum. And, Shohei settled in, struck out quite a few in a row after that. But our at-bats there kind of it was a Blue Jay inning, you know what I mean? Varsh, Ernie, and then you kind of went to work. But the swing from Vlad was game changer.
Yeah, and also that call, the overturned call at first base. Was that the line drive off the bat of IKF with Jimenez at first? Did he fall? Did he slip going back? Was it just bad base right? Like, what did you see in it?
I think he slipped.
You think he slipped? Okay.
Yeah. He froze and went back on contact. Like, that's how you're supposed to do it.
But he did slip.
Looked like he slipped a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a very good baseball player.
No, I didn't. That's when I looked down at my scorecard. I didn't realize whether or not he'd slipped, and I was a little surprised at that play. But anyhow, it got overturned by the review, and actually, it was. I don't think it was as close as I originally thought it was, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, 6-2, the Blue Jays winning Game 4 of the World Series, folks. It's tied up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 is tomorrow, again at 8 o'clock, and then Friday night in Toronto. We know for certain there will be a Game 6, and then possibly Game 7. Gabriel and Yellowknife, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Hey, Gabriel.
Hey, I'm calling in. I didn't get to watch the game closely enough to make any baseball commentary or ask any baseball questions, but I'm calling in sort of like the guys in the morning do the vibe check, and I wanted to send in my vibe check and a bit of a thank you. It's been a long time, maybe not actually, but it feels like a long time I've listened to you, Jeff, and since you and Kevin have been working together. The only critique I'd offer is that you haven't had any Bundesliga picks in a while, and I'd like to know what Borussia Dortmund's doing. But thanks a lot. I realistically, I'm glad you got a chuckle from that because I've been thinking about that one for a bit.
That's fun. That's funny.
It's nice. The Jays have been a franchise that's tried really hard against some they've been long odds at times. Like the Red Sox resurgence happened when the Jays were trying to do their thing. This 32 years has been long. But we've been trying. Like, as fans, there are a lot of times when you have a genuine reason for hope. We were the betting odds favorites at different times. We felt like we should have won different times.
Does anybody remember when Vegas had the Jays World Series favorites when they had R.A. Dickey and Josh Johnson? Remember that Jose Reyes, that big trade that Alex made in Vegas. Vegas had the Jays as World Series favorites. That lasted about a week into the regular season.
It felt reasonably so that they did that, and that wasn't the only shot. They changed the rules because of how Alex gathered picks with the signing guys who were going to be free agents. Like they really, we've tried a million different ways, and and this organization, these guys running the organization now, it feels as though they haven't been successful because they made the playoffs and then weren't in a little bit of a sample size. But baseball is a marathon. It's amazing what's happening right now. But the reason I'm calling is the vibe check thing. Along the way, you two and a lot of the guys on your organization, you're paid by the same people who pay the guys who are playing. And there's an inherent reason to distrust something like that. It's like, there is. It has never been the case that we should have felt that way. You guys have been genuine, and it's been fun listening to you. It's been also, like, when I'm pissed off, you're pissed off. There's been a real authentic, organic thing about this all the way through, and it's meant it's so much fun. When whatever this ends like, and they are going to win, I'm saying I believe it. Mm-hmm. Whatever happens here, I'm going to look back on this and I'm going to say, yeah, that was really freaking fun. And I'd like to swear I'm not going to, not to define anyway. Thank you very much, guys.
Oh, I appreciate
it. Awesome. Jeff and Kevin.
Oh, awesome. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
you,
buddy. It's awfully nice.
It is. I guess my anger is kind of organic. Kind of.
You're invested, buddy.
Well, I am invested.
Yeah.
Like I said, I stopped being a journalist when I left the Globe and Mail.
Jeff, I'm not a homer, as you well know. I do have a lot of friends around that place. I'm going to be highly disappointed if they don't win the World Series. They're the better team.
Yep.
I really do believe that. And you know me, I won't blow smoke.
No.
I'll say what I believe, and I just think with the way the first 4 games have played out, boy, it just looks to me like if they get a decent start and allow the lineup to figure out whatever it is they're trying to figure out, I think they can figure it out.
Yeah, and I can honestly say, too, further to the caller's point, one of the things I really like about working here is we don't have anybody tell us, calm down. Well, actually, I've had people tell me to calm down, but that's family members when I'm on the air. But we don't have anybody getting in our grill telling us we can't say this, we can't say that.
No.
At times it's cost us. There are people in the organization who don't necessarily speak to us, which is kind of okay. Doesn't, I was going to say it's no skin off my ass, but that's a little
harsh.
That's a little harsh.
That is very harsh.
But yeah, I mean, you've got to be real, you got to be authentic, and yeah, I get pissed off at stuff. I get mad at stuff. I do like having this team do well, but at the same time, I'm not afraid. Neither of us are afraid to point out stuff. And again, I got to say this, and I will say this. I've said this to his face, and John Schneider makes it easy because you can show up at the park, and it's either forgotten or he addresses it, and that's why he's going to be a good manager for a long time, because stuff does roll off his back, or at least he leaves the impression.
Not everything.
Not everything. Let me rephrase that. He does a good job of leaving the impression that stuff rolls off his back, which is really just about.
I like it that he admits when he's wrong.
Yeah.
He's a human being. He's not perfect. So nobody is. All you can do is do what we try to do, is be as prepared as possible.
Yep.
Don't get caught with your pants down. If you don't do that, I mean, that's basically the motto of life.
Exactly. Jake in Nashville, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to continue talking about John Schneider and just the pitching decisions. I think it's easy to armchair quarterback last night, armchair manager the decisions in an 18-inning game. But looking at the starters, obviously Bieber was dealing pretty good today. Fluharty's been inconsistent. It worked out well today. To me, it kind of seems similar to the early poll of, I think it was Gausman, maybe against the Yankees, where there was 2 on, but nobody really threatening. I'm curious going into tomorrow with Savage on the road, how long of a leash is he going to get? I don't think we expect a, complete game like Yamamoto went. And I appreciate that it seems Snyder's been a little bit less scripted, at least tonight, by letting Bassett go out for that extra inning. And, because Scherzer kind of had to bully him into that. And otherwise the starters seem to get, maybe a earlier yank than we would like.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I mean, I think the situation was helped by the fact that it's not an elimination game tomorrow night. I would think that would probably have an impact on how John handles Trey Savage. Look, I will say this. You heard John's comments about Chris Bassett. John knows those guys really well. They've been through a lot over 3 years. I think John probably handles those guys a little differently, frankly, than he does Max or Shane, because quite frankly, I think he knows these guys better. I think he knows Gausman better. I think he knows Bassett better, just because they've been around a lot longer. I don't know. I've actually thought about that a little bit when it became, I think it was 6-2 in the 8th inning. I was kind of wondering, what does this mean? What does this mean for your Savage? It's good that Hoffman didn't get into the game tonight. I don't know. Like, is Eric Lauer a possibility tomorrow night? But I don't know, Kev. How do you think he handles you Savage?
Well, if you're paying attention tonight, he got Chris up about to start a third time through. That's when the heads start popping off and people start talking to each other, and khakis are running around like it's chaos.
That's when the khaki hamster wheel gets going.
There it is. So I would think, and I think Fluharty got up after that because of how many guys got on base, and he wanted him against Muncy. He didn't want to bring Chris in against Max Muncy. So that was sort of the thing. I think with Trey, that's probably what you're looking at, right? Would he go past that? Absolutely. I mean, it's according to the scoreboard. Every time I've talked to John, he will optically let whoever's out there go as long as it's looking the way it's supposed to be looking. And then, it's sort of matching up to what the numbers are saying. And, it's not always numbers driven, but there are a lot that goes into, what this guy does about this amount of times, and, who likes off-speed pitches, because the kid's going to give a bunch of those, and hopefully it's a really good one, because it hadn't been good in his last couple of starts. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure if I were a fan of the Jays and watching tomorrow, I would be aware of somewhere around third time Ohtani. How's that?
Eddie and Fort Erie, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Jeff and Kevin, how you guys doing?
Doing well,
buddy. Thanks.
You know what, guys? I always say sometimes when there is a best-of-7 series in any sport, in the NFL, not the NFL, I mean the NHL, the NBA, or MLB, there's always one game that might, turn everything or be a turning point. I honestly thought after the Dodgers won Game 3 that it was going to be the turning point, but the Blue Jays said, nope, not so fast, because just like Kevin, how you say it's 26 against 1, or whatever that saying is. Did I say that right? Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as everybody's healthy, it's 26 against 1.
Yeah. Excuse me. But I could say they bend, but they don't break. That's my motto. That's been that way. That's been that way all year long. Like injuries, and then next man up, and then one after another, and then it's just been one of those things for this team during the playoffs and all throughout the year. And you know what? I'm so excited for Game 5, but I am especially excited for Game 6 because it falls on one of my favorite nights of the year, Halloween. I get to hand out treats and enjoy Game 6 on the radio. I can't wait.
Awesome.
There you go. Thank you. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate the call.
Way to go, Eddie.
I guess it is on Halloween.
Yeah.
What are you going to go dressed as?
Kevin Barker?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go dressed as a professional radio host for a change.
Wow. That's new.
We have Chris Bassett talking about Chris Bassett.
I was an elite reliever, I think, that happened to figure out how to start. And then there's at least some teams that still really value a pitcher going deep into a game and being consistent, pitching every 5 days. And then it just happened at the very end of the year. Like I could have kept pitching, but it was more so them sitting me down and saying, hey, we need you healthy for the playoffs. So I didn't think it was going to be this role, but I'm happy with the way it's playing out. A good starter is still more valuable than a reliever. Even though I think a lot of teams don't think that way, but overall, that's the truth. I would say the biggest thing about relieving when you put a starter in there is like I have 2-3 different game plans for each guy based on I need to get him out, or I got no one on, or runners in scoring position, like this different scenarios where you pitch them differently as a starter. So you're not doing the same thing over and over and over. But when you are a reliever, it's just like your A+ plan versus them that day, and then it's just move on from there. It's just different.
There you go. That is Chris Bassett.
Yeah, I don't know how you ever get a hit. I really don't. Like, just to listen to him talk there, and the way they're trying to hone in on a hitter's strength and trying to combat that, and different kinds of plans, and how hard they throw and where they throw them and how they throw them up with sinking. And when I played, sinking up was the no-no. How dare you? What are you talking about? That's how you get sent down. Like you never will do that. That's all they do now. Like it is unbelievable that these dudes can hit all that stuff, and then the pitchers can make the adjustment and not allow a dude to get a hit ever. It's just amazing.
Jordan in Kamloops, BC, thinks the same way you do. It's crazy to think that maybe one different call yesterday and John managing the bench differently, we could be up 3-1. No part of this series have I thought the Jays are the worst team. They're going toe-to-toe and honestly have looked better than the Dodgers
I'm with
overall. I keep getting back to what I said. I think the Dodgers lineup is better on paper.
When they're rolling, they are.
It's 2-2.
Yeah.
It's a 2-2. They may be better on paper, but they haven't been better in this. They haven't been better in this. Let's face it. It's been a whole bunch of. It's been a whole lot of show. You thought I was going to say something else. There's been a whole lot of Shohei Ohtani going on in that lineup. That's really what it is. It's Shohei Ohtani, Shohei Ohtani, Shohei Ohtani, Shohei Ohtani. That's what it is.
It'll be intriguing tomorrow to see how the kid handles Ohtani.
Well, Ohtani pitching at Dodger Stadium.
Well, he ain't going to be pitching tomorrow. That's the thing, right? You brought up the point about how he doesn't hit when he's pitching. Well, he ain't pitching tomorrow, so all he's going to have to think about is hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what will your game plan be then? And I'll be very intrigued to see if the kid's split finger's working.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been working, right? The last couple of starts. What if it shows up tomorrow?
Let's go to Jeremy from outside Dodger Stadium. How are you, Jeremy?
I am fantastic, and I got to tell you, I've just had an epic experience. I don't know what came through on the broadcast, but the number of Toronto supporters who are here. I flew out this morning after only getting 2.5 hours of sleep, being crushed by that 18-inning loss. Got on the plane. The Air Canada people played OK Blue Jays, and Captain made some announcements.
What time in the morning was that, by the way?
I had an 8 a.m. flight, so I went to bed after 3 o'clock. Slept for about 2.5 hours, made my way to Pearson, and it's just been terrific. And I met a bunch of friends here who I'm actually with in the car driving back, so they'll try to keep it down. And it was just terrific. But I do have a question for you all. Really enjoy the show.
Thank you.
It's how do you both think Bassett should best be used? I know he's coming out as a reliever. I know this has been a focus, but his whip, I don't have the exact statistics. It was .18 before he gave up a single at one point in his relief effort here, and he's just seemed so effective, and I have so much confidence, and so do my friends, in him, in the way he's carried himself and the outs that he's gotten him. He was spectacular in Game 7 against Seattle. Is he someone who should, for example, go multiple innings, or is he somebody who should actually close? Like, I know we were thinking about possibly using him tomorrow. I heard you say that. That makes sense as to why we might have taken him out. But the second Varland came in, there was more of a sense of, bit of a crapshoot. But with Bassett, the command, the mix of pitches, the strategy, he seems to be exceptionally effective. And just curious as to how, if you were managing the Blue Jays, you would want to use him.
I mean, there's 3 games left. We could see a lot of crazy stuff. It has happened in the World Series. I mean, we saw Randy Johnson, going back to that Yankees Diamondback series. Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling tag teaming a game, and anything is possible. I think you've got 3 games left. I don't think you get too cute. I think they found a nice role for Chris Bassett. But yeah, I don't know about closing. Who knows? You've got to win. You've got to win 2 more games, and at this point, you don't rule anything out at this point, unless it's something that doesn't make any sense at all. You don't rule it out, but you got to keep in mind now you're going to have Kevin Gausman going. Yeah. In Game 7, Gausman will go in Game 6. Max Scherzer would go in Game 7. So you got Gausman going into Game 6, and if you do get to a Game 7 with Max, there's a. Chris Bassett he's going to be important in the next three games. He just is. John's showing you that by how he used him tonight.
Yeah, 6 2/3. They're hitting .53 off him with a whip of .30.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that in there in the 5 games that he's pitched.
Shoot, I wanted to ask Jeremy what the atmosphere was like
for Jeremy. So Jeremy, there you go. Average .53, .30 whip. Look, I only know, Jeremy, what John told me, and because I asked, how would you use Chris? And he said, because he's been so good, that allows me to use Sir Anthony any way I want to use him. Now I don't have to go Sir Anthony Hoffman or Hoffman Sir Anthony. Mm-hmm. I can go all over and sort of use him however I want to use him in any lane or pocket, however word you want to use, because sort of the matchup that I want to use him with, because I know Chris, when the 8th inning rolls around and I got the lead or it's tied, I can throw him no matter where he's at. Yep. Because of how the stuff's upticked and, the difference between that curveball and his fastball. So I would think John going forward, and John normally doesn't ever lie to me, and just by the way he used him tonight, I would think going forward, it would be somewhere in that 8th inning with the either tied or the lead. He's very confident in that.
Jonathan in North Van, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Guys, always good to be on the call with you. A couple things. First, I just want to say, today I was gutted after yesterday, as I'm sure so many of us were, and it's a tribute to everyone on that team. I think them getting up after that loss and flushing it, it's exactly what coast to coast to coast this whole country has loved about this group. So just a credit to everyone in wearing blue. But my 2 points I want to say, it's definitely a Bassett loving today. I really like Bassett in the next 2 games because the tunneling, his cutter, his changeup, complement or coming out after the splitter and the arm angle of Savage, and then also with Gausman. So I feel like it's a real weapon right after those 2 starters. My second point is, and I think Kevin, you were agreeing. I know there's a lefty on tomorrow, but our best lineup right now includes some lefty batters. I really hope that we see Lucas and Barger in, because Shiner's just not where he was 6 weeks ago. I think it is a bunch of lefties, and I think you got to kind of buck the way they've been playing and stick with that standard lineup for a bit. So I'll drop. But always, guys, thanks so much for doing this all season long.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's a pleasure. I'm kind of, you mentioned that, Kevin. I'm thinking at some point I'm going to see a righty, probably. Maybe Blake Snell goes wire to wire. At some point, I'm going to see right. Maybe I'd leave Nathan Lucas there. Maybe I would.
Yeah, I think if you do that, you're trying to force Blake to use the other side of the plate. Like he is a big glove side guy. He wants to go into a righty, away to a lefty, right? The slider. I think Nathan Lucas did get a hit off him, or it was Varsho. Varsho got a big home run off him. Like I think you have to throw at least 1 or 2 lefties in there. Yep. And with no Springer,
we assume no Springer. We assume no Springer.
Absolutely.
We don't know, but we assume no Springer.
There you go. So maybe it was just one of them nights where you give Springer today off. Yep. Maybe he comes back tomorrow. I don't have any idea, but if he's not available, I just don't know how you keep the lefties out of there. Like the lefties are sort of who you are. They force Blake to do something else.
Yeah.
Which is what you want to make him and force him to use both sides of the plate, and maybe that would do it.
And I should mention, by the way, George Springer was not in the lineup tonight. Obviously, people know that by now, but just a reminder that it is with what the Jays described as side discomfort. That can be anything. That can be an oblique. It can be side discomfort. It can be a tweak. But the MRI, well, John was asked today, what did the MRI show? And he said it showed hour to hour. And someone said, okay, nice joke. What did it show in terms of structural damage or anything? He said hour to hour. So that's kind of where you are with George Springer.
Well, it can't be good because he didn't play today.
He didn't play today. They haven't made a move to get another player on the roster. That would probably be Joey Loperfido.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what the point would be in that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But I would be pleasantly surprised if George Springer's in the lineup tomorrow. Maybe with the off day. Maybe there's a chance they can get him back on Friday. I don't know. But that's food for thought with Nathan Lucas for sure. Okay, we're joined again by Jeremy from outside Dodger Stadium. Jeremy, thanks for calling back. I wanted to ask you about the atmosphere there because I've covered a lot of games at Dodger Stadium, and of course, when you're there, you're sitting in the press box. Different than being in the stands. What was the atmosphere like there? There did seem to be a fair amount of Blue Jays fans, but have you been there before? Is this your first trip to Dodger Stadium?
So it's a great question, and on my phone, a lot of people were texting, and Blue Jays fans were talking amongst themselves about a few observations. So my first time there, a cathedral of baseball. I thought the atmosphere was obviously great, but the fans, I would say, were very tolerant and respectful of the fact that we were rooting so hard. It wasn't menacing. It didn't feel like maybe like a New York or a Philadelphia crowd might if you were cheering for the other side.
That's because you weren't. That's because you weren't Giants fans.
That's right. And but I thought the rapport with the fans, the banter was really good. I have to say, and I don't know what your experience is, and I don't want to sound like too much of a homer here, but the loudness, the energy, maybe it was a hangover after an 18-inning win. Maybe it was because after Vladdy hit the home run, it took the air out. But I think the vibe and the energy in the Rogers Center is more intense than it is at Dodger Stadium. Maybe it's because it's an open-air stadium. Maybe it's because they've been there so many times more recently. But I felt that the charged nature, I was at games 1 and 2 in Toronto. Obviously, when you're losing, the air sucked out. But I think the vibe in Toronto is great. And there are a number of guys who are here with me. Jason, Sarfraz, Matt Fenton, Clay Jones. We all were talking about it. And I think we feel that the home field advantage for us, really, there's a little more juice I think, in the crowd in Toronto. I don't want to sound too much of a homer. Interested in your guys' views.
Yeah, you know what? If you can stay on the line for a minute. The thing I remember most about Dodger Stadium, you're right. I think there's the noise at the Rogers Center. I think it's more electric, and it could be because it's an indoor stadium. I just remember the music and everything, the loudspeakers and the stuff. It was that I remember as being so loud, louder than the fans. Like I remember Yankee Stadium, Dodger Stadium. I come away with a headache from Dodger Stadium, and I don't know what it's like now.
Yeah, I thought it was a little. It's funny because maybe it's just because they weren't rallying as much,
right.
But the in-between pitch music wasn't actually as loud as I was expecting it to be. The crowd obviously got most fired up, I think, when they started to potentially rally in the ninth. I think that's when they really started to get on their feet. But I think I'd say I'd give Toronto the edge on intensity of home atmosphere.
Okay, well that's great. I appreciate that. Cool. Yeah, and you're in the car right now?
I'm in the car with a bunch of guys who want to say hi.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. Are you guys doing the driving? Or are you in an Uber or what?
I just literally pulled over to the side because it was no longer safe to be talking at this length while driving.
How's the traffic?
It's terrible getting out. It's like getting out of the Bill Stadium. I was at Bill's Chiefs last year and it took like an hour to get out.
Yeah.
We parked and thought we were smart and parked right next to an exit, and it still took us 20 minutes to get out.
Oh, there you go. Well, listen, drive safely. We appreciate the call, man.
Thanks for calling, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Awesome.
I want to be where they're going to be tonight.
Oh, me too.
Dodger Stadium. It is. It's one of the game's cathedrals. I love going there. But I just remember it was.
Me too. When I played there,
really loud.
The speakers, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you know what? I think Dan Shulman. I want to say maybe I don't know if it was last night because last night's hard to remember. Might have been the night before. Was saying how loud the speakers were there, and it's the loudest in baseball that he knows of.
Yeah.
And he's been to all of them.
Now, I also think maybe the fact that you're in that valley, it's a ravine after all. You're in the valley. You've got the mountains around you. Yeah. That could possibly be it. But
sure.
Yeah, I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad people. There are a lot of Jays fans there. You could see them on TV. I'm glad people are having fun there. I like LA. I mean, I know the traffic's bad. I know all that, but that was always one of my favorite road cities and one of my favorite road stadiums.
That park's pretty nice. You know, I think the ball carries there fairly.
Yes.
I think, I don't think the one way or the other, like, oh, no, don't hit it to right field, or, oh, no, don't hit it to left center. Or, I think if you get it, it's going.
Yeah.
I think it's, unless it's a little chilly. I know Hazel was saying last night that it was colder than normal.
Mm-hmm.
It got down into the 50s. And tonight, I think Dan and Buck were saying it was a little warmer than last night. And maybe that's why Vladdy's ball, when he hit it, he knew it was gone.
So there you go. We are tied at 2 games apiece. The World Series. I would be lying if I say that I honestly saw that coming after last night's loss. But you would think by now I would have learned.
What fun would that be?
You would think that's true.
What fun would that
It's always fun allowing yourself to be surprised, isn't it? You think by now I would have learned, though, the resilience of this team. It is something else, man. Guys keep getting hurt. Guys keep going down. Guys keep playing hurt. And every now and then, Vladdy just becomes Vlad. 7 career postseason home runs already. That contract, folks, looks so good. As a certain individual wrote and said at the start of the series, this is when the 14-year deal kicks in. And it looks pretty damn good right now.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby indeed. So, 6-2, the Jays have won. We will be back tomorrow, Blair and Barker, the usual time. Game 5, 8 o'clock on Sportsnet, 590 The Fan and Sportsnet, and, of course, Game 6 back in Toronto. So, thank you for listening to Blue Jays World Series Baseball. Canada's team is making history in your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Mount Pearl, Corner Brook, and all across Newfoundland are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, they are a proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
My in-laws, they know 3 licks of English, and my mother-in-law knows all of it. My father-in-law refuses to speak anything other than Spanish, and my Spanish is okay. I was fluent in Spanish, but I've been speaking English for God knows how long. That English is now my first language. I go to a family function, and I am a big
2-2 to Kike. And he hits this one high. Deep right field. Barger stopping on the track. Tagging at third, Muncy. Barger makes the catch. He'll throw into second as Muncy comes in to score on a sac fly. 1-0 Dodgers. Kike Hernandez does deliver to give LA the first punch of Game 4. 2-1. Vladdy hits it high. Left field. Hernandez back on the track. Looks up. It is gone. Plakatov, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a game-tying, or pardon me, puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third. You count Shohei Ohtani's 3-homer game against the Brewers in Game 4 of the CS, and then yesterday. It's been a while since he's been retired at his home ballpark. 2-2. Until now, swing and a miss, strike 3. Bieber gets him on a change, 1 out.
That was a great changeup. It was fading away from Shohei Ohtani. We've talked about this changeup at length. It's not a slow changeup. That changeup was 89. The fastball is about 92, 93. So not much of a difference. It's the changeup that relies on the movement.
2-1 Blue Jays. Infield shift toward third, and Clement will play no doubles at third. Hug in the line. 0-1 to Betts. And he smokes it to third, and Clement makes the catch, falling toward the chalk. Good thing he was playing no doubles, because it would have been. There's 2 outs. You probably have Fluharty, Dominguez, Varland, Bassett. Next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a curve down and in. Who cares about the pen right now? Bieber starting to deal his second strikeout of the game, 2 down in his 4th. Now he's set, runner on in the 2-0. Hit in the air, right center field. Barger on the run, curling into the gap, makes the catch. Nice play to end the bottom of the 4th. Next pitch, called, strike 3. Ohtani down. Bieber punched him out. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. He snuck by a heater. Fluharty twists his hips and sets. Look to Freeman. 0-2 to Edman. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a back foot sweeper. Fluharty comes in, gets the first pitch, fly out, and a 3-pitch strikeout to end the threat. On to the 7th we go. Here's pitch 8 to Hernandez. And it's lined and down in left center field. In to score Varsho. Up to third Clement. 3-1 Blue Jays as Hernandez delivers in the 7th. France twirling the bat around. 1 hit so far in this postseason, the 0-1. Bounced right side, a slow roller, in to score Clement, picked up at second by Edman in the throw to first in time for the out. Up to second goes Jimenez, and Ty France does come through in the pinch hit spot. It's not the prettiest of swings, but it's an RBI ground out to make it 4-1 Blue Jays. 37-year-old Wichita, Kansas native Blake Trinan works with a sweeper, sinker, 4-seamer, and cutter. He's 0-1 to Bichette. Swing and a rope, left field and deep, turning back Hernandez, it's over his head and off the base of the wall. In to score Andres Jimenez, around to third Guerrero, wall ball RBI, single Bo Bichette, 5-1 Blue Jays in the 7th. He tagged it out to left. There is no lead too large when you're facing the Dodgers. Big 3-run inning, trying to add to it. Barger up, first and third, 2 down. Let's go Blue Jays chances. The first pitch to Barger's hit through the left side. Base hit left center. In to score Guerrero. Up to second Bichette. 6-1 Blue Jays.
What an approach from Addison Barger. He knows that he doesn't have to do too much. He knows that he's not trying to hit a home, or doesn't need to hit a 3-run home run there. There was a big hole on the left side of the infield. Mookie Betts was shaded up the middle, and he just sticks the bat out, hits a hard ground ball through that hole.
1-2 to call. And he caught him, punched him out on a 4-seamer right on the bottom outside corner. What a pitch, Chris Bassett, 2 down. 8-pitch mix for the righty. Here's his 2-1. And it's hit on the ground to second. IKF on it. He throws to first. 7th inning in the books. 1-2-3 for Chris Bassett. On to the 8th we go in game 4. 6-1 Blue Jays. Bassett's 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevates the cutter. Gets Freddie Freeman, 1 out.
That's been such a big pitch for Chris Bassett this season. Really started to have a good feel for it. The cutter that's above that strike zone. It looks like such a hittable pitch, especially to left-handed hitters. He gets Freddie Freeman swinging for a big first out.
19 pitches so far for Bassett across an inning and a third. He offers home a 2-2. And it's bounced towards short. Jimenez waiting. Underhand flip for 1. IKF to first. Double play. 6-4-3 to end the 8th. 2 stunning innings from Chris Bassett in relief. On to the 9th we go in game 4. 1-2. On the ground at third. Clement picks it up. Hernandez goes home. Clement throws to first in time for the out. And a run will come in on an RBI ground out by Edman, but that's positive for the Blue Jays. It's 6-2, but there's only 2 outs left. 1 down in the 9th. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Doubled up on it and punched him out on a curve. It was in the dirt, but Hernandez, screaming, walks back to the third base dugout rather than run down to first. 2 down.